shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. there shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
Welcome back to day 2 of 2025 PMSL SEA Summer Group Stage. And I'm gonna be your host for today. Hello everyone, I'm Windy. And what a back and forth start we had yesterday. And we also witnessed an incredible performances with giants like Xavier and Boom Esports battling for the top spot. But in an unexpected twist, it was TODAK who came out on top in the end. But remember, that was only just the beginning, because today we will witness the battle between Group B versus Group C. New faces, new clashes, and a new competition to shake the standings. And will we see another dominant run, or it is time for an underdog to rise and flip the script? So let's dive into the action as day 2 starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the teams from Group B. TALON, once seen as a strong trophy contender on 2024, the teams has recently faced a dip in form, missing out on the grand final last split. Will they rediscover their shine once again in the summer season? Alter Ego Aries, formerly one of the most dominant teams in the scene, they seem to lose their spark. But with a strong comeback by winning the 2025 PMSL SEA Summer preseason, will these mark their rise as Indonesia's strongest teams once again? MG and Viking Esports. After a disappointing debut in the spring season, this squad revamped their roster with Vietnamese stars players like Wunti, Brak, and TODAK. Is this the beginning of a new Vietnamese powerhouse? Vampire Esports, the pride of Thailand and no strangers to the global scenes, they were the two-time champions at the PMWI 2022 and 2023. Vampire Esports are ready to return their comfort zone, the PMWC. ETN Esports, fresh faces from Thailand with something to prove. They are here to show that winning isn't just about experience but raw, undeniable talent. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, dubbed Malaysia's Crownless King. These teams has consistently ranked at the top, yet a major championship remains elusive. With PMWC in sight, is this finally the moment they bring glory home for Malaysia? Sequoia, emerging from Vietnam qualifiers, Sequoia is out to prove themselves on the big stage. Can they rise above and make a name of their own? MAQNA Esports Club, a familiar name returning from the Malaysia qualifiers with a rebuilt roster and renewed determinations. They are ready to fight for pride, glory, and a spot at PMWC 2025. After an electrifying performance from Group A and C yesterday, let's see the Spice Group B bring this summer season. Together, we will witness his story in the making.
Windy said it best. We are witnessing history in the making with so many teams out of retirement coming back and also surprise from many of these teams. Yesterday was an incredible day number 1 and day 2 is where things get solidified, at least for one of the groups. It's still a day where, at least for Group B, they're still trying to figure out what is going on and how they're going to be going through the motions. Regardless, before we get on to that, I'm Tash Pinols at Contra, your casters today, and this is the PMSL SEA Summer 2025.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful run so far to kickstart our summer season. And looking at day 1, definitely plenty of surprises. We did not expect TODAK to have the form by the late game, moving into Miramar to take the podium by the end of the day. And now, today, we'll once again begin with Group B's run, as they will take on the rest of the groups as well. So definitely exciting times. I'm definitely looking forward to what these guys in Group B have to offer.
Yeah, a lot of stuff are exciting. I think for a lot of Malaysians, they are looking forward to seeing CD alliances, called to the stage. They are one of the, I think, the best teams here in Malaysia as well. And I think for many of those excited as well about CD Alliance, we're not forgetting about Alter Ego. We're not forgetting also about Vampire Esports. Each of these teams also have a lot of history as well as achievements coming with them. And it's a very interesting concept when you look at it as well, especially with the whole overview of how the tournament is going to be. It is a week 1, week 2 group stage going on with the Super Weekend coming very soon, and with the point system bringing 10 points per chicken dinner, which is, I would say, it is a bit more of a motivation for both these teams to go a little bit more excited and more aggressive, looking for this extra elimination points.
That's right. And on top of that, they should also be excited about what's in store for them, as there is a line share of $200,000 and even more awaits if they do qualify to the Esports World Cup happening pretty soon. So this will be our schedule, as we will have 3 days of group stage, and we're currently at day 2 of week 1. And then the top 16 teams will qualify for the Super Weekends to be played out, and it will be a 3-day finals for the best 16 teams across the groups.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting when you go into this one because of the Super Weekend coming through, but also the idea of what's on the line here. Like you mentioned before, is the PMWC or the Esports World Cup that is just happening. The big chunk of prize money for many of these teams as well is the motivation for many of them to go even more further. Now, we had yesterday ANC on Wednesday. Thursday is the day today where we're looking at BNC. Now, BNC, interesting enough, means Group A is not playing around. It's a little bit of, I would say, if you want to say it's a sigh of relief that A is not played today, sure. But is it really a sigh of relief when you have all of the bigger teams coming into the fray as well to replace them? Not really. I think if anything, everyone has to be on the toes once again. Now, for you guys who are new, Smash Rule is here. For you guys who don't know what it is a special rule on the last day of the week where everyone, the winner from day number 1, will be getting the same amount of points plus 10. And then they have to get a chicken dinner to end the day. The maps can go between 2 maps all the way to 8, up to you. But so far, historically, we've always gone 8.
Yeah, and hopefully somebody breaks the streak in a sense where they could just end the run very early on. So Group A is not going to be involved, so we will be missing out on BTR, TODAK, who's definitely been topping the charts, and followed by even some of the big names out there like Disaver, who will still be playing for today, so they get to add to the tally. But for Group B, they've definitely had a benchmark that they really want to hit because they start from scratch, 0 for the record, and this is the last day for Group C.
Yeah, and I think that it's kind of like, the news versus the ones about to end the week as well. Group C definitely a little bit hot, has an understanding about how exactly to navigate the map compared to Group B, who are, the only thing they had was VOD reviews. They don't really have that experience in the game itself. So I believe it might start a little bit shaky, or you might have those situations where you're just playing, you're so fresh, your mental is looking real good, and just completely pop off. Now, speaking of pop off, TODAK was the team to pop off, especially on Miramar yesterday. Honestly, it was incredible looking at them play this map. A very close chicken dinner on map 5, and on map 6, finally they cinch it in the end. Both very, very close games. Tam, in my opinion, was the impact maker to really close, I would say, tie up those loose ends. Regardless, from the rest of the day, Boom Esports, DX, FaZe, VOIN, Donkey are showing a lot of consistency. It's been very, very close here on page number 1.
It definitely is. And on the middle of the pack, we have eArena RQ as well as Glue that have done tremendous effort. It's just that they just got to tie up some of all these loose ends. Some of these guys are actually taking a break today, and we will expect certain teams from Group B to have a chance to go in for some overtakes. So we're looking at the benchmark of about 40 points if they really want to still have a solid chance moving into the third day of the action. And of course, we go back, rewinding back onto day 1. If you guys happen to miss some of all the action, there's just plenty full of it when we start things off with a chicken dinner coming in from the Malaysian squad, SEM9.
It's really interesting when you think about this recap as well. I mean, both these teams, TODAK and Boom, didn't really have the most stellar of starts, right? They were a little bit more slow. They took their time. Boom Esports, we were questioning what the heck happened to this team. Yummy wasn't able to fully commit to a lot of these fights properly compared to his teammates. They were not on the same page. But as the day went by, it is so clear to me that these two teams are just really, really very much those teams are just low cooker teams.
Yeah, improvements along the way sees them seize a chicken dinner to at least have a solidified run moving into this upcoming days of action in the group. So Boom Esports definitely looking relatively healthy, while TODAK's gonna be the ones taking a break for today. So at least they've been able to really hot press everybody else with the maximum amount of points, but they are looking absolutely stellar throughout their run back in day one. So I'm definitely looking forward to when Group A will be making a return for tomorrow. And of course, all eyes are on TODAK to see if they can once again set the record straight to solidify themselves for the Super Weekend.
I think when you look at TODAK as well, more and more thing is that for them, yesterday was the day that they really, really needed to step up. And when I say step up here, why it's super important is because of that 1 day break. You have no clue who's going to be overtaking you. And it also gives a benchmark on how you need to perform on day number 3. So you end your first day early, you take that break, VOD review, really come back together, figure out what went wrong, and then try and own again that server on day number 3. Regardless of this analysis, today's matches are going to be similar to yesterday, starting off with Sanhok with 3 Erangels in between. And finally, in the other day, gonna be served with some Miramar. Yesterday, TODAK proved themselves as the king of Miramars of day number 1. I am super curious to see who exactly will be taking his throne since TODAK is not playing today.
Yeah, true enough. And of course, with Group B in the equation as well, you got some stacked rosters coming from, like I said, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Vampire Esports is currently back. And we also do have Alter Ego and Talon. So this is definitely going to be a really, really tough group for anybody to be withstanding the amount of heat they bring to the table. So I'm looking forward. And from our final interview with our birthday boy, Paragin, he also did mention that, hey, Vikings Esports are looking hella good as of recent, so they're cheering them on despite, DX is going to be going up against them for today. So of course, they just gotta withstand all these pressure and fight till the end of it, and because there is that golden ticket to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the Esports World Cup will be going on very soon for the PMWC, and I think it's super important for many of these teams to just rewrite history there. You can etch your name over in Riyadh, prove yourself as one of the best in the world. On top of that as well, you get to be one of the, I would say, the biggest prize pools in one of the tournaments here you can see this year. But anyways, PMSL SEA Summer is the defining chapter for this team as well, which means that this summer, Riyadh is what everyone has their eyes on.
That's right. They gotta withstand all the heat of the battle, and of course the weather right there in Riyadh. And on top of that, speaking of heat, tonight's PMSL Summer 2025 showdown is absolutely heating up. And guess what? This intense battle is proudly powered by Techno POVA 7 series. With its innovative design and ultimate performance, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower you to win the battle with ease, just like how these titans of PUBG Mobile Esports have been doing here in the PMSL.
Yeah, the Techno is the POVA 7 is the phone that is going to be used here for this tournament as well. So it gives you an idea or a benchmark on how well this phone performs on, I would say, a heavily used situation from these players itself. Now, coming back to what we can expect for today. Now, no Group A is very, very interesting to me, but more of like what to expect from Group B, right? I think for yesterday, a lot of the, I would say, the the Titans or the bigger teams didn't really show a lot of noise in the beginning of the day. It was a day that started off real good for, I think it was, for a lot more of the quieter teams. Sem9 was one of those teams. But after that, a lot of teams start to fall off. Sem9 showed consistency, great. Xavier as well, consistency is key. Only getting chicken dinners toward the end of the day as well. My question is whether some of these teams historically are the type of teams, at least from Group B, to do well on game number 1 and just completely, kill it until the end of the day, or will it be a more start strong and weak, or the other way around? What do you think, Contra?
Well, I definitely do hope that they are going to be setting a very high tempo pace. But then again, if we look into certain teams historically, like Alter Ego, also another slow cocoa, sometimes they do start the day strong and then they do have slight dips of momentums here and in between some of all these matches. Vampire Esports is definitely going to be one of those hard-hitting team, and gotta also remember that this is going to be Group C's final run, so Group C will be hitting even harder in that sense that they want to store as much points as possible before they end their run.
Honestly, these are predictions right now. I think for mine, it speaks for itself. But what about yours, Contra? I mean, I think yours as well. I think we're playing it very safe right now with the predictions. Let's be real here.
Yeah, we're definitely playing it super safe. I think CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and from what SEM9 has shown us from yesterday, they are really well versed on how to play in South Sanhok, where it was mainly like dominated by a lot of all these Malaysian teams. So perhaps we can actually see a similar trend. And then, of course, we have Alter Ego in the mix that can throw some curveball, because they love to play in the Alpha Island as well.
Yeah. I think one more thing that I'm super excited about when you look at Group B as well is that, you know, it's their first day. They can afford to make mistakes. They can afford to take their time. They can even be the ones to just purposely throw off Group C as they end the day as well. I'm talking about, say, teams like, say, SEM9, Claw, Team Secret right now, who are, I think if we were to look at the scores right now, most of the teams are safe, but the teams that are currently struggling, if I'm not mistaken, is New Era from this particular group.
Yeah, this is going to be a very big day for them. It's going to be make or break whether if they may or may not qualify into the Super Weekend. But if we're looking at the margins that they really have to catch up, they need about like what, 40 over points just to put themselves in the safe position. That is a scary afterthought, and that's where they really have to put the pedal to the metal.
You know, when you look at how New Era plays, I think in terms of rotation-wise, in terms of, you know, how they move, it's pretty solid. They have a game plan in mind, a little bit more of the late rotations, and they seem to always be meeting up with like Claw a little bit more late, right? Sometimes even Team Secret. This late rotation style, I mean, for Claw, at first I questioned it because it wasn't working in the first 3 games. But after a while, they understood what it meant to execute these late rotations. But for New Era, it felt like they tried 2 different styles of plays. Early game, it was a bit more late rotation. Late game, it was maybe toward a little bit more early, a bit more earlier, like the middle side of the circle before they finally get into the circle itself. They didn't seem to have that firepower. They didn't seem to have that cohesion. Perhaps it's day one jitters, but you know, historically coming in from last season as well, I don't want to be a hater. I don't want to be, you know, a critique, but at the same time, we got to talk like it's facts, right? We're analysts. They have been struggling to get into that circle. If their firepower is the problem, I'm questioning what exactly is causing this firepower to not work out in their favor. Is it their positioning? Is it their style of play? Is it their cohesion? Is it their chemistry?
Well, I think like it's a mixed bag of everything, right? When we take a look at certain instances, I think New Era did commit to some of all these early scuffles, which see certain successes like winning out against Claw in a certain instance. But even despite that, it usually comes with a cost, whether if you lose 1 or 2 members, and then suddenly the hope of making it into top 4 or even the top 8 just to secure more placement points becomes less and less favorable in that regard. So that being said, like perhaps this is where you got to find that fair share of balance, whether if you really want to go all out farming those points, just like how Claw as well as eArena did in their respective run. Now, of course, when we take a look into Group B, MEC, this is also another team that used to qualify back into the previous PMSL via the PMNC, and this time they are making a return. I want to see how strong can they actually get up against the rest, because yesterday's one for most of the PMNC teams, they have absolutely impressed us.
MEC is interesting. I mean, they had like a major reshuffle bringing out Voke into the roster. Voke hasn't been playing for, I think, a long time, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, you know, this is another one pulled back into the scuffle. Another one, I would say, a legend as well coming here from MEC. And exciting enough as well. I think last season, when you look at MEC, they struggled. They had, like, I think early in the first few weeks, they were okay, they're performing, they were in the middle of the pack, they looked good. It was a lot of Mikyal, last man standing, and then after that, you know, he brings them maybe to the top 8, top 4 sometimes. He's really good at surviving, but that's the problem. They were having trouble surviving as a whole unit. Now with this new roster shuffle, my question is, has all of these problems, these errors have been fixed? Is Voke really, you know, the recipe or the key to the success?
Perhaps so. I mean, this guy, he's been having successful runs back in CELCOMDIGI Alliance and even previous iterations back in RG, where I used to manage the guy. A little naughty fellow, but of course, over the years, he's absolutely matured. And I definitely think that he has a really great vision of the game on how he actually plays and calls for rotation. On his growth, back then, he wasn't exactly an IGL, but over the years, he definitely makes some really good calls. So that definitely is a a great addition to the MEC roster in general. And then we'll look into the rest of the pack as well. We're also seeing a lot of different faces coming in from Alter Ego. Of course, no puns on the mask on their logo, because other than Rosemary being their usual star, this time around, it is going to be MAQNA that will be joining them as an IGL, and to accompany them is going to be Krypton as well as Daybot, and from time to time, Badr's going to be in the mix into their roster.
I'm really excited to see what this iteration of Alter Ego could bring to the table, because this is a major roster shuffle. I think from last season, especially the last time, I think it was fall, this was quite, it shocked me, because usually when we look at roster shuffles, it's always been like maybe 1 to 2 players. It's never been a full like 3-man even, fight. Only Alva and Rosemary standing here, which means that it's going to be a whole new dynamic coming to the team, and I'm super excited to see what they bring onto the table for Sanhok.
Welcome on board to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia 2025 Summer Split. As we dive into our first map of day 2, it is always going to be hot and humid in Sanhok, and just like the action, we'll get plenty of it. Now, VOIN Donkey starts things off moving into the Alpha Island as well, trying to occupy Hatin, so that kind of chokes a little bit of that space away from Alter Ego. So the Indonesians absolutely do love kicking things off from there, but just like any passage goes, I think for most part, most of the teams will be able to reach their respective destination. And taking a look at MVKE, the Vikings are taking the center stage in boot camp. So we'll see how will they rotate, because circumventing them is going to be plenty of teams around the corners of Painan and Quarry.
I can't help but be excited for MVKE, especially after, what's been, told to us yesterday by Parajin about what to expect for this particular roster. Last season, I feel like they were on and off. It was really hard to really figure out what exactly, they were, their goal was, because at one point they were aggressive, at one point they were a bit too passive. It wasn't really, I would say, cohesive quite yet, but they did have really insane moments. The potential was definitely there. Perhaps this season might be something that we can see on, stage, on the big stage, if Parajin said that they have been cooking.
Yeah, and I'm looking at names like WOONT that has been part of the Savior roster. As much as they list him as a substitute, I'm pretty sure that he's going to get a whole lot of game time. You talked about Alva, now he's getting into a very dangerous situation with only 1 HP left. It's going to be Snipe that's going to be hunting him out, and it's just going to be a tough one because the rest of Alter Ego is nowhere to be seen.
Hard to see exactly where they are, but understandably so. When you have players like Alva who can play very, very individually, it's I think it's something that he says, okay, it's fine, just let me go and scout first, get my own loot as well. And in this situation, it is a 1v1. Alva very, very capable to take these fights, but Snipe is here as well. He's no slouch. Jump peaks abound here from both these players. Trying to play a bit of a ring around rosy, hoping to see who exactly opens up that first contact. But Snipe a bit too out there in the open, and just like that, Alter Ego does what they do best. Alva is the bait, and his teammates take their time to rotate, and they just completely collapse. Beautifully played.
Yeah, that was just perfect timing coming from Rosemary. Or rather, we could also say that New Era kind of took their time with that 1 versus 1, and they could not find enough of their members to be able to storm right through. So Wix just had to swim all the way back and allow more space to be taken by Alter Ego in the Alpha Island. So that didn't exactly work out for New Era, and that just spells even more troubles lying ahead, because New Era, from yesterday's run, they've only got 13 points, and now kicking things off, they're just sticking with 3. Still doable, but it is too early in Sanhok.
Honestly, look at this timing on how exactly they've been playing this. I think this is a situation where if you are alone and you are so separated from your team, you have to be able to buy time, and Alva did just that. I wouldn't say that New Era wasn't able to take that fight. It's more like Alva refuses to take contact. Alva refuses to go into 1v1s with the idea that there is that possibility that he might go down early and it could become a liability for his team. Timing is key. Knowing how fast your teammates can rotate to you is also key. And I think this is what makes it so exciting as well. Because again, Alva and Rosemary, they have been in the team for a long time. I think the chemistry is definitely there. As soon as Alva rallied, you can and I can almost immediately tell that Rosemary was like, okay, hang on, just buy time, just buy time.
Exactly, just that. We're already getting some action between ETN as well as MEC. Manzi's already taken out off the list as Thomas opens fire, also catching another one through the blocks of Cave. So very interesting action coming through, because it is going to be ETN with the extension into the caves to really choke out the position from MEC. No signs of Voki though. I do see that Kim is still within the cave itself, probably looking for the exit. There is that river that is going to lead them towards the southern end, so perhaps that is going to be their safe reprieve for the moment. But ETN is hoping to wrap around these corners, and they have already spotted out the positioning of another member of MEC.
We had a lot of expectations for this team, especially for how hyped the roster was, but unfortunately for them, this first game is just so unlucky. Meeting a team very early, possibly caught off guard is what probably is just what happened here. And, granted, the map is kind of small. It's so easy to get sniped from another side of the map. You just get, sandwiched from so many different areas. I'm not surprised that this kind of small fights happened early and at the cost of MEC. But granted, today is day one of MEC. And on top of that, map number one, perhaps give them a bit more time. Maybe they're going to ease in a lot better. Because again, the expectation I have for this team is actually insane.
Yeah, like for now, probably we'll just give them a little bit of leeway, because they gotta at least ease into it. And of course, at the very least, they're only going to be playing Sanhok once a day. So ETN being so proactive, I gotta give them props, because not many teams goes in for such heavy advancements already rotating towards another team's territory. So they definitely got big returns out of that. Well, of course, another new name, SK, is going to be joining us here for the very first time. So of course, there might just be a lot of all these new names out there, but Silence have been playing in the Vietnamese circuit for a long time in many various squads. So we'll keep an eye out for him, as the rest of SK has got a whole lot to prove, just like MEC.
Seeing fights happening from all around right now. Claw once again doing what they do best, is late rotations. And this time around is proving somewhat fruitful. They managed to get a knock onto ETN. And because they have that high ground and on top of that as well, that sniper tower, they can go for long range hits, catch ETN in the midst of trying to run into the circle itself if they want to. And the only thing that I'm worried about both these two teams is that, actually no, this could be perfect. Claw could actually just corral ETN over toward Painan area where Sem9 is headed, and maybe Sem9 could just completely overtake them. But right now, I'm looking at the feed where ETN is playing a bit more safe. I think they are aware that Sem9 is somewhat close. They're going to go for a longer rotation on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, I just really do love all these movements coming from ETN. They waste no time after taking out those members of MEC, and after that, they move into Charlie. The moment that there is going to be slight vision contact in that sense, they just pull back, avoiding a little bit of that risk. Speaking of which, New Era getting pinned down as Alter Ego continuously pummeled them down, with Krypton now hunting in the waters. There's only barely enough room for Sunshine to even find any space to catch a breather, while Rosemary on the hunt. He's just trying to see if he can get any vision underwater, and it seems like he might actually be let off the hook. So Sunshine, let's see how much more time can he buy for the team.
Interesting. Looking at this very, very early here, New Era. I think Rosemary could be able to get a bit more value here. They could just corral off each other, play off info. Rosemary having, a bit more surface advantage means that Sunshine can only hide under the water. There's nowhere to go as well. Quick spray means that Zully also falls. And honestly, this is a bit more disheartening for New Era, because they were just getting caught off one by Alter Ego. Here, we didn't see a lot of these fights because it was off the map. And at the same time, you can tell that they were not in a position to play as a team.
Yeah, meanwhile, moving over on the Paradise Resort, it is D-Saber moving rather late out of their usual Paradise Resort drop, and it's FaZe Clan to punish them. And remember, back in the days of OSJA, this was their home ground, so this is definitely going to be a huge win for FaZe Clan if they really want to maybe step a little bit more control in the future rounds of Sanhok, or maybe on the Super Weekend itself. So that's good notion, but DX, at least they only lose one. It's not too heavy of a casualty, but now being flushed out of position, I really do wonder if they do have the form of mobility to rotate because they're mainly just traveling on foot and not too far off. It's going to be Boom Esports, so this is definitely going to be a little bit more troublesome on how they would be able to cut across into the zone.
You know, from yesterday till today, I'm really loving the fact that, you know, it's almost the same theme happening over and over, where we're seeing a lot of teams already, plotting themselves right smack dab in the middle of the circle. A lot of these fights happening here. ETN, surprisingly, all the way from southern side, safely making it into the circle, but now going toe-to-toe with SK.
Wow, and that's a very strong stance being taken by SK to try to flush them out of that position so that they do not cut towards their area of play. But it's going to be a wide wraparound as ETN once again steer clear away from danger, but they're also dropping into the direction of Pinla that will be able to pin down. And that is just a great catch with that M249 spraying him through.
Felt like they were just struggling from trying to get into the circle all the way here as well. And now they're paying the price because they weren't early enough into the circle. Rotation-wise, they were getting sandwiched by 2-3 different teams. And I think they're still trying to force their way into the circle without thinking or taking into consideration that the other teams like CD Alliance or MVKE, Talon are around that same area as well. They are right smack dab in the middle of 4 teams.
Yeah, this is just so tough for them to actually even move even further in that sense. So SK doing some major ground control at the moment, but Irv QQ is just sneaking right underneath CD Alliance. I believe that they've already heard those movements coming in from that UAZ. Looking at that vehicle, it's already smoking up. So CD Alliance, as much as they know that there is some form of presence, they don't want to overextend it for the moment because they are trying to take control of the grounds that they do have. And CD Alliance are on that 2-2 split, so they don't really have to really put everything in the basket right now because Urs is ready with the DPS. So ETN only left with 1 member. He's just going to see if he could just wing it and bring some points back to the table.
Not going to be easiest. Look at that. He's just getting swarmed from so many different angles and areas as well. Now, coming into the rotation area, I think if anything, more priority going to teams that have compounds. I'm talking about MVKE, Talon, SK somewhat in a not so bad position as well. CD Alliance is somewhere there too. CD Alliance, I like where they've parked themselves. They have a nice terrain to work with, some tree line as well. Despite the no compounds, I think if anything, if the fights or rather the circle favors them, they could be at a huge advantage. Even the circle were to pull away from them, they can catch people in the midst of rotating away from them and catch them off guard because of the elevation.
True enough, and that definitely is going to be a ultra stronghold for some of the members of CD Alliance, while the rest of the Saber are definitely seeing some movement taking place, while the rest of VOIN Donkey tries to defend their ground with an infiltration coming in from the rest of Vikings, storming from the back, and 2 members have been knocked from the side of VOIN Donkey, but here comes the Molotovs as WONT just tries to swing right into the hut, but will be taken out very quickly with Break covering his ground. MVKE stays intact, eliminating the entirety of VOIN Donkey.
VOIN Donkey is still playing that same strat yesterday, going super aggressive, trying to flush people out. And the thing is, it felt like it was without any idea of foresight on how exactly MVKE will have protocols, will have positioned themselves for these types of situations. They're getting punished for it. And I think VOIN Donkey throughout the entirety, at least toward the last parts of yesterday, have been punished so many times for their aggression. And I think it's time for them to really figure out how exactly they want to break into compounds and break into defenses.
Yeah, it really felt like they weren't exactly fully prepared to really take on the rest of Vikings, where their hands are kind of forced in that instance, while Rosemary is going to do exactly the same against MVKE. We'll have to see on this one because that member just went out in the open. He doesn't look too much like a man with red cape. Superman is down.
Ultra Ego doing, to me, not too bad, not too shabby. Rotations looking good, taking their time as well. Been moving really great cohesively as a team, but so far, the only cohesion mostly I've been seeing is from Elva as well as Rosemary, the 2 senior members of that team, and I think that's enough for them, honestly, to be able to take the brunt of the work while their teammates in the backside can just really provide them a bit more support. But look at how aggressively they're moving right now. They want to take this compound control away from MVKE.
That's true, and right at this moment, they do have that elevated ground for them to work with. I almost pulled off something pretty interesting. Perhaps that win up against Superman was pretty much inevitable because they have a kryptonite with them in the form of Krypton. Don't mind me, just some form of memes in between, as we do see a shift of the zone at the moment that is going to favor some teams right above bootcamp. So that's great for Alter Ego as well as MVKE at this current point of time. And D-Saber, after losing that one member, they took that check, and that is a better call because right now they get to gatekeep whoever's around Paradise Resort.
Moving out of Paradise Resort is going to be interesting. It's like, what, 3 teams over on Paradise Resort, and D Xavier is the one right smack outside of that area. They have a bit of cover, they have some terrain to play with as well. Maybe what they can do is just wait for VPE, FaZe, and Team Secret to fight off each other to get into the circle. Boom Esports and D Xavier could go for crossfires instead and, you know, try and pick off fights. But I think VPE have already anticipated this. That's why they have a nice, I would say, more spread out formation, trying to make sure that they can get some catches off on the outer end toward Boom Esports while still being able to make space from them away from the other 2 teams over in Paradise Resort.
Yeah, that's true. And Vampire Esports might actually be pitted into a circumstance where they have to either brute force a fight up against Boom Esports or further commit to anything that could potentially happen later on in Paradise Resort. So for the rest of Claw, they're making a very deep dive coming in from the south side. They do spot some straggling units coming in pretty late, and that's going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance taking those high grounds. Jimmy, great catch as he pins down one member, and that's going to be Zellers already down and out. No chance for reprieve as we have that big nade connecting onto Boboho, and just like that, loses 2 members, and CD Alliance is just holding firm.
Quick to get that positioning, always just lying in wait for players to rotate toward them, but Team Secret as well, not out of the woods. And CD Alliance taking another fight over on the other end of the map. This desperation play coming in from Team Secret is just so evident. Forced to run out of the compound straight into CD Alliance's hands, and now one by one their numbers dwindle. And it's hard for them to hold because it's only 1 member left.
Yeah, it's just hordes and hordes of players moving towards the direction of City Alliance, and here comes the cavalry. Leon supports with the DPS. As he pushes forward, he does actually pin one member out, looking for another one, but not quite enough against Doki. He will be able to resuscitate some form of area of ground for SK. Now, it's going to be a standstill between the 2, but the Blue Zone's already choking out the rest of SK.
SK, just unlucky for them, the circle shifted and they weren't able to break into as the circle held as well. A lot of these players have a lot of control of their area they're holding here. Olio fighting the blue zone, making sure that the rest of SK could not come in as well. It's looking great for them because the amount of pressure that CD Alliance is putting to the other members such as SK and even Team Secret is just phenomenal. They cannot come through. The only team that's potentially gonna fight them for this compound, for the area, could be D Xavier, but so far D Xavier has been staying fairly quiet throughout all of this cacophony.
Yeah, they don't exactly have to exert any form of pressure towards CD Alliance because they don't exactly have the best of angles. All they really have to worry about is up against FaZe Clan, as there is a battle erupting up there with the rest of Vampire Esports in the mix at the very same time. So it's plenty of damage being done to the rest of Vampires. No points whatsoever being gained, and the rest of Boom Esports are closing in on the same time. So they are absolutely sandwiched, but it is going to be a battle erupting between Boom as well as the rest of those members of FaZe Clan.
It's a 4-way fight northern side with D Xavier just watching on the side. Boom Esports still has a lot of time as well to take these fights, so spread out on the northern side here. As Vampire Esports have 1 member still left, he's still trying to at least go down with the fight, maybe steal away a point or 2, but D Xavier, they don't want to take this. They're hiding in their compounds, not poking their heads out, but you really gotta give it to CD Alliance here. They've been so active from the area, holding on to that I think that swamp side, and they've been playing with that that terrain to perfection. Anyone rotating, they go for it. Any team fighting, they join it as well. And so far, it's looking so good for them. Throughout all of these teams rotating to them, they've managed to hold, and they've only lost one player throughout the entirety of this team upon team coming toward the area.
Yeah, and just like that, they secured themselves 11 points. That's absolutely hefty and plenty full of chance for them for Chicken Dinner. Here comes the jump shots coming for Mela as he will be able to connect it perfectly. But now he draws the attention of the rest of the Savior, prepping up those grenades. There's not going to be much of the angle. He gets two instead with the S12K. Insane movements coming out of Mela, and he's going to be creating more of that space as VPE stands firm with him still on board.
That is what we call individual brilliance right now. And it's just them, or at least him, with Nate T still very much alive. So this 1v1 could determine who exactly gets the right to break into that top northern side of that circle. The Nate clips at least onto Mela. Nate T lying in wait, but the blue zone is coming. Like it or not, these two players, they gotta go pale. They gotta move.
They are trying their very level best to at least find a little bit more of that space, because that blue zone is not going to be enough for them to tank it out, even if they do have just about enough meds. So Nate T, he's not too concerned because it is Mela that needs to push right through. Speaking of pushing, it is Talon forcing their way up against two members of Claw, dancing all around. Linux tries to draw a little bit more of that heavy fire, but it's not going to be all too quite enough. Well, Pepang, he will be able to recover for now and then look to resuscitate his teammates in the scuffle. So they will have the high ground advantage up against Talon, and here comes the big drop of the nade. Might be able to find something in return, but not quite hitting just yet.
Talon's desperate. The blue zone's pushing. They have a terrain to climb as well. Kept at bay by Claw. And Alter Ego waiting in the wings as well to just steal away a pick-off or two. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what Krypton wants to do if, say, fights were to erupt. Now that Red Face has gone down, Axel comes out, steals away that pick-off. You can start to see that Krypton is starting to strike. Claw, you can tell that they're desperate. He's so low right now, gets that reset. It's perfect. The shots are true here. Beautiful shot with that shotgun as well. It means that Krypton will be able to survive longer and make it into that top four. What the heck?
Wow, what a beautiful push by Krypton with such a bold move. And with that sure confidence, now he gets to retrieve whatever resources he requires in order to make the top 3 cut. Top 4 already accomplished by Alter Ego. While Boom Esports, they still have 4 members strength up against the rest of the pack, where they are also having WD2 out of Vikings to be able to spot out the rest of CD Alliance because they were too occupied defending their ground. Now it is definitely a hassle for them to cut across because that UAZ is broken and there's barely enough room for CD Alliance to work with.
2 angles watching CD Alliance here. You get reset, you're gonna fall. The blue zone's coming through as well. In this situation, what are you gonna do? They have a 2-1 formation. Yeah, Jimmy's on the northern side, but he can't do anything much to help his teammates right now. He's rushing through the circles. He's set up himself for a bit of space with those smokes as well. But like it or not, with those smokes, giving that space, it's still gonna be hard. If, say, you have so many players of MVKE pressuring them, those sprays through smokes, they can do some lethal damage. We saw that yesterday, and it's about to happen again today. But MVKE, this time around, they were privy, they were smart. This compound, they wrestled for it against VOIN Donkey with their lives, and now the rest of CD Lions are going to fall, leaving Jimmy all to his own lonesome.
Yeah, there's just no chance whatsoever that he could actually make the cut into the zone. So it's going to be the last stand. Perhaps that trade between Break could still bring in some points, but that's just not enough. No other room for him to work with, but that's 13 points. Perhaps more than enough to even overtake the winners at this current point of time. But the battle continues as Krypton gets caught out by the bush. So it's between Boom versus Vikings.
Boom has been fairly safe, and to think about how late they were getting into the circle is phenomenal. From top side by Paradise Resort, they waited out fights, picked away kills in the 4-way, 5-way fight, and slowly but silently went into the circle. Now, in terms of advantage, they have the high ground terrain compared to MVKE, who have more of a compound. If the circle shifts later, it's going to be full control to Boom Esports.
True enough, and Boom, they could just play by their own strength right at this moment, where the time is on their side, the zone as well to drop, with that beautiful Nate being cooked up. It's only down to Tizen. And what more can he do as the floodgates open up? Boom! Looking to secure their second chicken dinner, sure. And can they turn their sides around? Apparently not. Boom! We'll still secure it here in round 1 of day 2 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer.
Great control, great fights as well. A nice balance between aggression as well as survivability. Waiting for a 3-way, 4-way fight, parking themselves outside of the danger zone and just joining in at arm's length is definitely something that I like seeing from this team. I think Boom Esports from last season, the beginning, you can remember how last season in the beginning, they struggled. They couldn't really find an identity for the team. But now, starting from the end of yesterday till today, it seems that they found a nice groove. They understand what each player has to do and how exactly to execute it. Sanhok looking good. And I think, you know, after so many seasons, I think Boom Esports once again might be the king of Sanhok.
Yeah, they may actually be the kings after all of those commotion. So rewinding back into some of all these instances, it was great work out of Vikings to be able to really stop the streak of CD Alliance, denying them the entire entry point at Boom Esports. They found that gap forward to the north in order to reach right here because of them pushing teams like D-Saver as well as FaZe to really go toe-to-toe. So that's it. It was just great control coming out of Boom Esports.
Honestly, when you look at the score coming from Punbit, I think it's more individualistic, and I really like how they have an idea on how exactly to play the strength for these teams. You know, Punbit, individually strong, very sneaky, slippery as an eel as well in terms of how he moves around the map. You let him do whatever he wants to do while still being able to provide support for the team. Yummy calling out, you know, the plays as well as giving some advice because of his veteran experience is honestly a great chemistry, or rather success for this team when you see on how exactly they move around the map. I think from the end of yesterday as well, they looked very cohesive. They weren't exactly the earliest into the circles, but they knew how to play with rounds, with areas and compounds as well. Because they were a little bit later into the circle, but still close enough to the circle and staying away from other teams, they had full control of the northern side of Sanhok, which is what makes it so terrifying. They can go aggressive and you know, join these fights, or even just back off. Regardless, let's have a look at the game just now to see what exactly went down. Okay, here we go. Looking at top 4 teams right now, it's incredible seeing how these teams are performing. And on top of that, yesterday, what Parajin said in terms of expectations for Vikings, it's definitely been met. Top 4 on top of that as well, being able to quickly identify which area to hold, wrestling it away and holding it with their lives has been key for MVKE's success and survival on Sanhok.
Yeah, and of course, just great, brilliant plays coming out of all our top 4 with Alter Ego breaching through those alpha region in order to really have that space created and denying a lot of that room from the south where, say, the Alliance really put up a major defense when they had that high ground advantage, and they got like what, 11 eliminations at the very least. I kind of lost count in between, so we'll have to take a look at those results because they definitely have dealt the major damage, even more than Boom, before they even crash out over onto the position. So that being said, Pombit was undeniably the best player on the block. As much as the damage output does not really say that, hey, he went on plenty of all these direct actions, he has been able to capitalize on plenty of all these occasions where a lot of the teams were fully committed into battling other teams instead. He has been able to really snatch a couple of points away.
You know, when I look at Boom Esports and how they play alongside how CD Lions was playing, I think both teams had the same, idea on what it was to approach that fight, or rather the teams rotating in from Paradise Resort. Just unfortunate for CD Alliance because a lot of teams chose to come in from the southern side instead of going up toward Boom Esports, and understandably so. That terrain is a little bit more dangerous. It's easier to go down south and take fights on a more equal elevation. Regardless, coming to the match rankings here, Boom Esports and CD Lions both almost close, only 2-point deficit from each other. CD Lions getting more eliminations, and understandably so. They are fighting waves after waves after waves of teams trying to break into their area.
Yeah, it really felt like some kind of zombie apocalypse for these guys out there, to the point that there is just the blue zone that is their biggest enemy, because they were left with no more space once they're done with all that horde. But it's been plenty of full points for the top four as it kind of starves out the rest of the field. And ETN, despite them having those early advancements up against MEC, it felt like they were left stranded over onto many of all these decisions to be made to cut into the center zone. So that was mainly their struggle, because after taking out MEC, they couldn't really find any angles to work with, and they just ran right into CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Right now, Boom Esports will be leading the pack with 67, putting, I would say, an 11-point ahead from TODAK. So, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised to see Boom Esports, DX, FaZe, and even Claw actually move up today, because surprisingly, all of these teams have been quite consistent throughout the entirety, at least from yesterday all the way till today. And I think what's more important, despite that, even though they didn't get chicken dinners or even top fives, these teams are the type of teams to at least bring at least 4 points into the next round. It's very rare for these teams to go out quiet, at least for Claw, toward the second half of the day, as well as his first map today. Now, we're seeing some newcomers right into this game today, with CD Alliance fully taking over, Homeboys already. That's how fast they're looking to climb up the rosters already here. So 17 points already in the bag. And I think, I wouldn't be surprised, since we have another 5 maps, if CD Alliance can, keep up this momentum, they might actually end up the day with at least 50 points. I think the same impact we saw from TODAK yesterday.
Yeah, all they really have to do is emulate the same form of results, and they will definitely be within the top 10 graphs already to put themselves into a safety net. And look at the rest of the field. I do think that it is still a little bit of a slow starter for even the likes of Alter Ego, Vampires, as well as Talon, which isn't exactly the kind of full form that we're looking at from what they could potentially offer. New Era is still within that danger zone as we see their struggle continue. So top ranking unit definitely coming out of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, because they just pull off that perfect defense, holding so many teams back in order to secure the most amount of elimination points inside of Sanhok. And of course, coming pretty closely was our winners with Boom Esports.
Talon and Ultra Ego as well did pretty well. If anything, Ultra Ego a little bit more late into the circle, but it felt like they were going around. They weren't actively looking for kills in particular. It was more of like them meeting so many teams, and they were, willing to take these fights head on, coming in from so many different angles. And I think their positions when it comes to these fights as well are very, very layered, very well executed as well. So it was very, very fun to see how their rotations were going. I would love to be able to see like a heat map or a map rotation later after the game. Regardless, that will be the end of Sanhok. But before we head into Erangel, we also have a collaboration going on for those of you who, guys, if you love Attack on Titan like me, this is the skin you want to get here. The Attack on Titan Sasageyo, or Dedicate Your Heart to Victory. This, I would say, the anime is over, but you can tell how much impact this anime has toward everyone I know. So please get this skin, play as Eren, feel very cool.
Yeah, and on top of that, you can also play as the Attack on Titan characters in the game. Flying around with the old EM gear is absolutely fun. If you guys haven't tried it just yet, make sure you join in the fight right now. And on top of that, if that doesn't entice you, maybe you're not much of a flyer, you're more of going on wheels, then you should experience unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile Shelby American collab, as you can command the legendary Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra with exclusive attachments, stunning colorways, and a whole lot more. Make sure you get your hands on it because it's only available till tomorrow. Well, actually, till July the 6th, so make sure you don't miss out.
Really cool skin, honestly, if you think about it. Love to see it. But if you guys were looking for a breather after your ranked games, the World of Wonder is here right now. And this is a really cool map. I think it's worth, going there and just checking it out. This one in particular is called Elimination Skill Fest. And this is, I think, quite a new map as well. If you guys want to join this map, you're going to check it out for yourself. You can check it out on the code 12886867 to be able to go in there and see, maybe make some content if you want. Honestly, it's very fun seeing you guys create.
Yeah, this is also a really good map for you guys to really train your aim and really show off your skills. So, of course, it's just non-stop action once you move into the map. So make sure you check it out with pretty much the map code 12886867. So, of course, that's it. A pretty strong start coming in for Boom Esports, as well as the newcomers of Group B, where MVKE have been able to secure themselves a top 2 to really solidify their standings at this moment. So definitely Group B are no slouches at all.
I think Paragen has really set our expectations, and I think MVK has really, met it as well. Going to be really cool to be seeing how exactly they're going to be performing on the bigger maps. I think Sanhok is really hard to really gauge what a team can do, granted the fact is the map is a lot more small compared to the rest. Now, coming into these bigger ones, I have high expectations for a few teams here. I'm looking at Boom Esports, I'm looking at Alter Ego, I'm looking also at CD Alliance and Vampire Esports, because these are the teams that I think generally do quite well on this particular map. Yesterday, I think circles were more centralized. We didn't really have some insane circles except for the northern side as well. I think you got 2 northern side circles. If anything, for me personally, when I've seen this gameplay, I think centralized circles have been a lot of struggle for most teams compared to like a more irregular circle where you can tell that, everything that in terms of your scrims, rotations are just thrown out. You rely mostly on your instincts and just barely, know more about your macros and micros instead, because you have no choice but to drop. Maybe your drop spots will not be where you want to drop, or maybe your rotation areas that's usually toward the middle side are just thrown out the window. You're gonna have to figure out how exactly to deal with a hard shift circle with everyone, sort of rallying up to the northern side or southern side of the circle. Who knows?
Yeah, and at the very least, for some of these teams who have a break yesterday, namely Group B, they can actually use whatever those bot review tells them, like, hey, these spaces are created because Group A is currently absent. Like, areas like Nova Rupnoy is definitely playable, where you also gotta think about other teams in Group B. What if they have the same plan? Say, oh, they know that this location is empty, so it kind of creates a hot drop situation where 2 of the teams coming from Group B contest for that same spot. So that could be a potential, or perhaps if there's going to be any form of a practice in between, then they will completely avoid some of all these calls to be made. So I would definitely think that there's going to be a lot of all these adaptation that they really have to follow through with, because of how they will have to face against Group A, who's currently really showing some strong regards on how they really want to end the night, at least with those maximum points, to ensure that they are safe by the end of today's run, because they don't get to play tomorrow. Group B, yeah, some of these guys started off maybe on the weaker end with maybe a point or 2 to begin, like Vampire Esports, but pretty much, like you said, these are stronger maps for the likes of Vampire Esports and even Alter Ego. So I'm not too concerned for them, because we definitely know that they will have some major impact into the field.
I think when it comes to a lot of things yesterday as well, I think it's not about rotations, but rather some of these teams, I think we mentioned it especially clear for teams like say New Era, like say Claw, their strat of rotating late. I mean, it worked toward the end of the day as well, but at the same time, it's a very, very specific strat. And I think for a lot of teams that were VOD reviewing yesterday, this is going to be something that they're going to be keeping an eye out on. Especially when you're rotating late, you are very, very prone to either being kept out of the circle by keepers, or in that mid of rotation as well, you're going to be forced to fight against the blue zone, as other teams are just going to try and time mark you while you are slowly making their way through. It's gonna be a situation where it's gonna be hard for you to really backstab a team and catch them off guard anyway, because your strats are used. I think again, it's a very specific strat and you're using it a lot every single time. So teams are gonna be a little bit more wary about your whereabouts, regardless of how it's gonna be going right now. I think, you know, coming into today as well, while yesterday they did have a bit more of a head start, especially on Erangel. They played what, 3 Erangel maps, which means that experience-wise, especially for this season, they have a little bit more of an idea how to deal with people already in their groups compared to, say, Group B. I mean, yeah, you have VOD reviews as well, but the execution might be very, very different. I said to also mentioned yesterday that, you know, at the end of day number 1, the day that you get to know teams is the day that you want to go back and really fix your mistakes and change up any of your strats. So whatever that you see on that VOD review may not even be relevant to some of these teams.
Yeah, that is a very good case in point, right? Because if they were to actually stick to the same game plan, they run the risk to be taken advantage by those teams who were watching every single one of their moves so easily. That could be punishable. But look at certain teams, perhaps there is definitely a certain decent calls. Like if this is a checkpoint that they must take in every rotation, then I guess that is what they would still fight for in that sense. So it really depends on how, of course, the circumstances plays out, because yesterday's flights were kind of rough to begin with. So even when we see a lot of those games played up in the north, I felt like a lot of the teams were kind of falling back to their comfort zone because, oh, I started off from Novo, I still want to loot off from Novo. So that inability to adapt kind of throws a big wrench onto their side, because they gotta stick back to the game plan, and the failure to adapt kind of costed some of the early rounds for Claw, but at the very least, they managed to make up for it back in the Miramar. So hopefully, I mean, there's major takeaways from the teams watching from Group B that they sometimes gotta take the beaten path in order to succeed in some of all these areas.
All right, very well. Let's have a look at our predictions right now. I think first game we were very, very safe, and I think the same would be for me as well when it comes to being safe. I think FaZe, surprisingly, you know, I thought yesterday they had a really rough start, and I thought to myself, okay, end of the day, it looks looking rough. Last season, FaZe were, I would say, dismal, and I didn't really have a lot of hope coming into this season when seeing how they play, but they have really adapted. I don't know what it is that they did in the offseason, but it's looking good. It's been very consistent. It may not be a chicken dinner or surviving till the end, but in terms of points, in terms of survivability, and even taking team fights, they're looking very solid, all-rounded team, and I'm very proud to see how far they've come.
Yeah, and of course, with this iteration of FaZe Clan, it kind of sees a little bit more of a hungry approach where you have players like Red Bull that is always going to be going pretty aggressively. So definitely something to look forward for on how FaZe Clan actually execute some of their plans. Looking back into, you know, my predictions as well, I definitely do assume that, you know, D-Saver, they said it from yesterday, they want to maximize whatever potential there is. So always starting off inside Pachinki is going to see them have a stable one, to say the very least, which is why my vote goes over onto them. So we'll definitely want to take a look at the rest of the boys. So we have somebody staring back at us, and that is coming out of Alter Ego with a pretty strong start coming into today's one.
Speaking of strong starts, you know, Alter Ego had a roster shuffle, right? Massive. The jerseys as well is something that we have not seen them do in trend in a long time. They had like a white one, a black one, red one. Never seen blue before. I think it's a good look.
Yeah, just a little bit of the different flavor, but that is what I really dig about, you know, all these designs. And of course, I think nobody has been able to top out Glue Squad's merch so far, because I thought it was just the Power Rangers kind of vibe that they bring, but it comes with a cape? Excuse me? I want that for myself.
Mila, why did you change your name to Meowla? Did you decide to meow, or someone do an interview? Someone ask him why.
Maybe he's just a big fan of cats. I won't argue with that if he says so, but of course I do want to find out a whole lot more about, you know, some players who love changing their names every other season. Like, remember Yuhai when he was like changing his name to Yulo, or like some other names as well, which makes him a little bit unrecognizable.
Listen, Yuhai boy to Yuhai man is very valid. At one point he had to grow up and he said, you know what, I want to be a man. It's valid.
Yeah. It is absolutely valid, and of course they the game does that to you in the sense when you are spending all your time grinding to be the very best out of the field here in the PMSL, and we're about to kick off our major run into the classic map of Erangel. Now, let's begin our second game of Phase 2 in the PMSL.
Okay, here we go. Over from the western side of the map all the way to the east, over onto prison. The cake has been perfectly sliced in two. I'm curious, where are the drop spots going to be going? I think a lot of teams thinking, okay, Group A is out. Can we take their drop spots? The same thoughts could be shared, the sentiments could be shared by other teams as well. Perhaps a fight early here. I mean, we have 3 Erangels today. And if we do get that drop spot, which team concedes and which team gets to keep it?
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of big questions out there. And looking at Vampire Esports, traditionally they will move into Primos, and I'm wondering whether if New Era is going to be challenging that or move into the territories of Quaru and Very Pure in order to gate them off. So that is definitely going to be a potential over onto the south side. Meanwhile, over onto Georgia Pole, there's 2 Vietnamese teams, namely Team Secret as well as MVKE, that's going to be side by side, one taking the containers, another taking the hospital grounds. Though not sure if they're going to fully commit to that brawl. But over onto the central ground, we're looking at Rozak to be occupied by Boom Esports, just like it was yesterday. And we're already seeing Hot Drop coming right through. It's ETN versus members of Team Secret.
Wow, this early already? These fights are already happening? I'm quite surprised, if anything. I think Team Secret historically yesterday took their time when it comes to rotations and fights, but today Trang, especially Team Secret, is saying like, hey, we can fight, look at this shot, jump shot beautifully done, 1 knockdown already. ETN has to be careful because they are a bit more, I would say, less in terms of firepower and bodies right now. First blood opened up, beautifully done, and ETN stuck on the top 4.
Yeah, that is just a great opening coming out of Team Secret being absolutely prepared, and now the rest of ETN boxed in, unable to even leap out of these windows for the moment because they got no info on these members of Team Secret other than the footsteps running through the ground floor. So they gotta prep everything right at this moment. Trank doesn't even have a helmet as of yet, so he's relying on that shotgun as well as the frag grenade, and they're just side to side by the corner wall.
Honestly, this fight, this early fight, yeah, it's great. You get the opening, but at the same time, you have to remember you need some time to go and loot. And the circle is hard shift all the way to the right side of the map here. You have to really plan what your timing is going to look like here.
Yeah, it's going to be vital because taking too long, they will slowly bleed out, and there's barely enough resources. They have not really looted other than this compound that they're currently at. 2 members guarding over onto the corners, and they're trying to climb up from the doorway. They're not going to be committing to the act as Planoise is not going to fall prey to that.
I think GK is getting a little bit too antsy here. Rushes up, tries to double swing, finds nothing, and Thomas is going to try and take control of the situation. They get some chip damage in, but Team Secret being very cautious as well because this is a whole different style of play compared to yesterday, but Thomas was ready. Gets 2, even 3 Team Secret this time around. Their slow play and also their aggression will be punished. Last man standing. Now what are you going to do here, Frankie? You're going to have to try and come back to bring your teammates back into the game. The rest of the team bleeding out. They're going to go toward Frankie here. I think he's going to be able to at least build a bit of space with those smokes, some frag grenades to clear up close. But Trang will not be able to be saved.
Yeah, we'll reset back into the 3v3. Frankie just buying enough space in order to go for the revive, but Thomas comes in with the drop. So this is just going to deny him that space, an opportunity for the save, and he goes on a duel. 1 versus 1 right at this moment, turns into 2 versus 1. He's running out of bullets at the very same time. So the rest of the members being seized, and Frankie has to do it alone.
Honestly, Team Secret had done a great job of just holding down the line here, but going up the staircase where you don't have elevation is the reason why they weren't able to survive this in the end and completely punished on their first Erangel today. And honestly, this is quite disappointing. And at the same time, MVKE has heard all of that noise over on southern side Georgia Pole, decides to go for some long-range hits as well. The amount of space that MVKE has on the southern side of the area alongside the bottom side of that Gatka mountain is pretty concerning right now. So ETN, if you want to rotate, you're going to have to go the long way around.
Yeah, and I definitely want to give them praises because look at the angle coverages moving into the stairwells, because those were really dangerous choke points where if they allow any slight angles to be slightly off, Team Secret would have actually stormed right through and breached in to really seize them in that major control zone. So great work. They've been able to annihilate whatever form of threat. And now the other bigger trouble is that will they have enough room to actually breathe out and just out-rotate the rest of the members of MVK? They're sending Superman just to scout around, but it doesn't seem like ETN is going to be making major advancements out of that block, because they still have to loot up, because that fight took quite a while for them to settle with Team Secret.
Unlucky for them. I think yesterday their strat of just staying a bit more quiet, later rotations, I think I did critique them a little bit about being too passive. They still couldn't manage to just really find that, I would say, that balance. Now this fight's happening here. Two Malaysian teams meeting already. SEM9 and CD Alliance. I didn't look barely surviving that scuffle. The same could be said about Kenny. Rushing around, trying to find some cover. And Adiluk's vehicle almost at this point not usable. His tire has already been punctured. But this spray coming in from Kenny is disgusting. But CD Alliance, you can always rely on your teammates to trade you out. This layers on layers of defense is looking good right now. Aggression is great from the backside.
Yeah, that came in a little bit too late, but there is still Kenny around the corner that needs to be rescued right there. So I think that they might as well just cut their losses, because Kenny is already being knocked out, barely has enough space through the corners of the tree. So that's just two members of SEM9 to be falling suit throughout the rest of the match. And the response, like you said, immaculate coming out of CD Alliance, despite that early scuffle, sees them losing out some couple of tires, but at least there's about, what, 300 vehicles that they can still utilize for them to make those wide rotations. So it's just small little chip damage for the rest of CD Alliance. Meanwhile, SEM9 takes a big L.
Last one, two members just like that in that fight, and on top of that as well, it felt like SEM9, they wanted to aggress, but they didn't really have a game plan around on how exactly is the response if Kenny were to fall. Did they have crossfires? Did they have someone for the long range to provide support? They didn't really think about that. It almost felt like SEM9 was almost tunnel visioned in that particular fight.
It definitely felt so, and it's just a little bit of a rough bump in when they were in the midst of the rotation at the very same time. Well, we got some incredible stats coming out of Boom Esports Mastery. The IGL for this season has been putting in the numbers alongside with Pambit, which Pambit last round was their major hero in their run for that chicken dinner. So probably expectations are being set sky high for Boom Esports moving to this round, and they are in the center of the zone, so they should be able to really pull off quite the highs. But it's still a little bit too early, still in stage 1, as it's slowly closing out within 30 seconds from now. Vampire Esports, they start from the furthest point of Primos and are starting to make their move, but there's going to be a couple of roadblocks, because over onto the south end, if they were to enter the corners of Milta, then they might be met with the rest of the Savior. I'm not too sure whether if they bump into Vikings Esports eventually, but probably they won't cross path all too much, because it will definitely take them some time. While midfield, we're looking at a lot of battles uphill through the lumberyard.
A lot of teams coming in from western side here. I think for teams coming a bit later, coming in from Pochinki, I think even VOIN Donkey coming in late has a lot of value. There's a lot of open areas that they can come through as well. Meanwhile, for most of these teams coming from eastern side here, you can see Alter Ego has held down this terrain over on the outer side of prison. They have a lot of space coming in there as well, but they're not necessarily inside of the circle. If anything, a lot of teams are just completely disregarding their existence there, just choosing to go and find an area to hold instead. Talon doing that just as well. FaZe has crossed them, and I don't think that Alter Ego, because they're just so spread far apart, I don't think they're going to be able to go into full fights right now, at least when it comes to, you know, getting a pick off. So if anything, it's just chip damage. It's going to be a knockdown at the very least as teammates rotate into the circle, because a lot of priority from most of these teams right now is finding that last few terrains, those last few compounds, because the circle is about to shift one more time.
Indeed, and there's just major movements all across. Vampire Esports occupies the space of the potato hills, and they are expecting some other teams to be taking the opposite end of the hill. So it's a little bit of a careful maneuver that we're looking at from the side of Vampire Esports, just making sure that they won't be pretty much denied from that entryway. So it will definitely take a while before Vampire Esports further commit into another major move. Tony K, we've seen them in action over on the course of Sanhok, but they didn't really get all too much done. Hopefully they'll be able to get something in return this time, as SK holds the line up against the rest of CV Alliance, who's currently being pepper sprayed by Silence, as Silence last game having major impact, bringing a lot of all these points back into his squads, but still needing a little bit more. Well, I say a lot. It's actually just 1 point from the last round, so definitely a lot more work for the FNC team. While CD Alliance, they have already caught those 2 members of 7-9. They are definitely ready to take on more.
Everyone's just holding down compounds. They have like a more gentleman agreement, I suppose. No one really fully to commit to fights, and understandably so. That was a hard shift. The circle just now was all the way right, and then shifted all the way to the left one more time, which is why we're seeing a lot of teams so convoluted to the eastern side of the circle. Now, Ultra Ego here, despite being a little bit more lane to the circle, they have some terrain to hold on to. They have some compounds as well, and what we're looking at right now for SK is somewhere on the southern side here. So CD Alliance just now was quite successful in taking down a huge chunk of members from SEM9, and I think they have set their sights onto the last member of SK as well. CD Alliance don't seem like they want to slow down, if anything. I mean, we saw a lot of the aggression coming toward the late game side of the first Erangel, Sanhok just now. So this time around, I think for them, it's about finding that right time to go super aggressive, farm up those eliminations, because historically CD Alliance does have an aggressive streak to their name when it comes to fights.
True enough. Look at the space. It does not really favor them too much because majority of the teams are around the centerfold already. So if they were to play gatekeepers, they could pounce on the chance to have another meet and greet with the rest of Set 9, only left with 2, to complete the entire ace that they were looking for. Well, Lambo's going to be able to snatch one out of the bag when Vampire Esports rotate. So that's Schweppes, one of the main hitmen, already off the list from Vampire Esports. So we'll see whether if they want to exact vengeance up against DX for that classic run between 2 of the finalists of each respective region.
DX are just so interesting. They're not, as compared to yesterday, today was a more quiet day for them. They're just waiting inside of compounds, waiting for the right time to strike. They don't really go too aggressive, but once they strike, it's almost impossible to get away. They're like a little, I would say, sea creature. I'm not sure what it's called. Is it called an eel hiding in that hole? And when you cross by it, they just bite you, and immediately you just become like, food for the eel itself. So Xavier, this is the kind of style they're playing today. It's a lot more priority compared to finding compounds and terrain and areas rather than aggression. And I think this change in pace suits them very well compared to yesterday, because it felt like they were very overwhelmed toward the end of the day when it comes to these many fights they're taking.
Yeah, speaking of eels, I think Lamborghini definitely is the biggest eel out of D-Saber on how he's so slippery most of the time and still leading the fray. And once again, doing it up against Tony K. This guy knows no limit. So hopefully there's no sushi chef over on the side of the Vampire squad, because they could just easily turn into Unagi. I mean, jokes aside, it really seems like they're kind of locked out at this moment. So barely major movements coming from all these teams, because they know that one wrong rotation, it could cause the entire team to erupt. So FaZe Clan, we've seen this gameplay before. Yesterday, they love taking bunkers. They did get a couple of snatches in between, but that hard commitment kind of cost their own demise at the very same time. This time up against Alter Ego, as they're just within close proximity. Nobody chooses to commit, and this is definitely going to be an awkward Mexican standoff for the moment until we see a shift into stage 4.
I'm actually honestly excited to see this standoff happen right now. It's more about how exactly they want to take this fight. The positioning coming in from FaZe is what's really piqued my interest here. They all have different types of terrain and compounds held. They have smoke set them up for success as well. So Alter Ego, despite the fact they want to start off really quickly, it's really hard for them to really figure out where exactly the other members of FaZe are holding. And I am concerned right now. I really don't want to see FaZe just locked into that bunker.
And they don't exactly have a choice because they are being pressed on. Krypton as well as Rosemary leading the fray as they are soaking nades after grenades. FaZe Clan doing a massive defense, and they managed to pin one out, and this could be their own demise. Alter Ego overheated, and that was absolutely costly, and the patience pays out for FaZe Clan.
Aggressive and a good understanding on how to deal with the terrains as well. They don't go aggressive. They use their terrain to their advantage, waiting for Alter Ego to push toward them, eats a bit of grenades, but they understand that Alter Ego is that team who likes to throw out util first and then completely just waterfall in. It's good.
Definitely is, and it all fall perfectly into place. And now FaZe Clan has got another situation where they now have to make that wide swing of rotation, going in pretty blindly. And I don't think they really checked that Boom Esports is around the corner. This could be a big capitalization from Bombit, already looking to hit a couple of these members from behind. But they will be able to be cutting all across, and it will be Red Bull striking first, looking for more. Bombit does actually get the trade done. Gilwee closes in, finding one more in the back as he throws in the Molotov. It is going to be a big one up against MAC. Voki once again being knocked down.
Voki's in trouble right now, just barbecued to death, excuse me. While the rest of FaZe are just taking their time throughout this scuffle, understanding the amount of terrain they have in their hands. 2 members knocked down here, and Kim will just bring it death from above. It's nasty, but you also have to be careful because Sem9 is all the way from downtown, putting in this long-range damage and pickoff, stealing away kills. So it must be frustrating for many of these players right now because not only can you not secure those kills, your skills are stolen away, and on top of that, you're sandwiched. And now Sem9 continuing this fight. MBC now in trouble. Kim trying his best to stay alive here. Jump shots abound. But then the scuffle is not done yet because CD Alliance also here. This is a derby of Malaysian teams just crossing off each other.
Yeah, and they're all rotating so late in the mix as well. So now CD Alliance is going to capitalize on this chance up against the rest of Sem9. That team wants out of this because the last they saw each other, it was them paying the price of 2. And now it's all down to Deb. He's got to make a hustle out of all these tough terrains, and it seems like there's just no way out for him. And CD Alliance once again prevail, now stashing in with those 3 points.
Blue Zone coming here, and CD Alliance has reaped the value of these fights. They're very, very patient. Surprisingly, all of the Malaysian teams seem to have checkpoint here as well. Not sure if it's a coincidence or planned, but very, very unlucky to be meeting with your fellow countrymates this early into the game. But still, CD Alliance right now, I can call them the Malaysian Slayers if you want as well, because they seem to be genuinely taking them out one by one. But now the rotation's happening, and CD Alliance is going to meet with another Malaysian team. It's going to be New Era.
Wow, they're really hunting out their own brethren in that sense, and there's a reason why CD Alliance have been crowned champions of their local tournaments as well as regionally at the very same time to be known as the very best, because you know your enemies best if they're from your home ground. So I guess this is definitely a chance for them to really shoot up the ranks, because last we saw that was a major 17-point run back in Sanhok. At least there's just about enough space for the rest of New Era to work with. So they got to settle the scores right now because that zone is pretty far off, and whoever tries to go for that wide rotation will be clipped by the other state team that moves first.
CD Alliance here taking out numbers as well, but New Era this time around, contingency plan is having one player a little bit more far back, providing some support. Really scouting out the members of where CD Alliance might be here. So regardless of the amount of layers coming in from CD Alliance's aggression, they've pointed each other out. But for New Era, at the same time, their positions have been compromised. And at the same time, you also are keeping in check that DX is here and Claw from so far inside of the circle, gonna take advantage of the high ground they had to snipe away some kills.
Yeah, those third parties aren't doing any favors to these two Malaysian squads, and Snipe is pretty much boxed right in, barely having enough cover to work with, and here comes those grenades. Adek looking to secure it, and there's just not much chance left on the table, and that final member really have to turn all the way back. So it's all down to Wix right now to keep the rest of New Era surviving. CD Alliance, like you say, they are indeed the Malaysian Slayers.
1-1 fight on to the next right now, but the circle not favoring them at all. They have to go a bit more aggressive. They want to take away this space from Claw. with Red FaZe being that first contact, trying to move a little bit more closer and distract the members of CD Alliance. But for CD Alliance, they have a 2-2 formation. They can worry about a 2v1 on both ends of the map, whether it be Red FaZe on one end and also a 666 on the other.
Yeah, and going back to this, Leon this time will be able to scour around and find a member of DX on the opposite end of the hill. So putting a little bit more of that pressure. It does relive a little bit more room for the side of ETN, who's currently in the zone. Wicks, he now gets some of all these isolated targets, perhaps, in order to perhaps turn things around up against the rest of CD Alliance. ETN in a pickle, as we can see. They are now on their knees with a prime grenade being sent right from above. It is always going to be Nate T, the king of nades.
Now he's in trouble, eating a lot of nades, but it's fine. Smoke to cover him, gives him a bit of space into that shack as well. And now the rest of CD Alliance decide to just cut their losses here. Nope, never mind. We're not expecting that Leo's gonna throw that nade, and as New Era tried to peek out, just completely walks into it. An unlucky predicament for New Era this time around, but they survived a little bit longer than usual. But at the same time, your ETN isn't an unlucky predicament by them, because they take out so many fights at the same time here. What the heck happened there? Earth QQ wanted out there. Jimmy taken out this early, but huge trades. No, it's not even a trade. It's the VOIN Donkey from far ends of the map, stealing away kills. And honestly, these type of styles of play is what I expect to see in Miramar. But no, we're bringing it here in Erangel. Bit too early, but I love this.
I absolutely love it too, because we're getting another brawl. Close combat between Levi's as he's looking to squeeze through the rocks, but his back is absolutely exposed. And it's going to be Nate T falling through as well, being capitalized by none other than VOIN Donkey, that's been looking from far above from time to time. And now, plenty of space right through the middle, but whoever steps right in from the south will be clipped by VOIN Donkey.
Oh man, VOIN Donkey. This might be their comeback. A little bit less aggressive this time around. You can tell they've done a lot of adjustments on how exactly they want to navigate this fight, navigate this circle as well. It's a little bit more patient. And on top of that, they've put themselves in a position where they're able to third-party teams.
Indeed, and right at this moment, Talon's going to be zoning out the rest of Boom Esports at the very same time. They kind of just stuck right there because that brittle vehicle of a buggy isn't going to quite cut it even if they hop on board. So they just got to defend by throwing a couple of smokes just to deny that vision from the side of Axel. Now a deeper run for the side of Talon Esports moving into the second game as they're looking for a top 4 finish. They still have a decent squad strength to work with. So far, they just really have to secure themselves some space because they're pretty far up north, not in the circle just quite yet. Vikings now receiving the pressure from the rest of CD Alliance.
Feels like a very, very desperate play here with VOIN Donkey rushing into the circle, right smack dab in the middle here. They have some terrains to play with, open areas as well, and could potentially keep out every single team out of that circle stuff. But the only problem that VOIN Donkey has here is that they don't have a lot of bodies. They only have 3. They can only do so much to be able to gatekeep where they're holding right now. And on top of that as well, they're stuck in a crater.
Yeah, perhaps that gives them a little bit more to defense while they hope that the rest of the teams will kind of take each other out. So CD Alliance, they do have the optimal angles, but the pressure is absolutely on because they're kind of scattered because once one member gets knocked down, then it will be pretty troublesome where Rolio won't be able to rescue Audit Glue. So they got to pull off the perfect takedowns in order to get right across while the rest of Talon are starting to make those movements happen up against Boom Esports because there's only one way in, and once again, there's some members right above them, so they are currently being sandwiched in between.
Getting very, very aggressive here in this circle with Boom Esports now in a very desperate position as well. They're playing on the side of this terrain, yeah, but they don't, I think for them, playing with a 3 is really scary. They don't have high ground advantage either. For them, it's just about trying to find that right opportune moment to pop their heads out and get a little bit more aggressive. If anything, they're gonna bank on the situation that they have the circle. The blue zone is pushing, and maybe Talon might be pulling off a very desperate play, rushing forward and disregarding the positions where Boom Esports are because they have a nice crossfire set up.
Indeed they do. And the rest of Talon is just waiting for Boom to make some mistakes, for them to pop themselves out. Never mind that. All they need are those nades to fall right through. And MAQNA, He's not in the safe zone for them to even go in for the revive. Mastery tries to wiggle a little bit more in that space. So here comes Achul driving through, bring the DPS and the World of Hurt. And that is just how Talon settle scores against Boom.
Boom Esports are just in a very dangerous predicament, position-wise not that great, and Talon as well. Understanding how the circle shifts, instead of panicking that the blue is coming to them, deciding to isolate fights one by one and completely overwhelm, especially since one of the members of Boom Esports had fallen. So it wasn't a matter of panicking, it was about trying to be able to overcome them one by one as a team. Now, for the rest of the team right now, Void Donkey still hasn't moved from their position. They still have 3 members left alive here, and most of the teams that are fighting right now is just more crossed off of each other as well, with Claw getting a little bit more aggressive, coming toward the era of Talon. They want to completely overcome this team as well. Both the teams are taking in heavy losses, but if anything, Claw is looking a little bit more aggressive in terms of taking out space, in terms of challenging these fights head on. And now we're down to our top 4 already, as you know, CD Alliance will fall, and Claw this time around looking very, very dominating.
Such a decisive call. The IGL of Claw has definitely had the balls of steel in order to make that work, because the rest of Talon, they went in to challenge the ones on the low ground. Boom Esports, as much as they were taken out, they were hanging on to such a tough area where the rest of Claw says, this is going to be our chance to strike, and they strike pretty much goal in that landmine. So MVKE, as much as they've been holding on the high grounds, they don't really have that space in the zone just yet. The rest of VOIN Donkey hoping to zone them out. WONT just slowly cutting across as they draw out the rest of the members of Claw right over on the opposite end of the blue zone. So that is going to be some big nades from Superman to wipe them all clean.
And that was the problem of holding on to the middle side of the circle this early, especially when you don't have cover, especially when you don't have height advantage as well. Now, elevation side, we talk about that. Claw has that in the bag. Full control of the area as well. Majority of the sites being able to be seen by them. MVKE was a bit too late here, but they had, at one point, a majority of the southern side in their hands. This could be anyone's fight, if anything. The map is still perfectly cut in half. MVKE does have some terrain as well toward the southern side, so if anything, Claw, not everyone will be at the position where they are going to be at an advantage here. So if anything, MVKE can rush a bit more forward, they can play a bit more back, and just kind of hope that Claw is going to move up toward them, and then they can just kind of roll down nades toward them one by one.
Yeah, definitely a lot more advantages, because through that high ground, it is slightly more elusive from the view from Claw, because they're definitely throwing a couple of smokes, which kind of gives away their position right now. So they gotta re-rotate with those vehicles that they have and hoping not to be clipped in between. So right at this moment, the rest of Claw are definitely having a little bit of a wingspan, just hoping to hold out the edges of the zone, while the rest of MVKE, they can take their sweet time. There is going to be one member in the form of WONT that is going to be holding them true, and that was the catch that Red FaZe needed to open the chances for Claw to dominate.
Honestly, that was perfect. The timing was so good right now, and now that Red FaZe is banking on his teammates to pick him up. More smoke set up as well, just to allow him a bit more of a cross. And the thing is, despite all of these smokes, yeah, it might be a telltale where everyone is, but at the same time, you have no clue where exactly the players have, crossed by here. Tin did manage to put in a bit of damage onto Boboho in the midst of his rotation, but not enough to take him out. If anything, it's a game of smokes and mirrors. It's about trying to distract one another. It's about pointing out where exactly the positions may be. And despite everything, that knock early onto MVKE here, they did manage to get that reset. He's going to be able to heal up right now, and it's still a 4v4. This is the slowest ending we've seen so far in the past 2 days.
Indeed, a nail biter in that sense. Could be anyone's to take between both Claw as well as MVKE. This is the third appearance of Claw in a top 2 scenario. And in a couple of moments, they did fumble, or shall I say, it was a really close call. Definitely plenty of effort being displayed by the veterans coming in from Indonesia on a brand new organization. Superman sees some movements running right across. WONT needs to be relieved from a little bit of that pressure, because he's playing around the close quarters up against these members of Claw. And despite that scattered format coming in from the rest of Claw, they're being very, very elusive at this moment. And there's just a lot of utils being burned out from the side of MVKE. This might just be a tough one, because Claw, they still have those 6 frag grenades to put to work.
It's perfect, honestly. When you think about it, they don't have advantage in elevation, but all they're doing right now is playing with those smokes, rotating over, making a bit more noise, sending one player up forward with those vehicles to really sniff out the members of MVKE. Unfortunately for Claw, one member will be knocked down. It's going to be Zuxi. MVKE still healthy with the 4, but you can always rely on Boboho to trade back for the time being here. But Boboho's position has been compromised. He takes a bit of damage, barely survives the initial hit. And now, for Claw, it's all about making sure that they're able to play off each other, cross fire off each other as well. That's why they have such a scattered scenario and hold as well. But like it or not, the terrain is going to not favor them eventually, as the blue zone will hit here, and they're getting clawed. They're getting pincered from so many different angles here. Claw, you can't do much right now. Your members are dwindling down in terms of numbers. You're barely surviving with the tree right now. Redface tries to fight back here. He does have a ghillie suit in hand just to kind of buy some time in terms of locations as well. And that shot is perfect to find time to rush up forward, spots on the other 2 members of MVKE. The other 2 now scattered right now, and the rest of Claw looking to aggress, and they are punished for it. A 1v1 in the end. Superman trying to hold on, and he's trying to make sure that he can put a bit more space between him as well as Redface. And his sprays, it's perfect. It's so far away, but the damage is still too high. He wants to try and go for that reset, but the sprays coming in from Redface is a bit much. A bit of a ring around Rosie. Superman barely alive and finally downed. And a winner chicken dinner. Emotions run high, and Claw will run away with the first chicken dinner of Erangel.
A heroic performance from Redface. He just does it all by the end of that moment. You saw that 1v1 duel, and then by the middle end of it, he knows that he needs to close in, because if he allows the rest of these members of MVKE to get a revive done, he is absolutely cooked. And you saw he was trying, and that final member of Vikings was trying his level best to secure whatever drop, because if he goes down, all these knockouts do not matter. So those are big moves for Redface and deny whatever potential that was in the final fight.
Honestly, it's super exciting to see this particular one as well. If you thought at one point it was going to be fully in Claw's control, and suddenly MVKE managed to get the upper hand. But I gotta give it for both these teams. They were steadfast in all these fights. They were able to keep away that distance from each other as well. But mostly to a Redface is what I'm really excited about, because he's understanding the capability of what his weapons can bring to the table as well. And because he had 2 weapons in hand, one for long range and one for CQC fights, it's making it so hard for the final member of MVKE to be able to hold on and figure out how exactly he wants to navigate this. So if anything, Redface, phenomenal performance, phenomenal in terms of, I would say, courage, and phenomenal in terms of taking that fight head on as well.
If there was a crowd there on stage with the rest of Claw, they will go absolutely wild with their home ground team winning it all. Redface's performance is unmatched, and finally the faithful is rewarded. Claw Slayers, I thought that they might choke out just like they did before, but in the hands of Redface, he is not gonna let that one slip, as he is the MVP of this round, undeniably, with those 7 eliminations. But it was all the right calls and all the right moves that really see them bringing the success back to Claw Slayers.
It's really exciting when you look this particular team as well. I think yesterday, starting off very rough, I had a lot of questions coming in mind here. Is it the chemistry? What's the problem? What is it that went wrong? And then understandably so, I think they took a bit of time to really figure out what exactly the dynamics they wanted to see in this team. Regardless, let's dissect this fight a bit more after the highlights.
We've just witnessed a masterclass of a performance of a low ground versus high ground success, with Claw Esports banking in the win with major damage done by FaZe to be able to secure that win. Of course, following it really closely was MVKE on second place, and it's still pretty incredible on their work rate to be able to bring it down to 1 versus 1. While we saw how technical the fight was between them as well as CD Alliance and VOIN, which each of their run was so technically advanced on how they've been able to approach fights after fight. So these are our big winners in game 2.
Honestly, I think most of our endings for the last 2 days have been down to these 1v1s. It has been really hard to really discern who exactly will be getting these chicken dinners. It makes it very exciting, honestly. It's very fun to watch. But at the same time, it just shows how much more competitive this season of PMSL SEA is right now. Now, coming into the MVP is going to be Redface. And honestly, at this point, not surprised at all, given the fact that for how he's playing in terms of team presence, in terms of his positioning, in terms of how aggressive he can be, the space he's taken away when it comes to his positioning has been phenomenal. Being able to play individually away from your team and alone to provide cover from another side of the map has been something that him and Bobo Ho, I believe, have been quite privy in doing. I like the fact that he's able to find the nice timing for a lurk, for a backstab, for a crossfire as well. It gives them so much control of any terrain they're playing. And to remember, yeah, guys, is the fact that for Claw, they were at a very big disadvantage at that final circle. They were at the bottom side of the terrain.
Yeah, and it's due to his individual brilliance as well by the tail end when his members were knocked down. So he really pulled no stops back, where he know that he have to exert those pressure, and that pressure absolutely cracked the rest of Vikings despite them being in control for a major portion of that scuffle. So that being said, that's a big chunk of 20 points now being given to Claw Esports, or should I say earn in that regards, and that's 12 for MVKE, falling into second place. See the Alliance, absolutely impressive as they slayed all of their nemesis coming in from their home country to be able to score 8 elimination points in this round.
Oh man, I want to see a lot of changes coming through from the bottom side here. We're still seeing the same teams over and over. Surprisingly though, out of everything, there's all these fights as well. MEC and FaZe get 3 apiece. So, you know, a lot of these teams have been getting, no, not many of these teams are going out with a 0 if you think about it. I think for me personally, anything, you know, getting any points moving forward is a feat in itself. Now, right now, the top spot page hasn't changed quite yet. Boom Esports still maintaining that top spot, but Claw is climbing up here. Today is the rise of Indonesia. It's looking great for these teams. We're seeing teams like VOIN doing very well. We're seeing teams like Boom Esports, Claw as well. So it's very fun to see how these teams navigate off each other. Meanwhile, for Malaysia's side, TODAK will be sliding down. It's not surprising. But more of what I'm trying to say for Malaysia is that we're seeing a lot of crosses when it comes to rotations from these Malaysian teams. Most of the time, from last season till now, the theme has always been the same. You see a Malaysian team, it's most likely going to be wiped out by another fellow Malaysian team as well. I'm not too sure why this theme is occurring, but perhaps it's because, you know, they play in the same league, they scrim together. It must be something that, you know, that has formulated because of how much practice they've had together over time.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, when you are playing in the major league, you gotta think every man for themselves in the form of, like, I don't care if you guys been longtime friends, even if you're on the enemy squad. Like, this is my tournament. I want to make it to the Super Weekend, and CD Alliance, they will be denying some of all these opportunities for Sem9 in that regard. So definitely it's gonna be concerning because Sem9 may not be in the safety net just about yet. Where as much as we're looking at an inflated disparity due to the fact that Group B is only playing their first run today, so there's still plenty of catch up to do, and I'm kind of concerned at the moment for both Alter Ego as well as Vampire Esports, as we know them to be late bloomers, but that's 2 games in a row that they're only walking away with those single-digit points, so definitely a cause for concern. But as for Claw Slayers, they're absolutely tearing out their opponents out there, so definitely we'll be seeing a whole lot more from these boys if they could just put in another round or 2 in similar manner to be able to book that Super Weekend.
You know, when I first looked at Claw, and I think talking to some coaches before, and I asked, what happens if you collect all of the best players in your region and put them into one team like the Infinity Stones? And a coach did say, it doesn't matter how many good players you have in a team. If there's no cohesion, no chemistry, it's going to be a problem. But Claw definitely doesn't seem to have that problem coming into the end of yesterday and today as well. I think it might be because, you're in retirement, you're going to be, and you're forming a team. I have a feeling this team was formed by the players themselves, saying, hey, I want to play again. I'm going to pick you since I play with you a lot, and you and you and you. And they formed this nice, team of friends to be able to come back into the game. And I think that's very, very exciting to see as well. Super excited to see how far they've come from day number 1 to day number 2. And it seems like no team yet has been really figuring out how to deal with their late rotations, because they have a nice mix of aggression coming in with that late rotation alongside I would say a good idea on how exactly to navigate their checkpoints as well. So super excited to see how exactly that we're going into game number 2 of Erangel. Still a long way to go for many of these teams. For Group C, this is where things start to get a little bit crucial. Like teams like New Era right now are still in the red. What are you going to do here to be able to secure your spot to the top 16, especially when today is your final day? You have 4 more maps to go.
Yeah, this is definitely super risky, and we saw them really trying their hardest to survive. It's just unfortunate that the rotation pathway coming from CV Alliance kind of dent their hopes, because they went in for those kind of clashes. So hopefully, if they could either find better safety net, then they might see themselves a couple of chances to be able to maybe consistently add 5 points per round. That could be sufficient for them to qualify to the Super Weekend, because we'll never know. Maybe there's going to be a form of slip up from tomorrow's games from certain teams, and that might actually see other big shocks coming in with, who knows, if Empire Esports or Alter Ego don't find their form, they also could be in those hot waters. So it is definitely a whole lot of tough scenarios for not only the teams in Group C, but Group B. Some of them are not really having the best of starts, so it is definitely something to work on in that sense. And looking into the rest of the pack as well, at least it's been good going for the midfield, where they're having about should I say maybe 20 to 30 points, whether if they're from B or even the teams who are joining in from Group C. So it's definitely a lot of all these small little scenarios where we're talking about micro fights and all these early game commitments. Either if you're not feeling too confident, don't fight at all. Just scatter away. Don't fight for that hot drop, because last we saw, even Team Secret, they didn't get those points in that map.
I mean, they did pretty well with that first contact style play, but it felt like in those fights, they overheated just a little bit. This is just minor things, honestly, if you think about it. It's more about having control at the lower side of that building and just being a bit more patient. Time is going to pass by. These players are going to have to rotate eventually. They're going to have to jump out the building, and you could potentially just jump them if you want to, It felt like they were a bit more overzealous, and this is what a lot of teams, I think the mistakes happen here, that overheating that comes through. And I think this is a very costly mistake for Team Secret, granted that today is their final day as well. I mean, they still have another 4 more maps if they want to play catch up, but it's still really, really slowed their progress compared to the other teams that just joined in today as well, that will potentially be taking over their slot, especially tomorrow as well, when other teams are coming by.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just a really stacked roster of teams that we're seeing here in PMSL. Even the PNMC teams really have shown us that they're here to really fend everybody off and claim the throne for their own, because looking at all these lists of names, even, we've hyped up the members of Claw Slayers. Some call them the old dogs, but mind you, these guys are below 25 of age, so their hands are still pretty warm, because that retirement that we see from Zuxi was not even the full year, I would say. I just call it a break, if ever the case. So we got Boboho, who's played in Alter Ego, if I do recall, and then Red FaZe, we saw his glory days back in the Evos. So this roster definitely have that kind of potential, and like you said, there was that conversation. Sometimes you may have problems when it comes down to chemistry on how they gel, but it feels like everybody brings their wealth of experience coming in from all their major teams, and now they are finding an identity of their own. That's the beauty of it. Just like some of all these names like MVKE, they're kind of like superstars from different rosters that kind of was, some call it washed up and were unwanted because the rest of them were performing. So you got those XDX players, X-Team Secret players. They're still really holding down the line. And MVKE on their debut here, looking fantastic.
Looking good right now. I think most teams are actually bringing their A game today as well. If anything, I don't think a lot of teams were, I would say, in the wrong, if anything, as well. I think, if anything, the checkpoints have been a major problem as well, and making it into that circle into firepower. I think it's so easy to identify which teams will be overwhelming when it comes to firepower. I think Boom Esports has proven themselves as one of the heavy hitters. The same could be said about Alter Ego here. Alter Ego, this is their first day on the big stage. You know, I thought it myself it's going to be a bit more slow when it comes to how they're trying to play it as they try to navigate throughout the day. Perhaps going to be maybe game 2, activate to game 3. But no, they hit the ground running. They already knew what they had to do, and they want to be able to overcome all of the teams over in Group A, and just really set the tone on how exactly they want to start their tournament. Now, for the rest of the teams, now curious enough, I'm going to be looking here at this list right now for our Group B, right? I think Group B again. Group C. Group C. This is their final day forward as well. Teams like Sem9, fairly, I think, a bit more quiet, a bit more of a rough start compared to what we expected from yesterday as well. I think for them, they are still trying to do that same strategy yesterday, a bit more late toward fights. They want to go in last minute, kind of go into, go into fights maybe very, very last minute, try and third party, but it hasn't really been working in their favor. A lot of teams already have a lot of protocols on how to deal with their aggression and deal with their style of play. And I think since many teams did play that style, I think it's time for you to figure out how exactly you want to deal with kind of joining into this fight late.
Yeah, and I think like there's a couple of approaches that kind of see this kind of happenstance unfold, because if we recall on stage 2, that circle was around that lumberyard. So that throws a bit of a curveball where everyone kind of fully committed onto those grounds and then shifted back into the centerfold. So it causes them into losing so much of that ground control where they were forced to go in for that late rotation. So I guess like it was just hoping to take the better battles in order to make it out. And it seems like Sem9, they did try, they were pushing up ahead. There was a fight that was opening up in the form of MEC, and there was chases coming in from FaZe Clan as well that was closing in from those prison grounds. So I guess like they kind of overcommitted in that sense and got themselves in that predicament up against CD Alliance. So hopefully they don't fall prey to some of all these kind of opportunities, because sometimes if you were to take the small gains and you lose on bigger ones, then that is definitely on the entire squad on what the call was. So looking forward, I think like teams may not want to just fully bank it all on, hey, let's get the center of the zone, and hopefully the circle is just gonna be kind to us to zoom directly to the center, because we've seen time and time again there is gonna be hardships between stage 3 and stage 4.
I think, if anything, it's more about like just trying to bank or just figure out where exactly you want to hold here. Middle of the circle means that you can sort of easily rotate from the left side or the right side of the circle rather than taking gamble on the western, eastern, northern, or southern side of the circle itself, which is why we're seeing a lot of early rotations mid here. I think the meta, or rather the style of play, has shifted a lot from last season all the way till now. It's a majority of teams taking that middle side circle, prioritizing places to find that checkpoints where they want to hold for a few rounds, for a few circles or stages before, rather than going in late and taking these fights. I think it's a little bit more old school, I guess, if you want to approach these fights a bit more later in terms of rotations, but it does also have its pros and cons. With the majority of teams already in the circles means that you're going to realize that the few straggler teams outside of the circle are going to be either teams that are locked out from their rotations, forced to wait a bit more, or 2, teams that don't really want to take fights and just want to try and survive. So these is I think a major idea of weak being preyed on by the stronger teams, because teams that are a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more aggressive and confident with their styles of gunplay, like say Boom Esports, Alter Ego, Claw, will be able to play this style and get away with it.
Yeah, I think you're spot on that, because if you look at some of all these successful teams for 2 days straight, some of them are those late movers. Like we might have actually opened with some scrutiny on Claw Slayers, because they always drop the furthest away and then they sweep right through, and it starts to pay off dividendly game after game as they slowly climb their way up to the charts. So I guess when we move into the next matchup, this is going to be them setting the pace, moving into another map of Erangel. So I guess before we start the game, we gotta also take a look at who's gonna be the big movers in this match.
Okay, you have Team Secret in your charts. Want to share us why?
Well, I think like it was based on yesterday's run. I made this prediction prior to that, and I definitely do see that there was a lot of potential. But now it's all about winning that trade in Georgia Pool. If they can get that sorted, great, they will have a deep run. If they don't, then, well, sorry to say, it might just be another 16th spot. Boom and Claw, I think like they're definitely on the right rhythm for the past couple of games. We've already seen it evidently play out. So I think this could be pretty much a similar approach that they will implement in this Erangel.
Okay, fair enough. I think, Team Secret had a pretty good run yesterday. I think they're doing really well. It's just a different approach to how exactly they wanted to start off Erangel for today, and it didn't pay off. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Secret would shift the way they're playing today, honestly. Just because I think from yesterday as well, we saw different styles coming from them, and they've been trying to experiment to see which exactly worked. And I think toward the end of the day, it worked out in their favor. That let rotation style play a little bit more safe. But I think today they wanted to switch it up. They wanted to go a little bit more aggressive. Maybe take some fights early, steal away some kills, and get those extra points on top of maybe getting those chicken dinners or even that top 4. But for me personally as well, I'm looking at SEM9 here, which is, I would say, a little bit more of the unorthodox pick. Why? Because I think that SEM9 is a team that can pop off really well in a few games and go completely quiet the next few games as well. I'm banking that this game will be the game that they will pop off because it's the second Erangel they're playing, and the lack of success from the first one might shift the tone just a little bit.
Yeah, first and foremost, I guess SEM9, you gotta ensure that they don't get clipped in the midst of rotation, because that's how they lost the first 2 members when they bumped into CD Alliance for the first time coming. And then once again, it was CD Alliance over onto the middle rotations around stage 5 onwards. So if they could settle that, I definitely think that SEM9 will have a really solid impact. And look at the boys from FaZe Clan, they're absolutely feeling it. These guys are absolute gentlemen, especially Mela. He's such a great guy to hang out with, and we're seeing them channel some vampire energy. I know some of these boys used to be from VPE, but yeah, now found themselves a new home.
It's actually so funny when you think about it, like the ex-members of FaZe now moving into VPE, and then the new members of FaZe coming in online as well, putting a huge fight compared to last season, onto the big stage as well. I can almost sense some rivalry there. And if anything, for the last 2 days, surprisingly enough, FaZe has really shown us some intense, some really, really good PUBG Mobile across all the maps as well, in terms of their rotations and timings and team play as well. I think for Vampire Esports for today, I'm quite surprised because, I thought, coming into today, Vampire Esports are going to be hot. They're going to be able to just overcome. They're going to be showing us some prime games as well. But they seem to be struggling. But, historically, they are a team to start off pretty late, maybe game toward the end of the day 3 perhaps would be the day that they come online here. But it still feels kind of out of character.
Very out of character, because usually we're banking on hopes to see Tony K go gun blazing for most part, but it didn't seem like he was able to partake in some of all these fights. And despite them having a decent area of hole, I felt like they were being a little bit too cautious in the previous game, and then they got some of these zones denied from them. Hopefully that won't be the case, because there's been 2 rough rounds. They gotta make it work, and same goes to the rest of the pack right now, as we are ready to dive right into game 3 in day 2.
One more time, straight into Erangel. Okay, cool. Now, this flight path is a little bit more interesting, coming in from Severny and dropping over onto Primas, which is going to be heavy toward the left side of the map. So the right side of the map here, I suspect either players are going to be dropping into an alternate drop spot, or they're going to be trying to take these fights. Some teams I do know like to just drop anywhere and then just slowly make their way to their usual spot and then wait out that circle. But honestly, for me, if you do this kind of strat, it doesn't seem very realistic. It's safe, yeah, but if the circle shifts away from you, you would have made that trip for nothing.
Yeah, and this is where these teams are looking at alternative plans. Teams such as Claw, who loves to go into Novo, doesn't get that access to what exactly is the game plan. Because last we saw, there was that fight happening over on Georgia Pool where ETN have triumphed up against Team Secret. So we're looking at the different stats. Team Secret opts to take Stauber because they know for a fact that nobody has dropped in Stauber from all the groups so far. So that is definitely a good notion, but that also means that they will take this approach rather slowly. But if the circle does move towards that area, then it's going to be good going for them. But looking at the central fold, it is going to be plenty of crowd moving towards the south side. See the Alliance making their breach across into farm. And once again, we're getting a potential northern ending.
Okay, circle coming toward the northern side here, which means that teams like, say, Team Seeker, who dropped over on Stalber, VOIN Donkey, who dropped early, ETN even, could find a bit more value compared to the last game. And I think this is great for them, because especially since Team Seeker wasn't able to get any points before, I think they only got 1 point throughout the entirety of that run. ETN, who had the longest rotation known to man in that particular game, trying to break into the circle, didn't really get to go as far as they wanted. This could be their redeeming round for them. Now, if anything as well, there's also going to be that question mark, right? Are we going to be seeing the circle shift toward the northern side, toward shooting range, or could it go to the southern side as well, since there is that river cutting through the circle?
Yeah, and that is ATN's job, to really hold the rest of the field from approaching towards the nerf. So what was interesting, if we were to get any view of ETN at the moment, they are having a scattered approach where they're taking a lot of those zones all to themselves. So that definitely will put some teams into some undesirable rotations where certain players might be picked off. MEC, so far, with their debut run into the season, having Voki with the rest of the pack. Most of the time that we get to witness those fights come from MEC, it was unfortunate that Voki was the one getting clipped first and foremost. So they got to be a little bit more attentive on how they position in some of all these team fights. Whereas on the opposite end of the spectrum, CB Alliance is just making all the right calls and all the right moves throughout the span of those past two matches.
Surprised that no one has really shifted towards shooting range yet. I mean, it's open area there on the northern side. Compared to yesterday's northern circle, which had a lot of a faster rotation, if you ask me, compared, especially till now, you see teams, making a beeline all the way to the top side. This time around, teams are a little bit more slower when it comes to these rotations as well. My biggest concern right now is that because of these slower rotations, getting into the circle is going to be incredibly hard. Granted, to see how many teams already in Rozot 1, 2, 3, just in that general area itself, and over toward Gatka Mountain, Hospital, even Georgia Pole, 3 teams already. New Era might be joining that area as well. Now, we're not going to be seeing those early fights, but it's more of like that rotating from outside of the area is going to be very, very hard. Teams like New Era here, the thing is, I'm very concerned for them because they haven't been able to match most teams in terms of firepower. They get singled out a lot as well, and they get picked off one by one. So for me, it's like, okay, now that the circle is hard, what is your game plan when it comes to rotations, and how are you going to be dealing with people stopping you from getting to the middle of that circle?
Yeah, I guess like certain formulas that teams have implemented is that they will try to stall for time, wait for the rest of the teams to move away from the corners of the zone, and then make a late entry in. But speaking of those who are already in the zone, I would safely say that all the Indonesian teams are currently within touching distance of that stage 1 zone where, boom, they've always, by default, dropped into Rozak. So they can gain that control onto those bridges. And over onto the far end of Yasnaya, there's also the rest of Talon Esports. So I definitely think that they have a whole lot to play for. And if we go back over onto Hospital Grounds as well as the Gatko region, there's also Alter Ego. So far, Claw, that was an impeccable run with them securing their chicken dinner with Red Face Heroics that have brought all those plentiful points by the end, overwhelming Vikings. So we'll definitely want to see a whole lot more of all those crazy plays that this player really has to offer as they now cut by the corners of Ruins. And there is going to be a lurker. I wonder who could that be?
Rotation-wise, right now, looking at the rest of the team, Sem9 coming in from Ferry Pier, choosing to go for a later rotation. This could be good for them, if anything. They could be a little bit more slower. They could meet with VPE on the southern side, maybe take a fight with them. Or they could just slowly make their way to the circle as everyone just rushes up northern side. Since everyone is rushing up northern side here, there are teams like VOIN Donkey who's shifting. But I think most players and teams are just kind of opting to go toward Gatka Mountain, opting to go into Hospital area or even northern and southern Georgia Pole. And for good reason. There's a lot of compounds there. There's a lot of things you can loot for the time being. And it's great for you to be able to hold down these areas and catch people in the midst of rotations as well because there's a lot of cover.
Yeah, true enough. And they could definitely play to the advantage from those areas that they're currently holding out on. Well, when we take a look at the best performing team coming out of Group B, I think it's undeniable that CD Alliance have been very tactical on those rounds in Sanhok that have farmed at plenty full points. Lambo this time coming across and will be sent with a couple of all these tags coming from mastery of Boom Esports. So, like you said, they've already had some of all these grounds being secured, so they can kind of deny some entry points. So DX, they might have to go for the long wraparound through the far end of Georgia Pole to be able to make it into the center, or maybe play around that warehouse again, because we last saw back in day one there was a circle that pulls all the way into Georgia Pole, and there is a certain potential as many teams are doing exactly the same, circulating around Gatka and the mountaintops.
CD Alliance slowly making their way through. Okay, this is fun if you think about it. CD Alliance could potentially pull what they did in the first map or even the first map, just, you know, catching waves and waves of players in the mid of their rotations as well. Since many of the teams are already toward the mid side here, the only two teams that could potentially be crossing them could be SK as well as MEC. Now, MEC, I'm not surprised if they're going to be running into CD Alliance. For some reason, the Malaysian teams always have these, I would say, very, very similar checkpoints. So I wouldn't be surprised if CD Alliance were to take down 2 or 3 teams one more time from Malaysia. Vampire Esports as well, very late to that rotation as well. Now, previously, I think that previous round, Vampire Esports, I think so far today only has, 3 points, which is honestly surprising to me. Granted, they played 2 maps. I was expecting them to get a little bit more, maybe around 8 points in terms of picking off players. I didn't have a lot of hope for them for Sanhok because it's such a difficult map to really tell on how exactly you're going to be performing. But the fact that they got clipped very, very early on Erangel is kind of concerning to me. They had a bit of a break just now in between game 2 and 3. So could it be a redemption moment for them, because they are going to be meeting up with Alter Ego very, very soon.
Yeah, there is definitely a little bit more of that potential for the rest of Vampire Esports, but it definitely is a cause for concern when you are already tanking out the zone. And like you said, they are just about to make their move right across the far west, and that circle shifted into the deeper areas of shooting range, and we're already seeing some battles taking place on top of Mount Gatka. MEC was just holding on to firmer ground, so the rest of Claw, they see this as a great escape if they want to pull back, but it's Red Face this time being caught out by Wix. Perfect catch, and that kind of sends a little bit of a dent towards the past winners, and New Era coming up with more hope.
Great hold onto the high ground as well. And this is huge because for them to be able to hold on to this high ground for a little bit longer means that they're able to catch anyone crossing into the circle itself. But if anything, for me right now, VOIN Donkey are the winners, at least for this few stages, because they were inside the circle very early. They have a nice terrain to work with as well. And they've been, I think, actively trying to get pickoffs for players that are in the middle of rotations. D Xavier one more time caught again while they're trying to rotate into the circle. And it seems to be a recurring problem for them the entirety of today. They lose one member very, very early in the mid of their rotation. They weren't able to hit, checkpoints as safely as they wanted to, as much as they did yesterday. So this time around, one player knocked down. They have to change their contingency plans on how exactly they wanted to approach a chicken dinner with just the 3 players. Because individual-wise, D Xavier is strong.
Yeah, they definitely are undeniably strong, but now with maybe a little bit of a firepower remove, they may have to change the way that they approach certain fights, just being clipped like that. So they gotta fix some of all these rotations because, yeah, they have done this plentiful times before for years with the same roster. Now, looking back into some of the exchanges, VOIN Donkey so far reaping the rewards every step of the way. Just like you said, they were planted directly on that crash site, getting so much of all that traffic control in their favor, and they could continuously do so while the rest of Talon hoping to cop themselves that compound, which we saw plenty of fights taking place back in day 1, whereas the rest of CD Alliance, they went into the white swing, finding themselves the blue shack right across the gas station. This is somewhere upon the entry of Yasna Pollyanna. So this is a little bit centered around the field of control. So I would definitely assume that the rest of CD Alliance be able to hold firm for quite a long time as we go back into the recap. It's Schweppes that actually caught one player out in the field, so it's just like what we've expected on these stage 2, stage 3 rotations.
Interesting enough, for just a little bit of time, we saw Sem9 just kind of park themselves over on the Gatka Mountain, hoping to catch anyone rotating into the circle itself. Found nothing, moved away, and as soon as they vacated because the blue zone came in, so did Vampire Esports. That southern side area where Sem9 is crossing is going to be interesting to me, because you have New Era meeting up with Sem9, and I think because Vampire Esports did catch a whiff of New Era and Sem9 ahead of them, they are going to stay back a little bit longer, hoping that New Era and Sem9 get busy. Maybe you can just try and third party these fights, but I think Sem9 this time around learned their lesson. Instead of trying to force these fights, in the mid of rotations, they're gonna try and focus on getting a potential air to hold on to instead. In the, I would say, southern side, a bridge area toward the northern side of Rozhok there.
Yeah, and there's just so little space if you were to play from the south end. So Claw, they really have to fight their way out in order to make it past those river, while ETN once again activates and does get themselves a great catch up against Krypton. So that late rotation kind of hold the rest of Alter Ego back for quite some time, as they are still spending time by the blue. Alva now the only one left alone, so ETN wastes no time. They want to secure all those hefty amount of points, and just by doing so, it's coming to a close, but they're just hoping that they will be able to get a glimpse, or else Alva could just deny himself, because there's not much to play for right at this moment for Alter Ego.
The northern side of shooting range, I think MVKE could move southern side and take the top side of that mountain there, and they could get a little bit more value in terms of space, in terms of position as well. But at the same time as well, for Alter Ego here, this is a very rough rotation for them. They're very late into the circle. They're struggling inside of the blue zone. And they're getting kept out of the circle by ETN, the team that they were completely taking over previously in the last game as well. And now Alter Ego, they're not out of the woods. They're going to run into VPE. Alva tries to at least steal away 1 point. Can't do that. And they're eliminated not only first, but also with 0 points right now. It's going to put a stop to their hot streak in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, it's a from the pan to the fire situation where ETN, they have always started around that North George, and it's just no way that they could actually get past, and with VP's late rotation to also catch them in open ground. So it's just a tough demise. Alter Ego didn't even get a single point this time, so it's been cold so far on their debut run into the season, but we've known for the fact that Alter Ego, once they have that passion and fire burning, they would be able to still climb their way out. Perhaps Miramar will see a lot of better opportunities for them, because that's one of their best playbook that they do have to unfold when they have plenty of room for cover. And at the same time, activate. Well, speaking of activation, it's going to be SK dropping it hot up against the rest of Team Secret. So they will lose once the island's almost getting run over. And this is just the recovery call coming in from the side of Team Secret to call in for a fight. And they do massive damage. Now down to 1 versus 1 and make that none. What a fight that was, with Team Secret overwhelming the members of SK.
Not done yet, not out of the woods. It's looking rough right now for this team, Team Secret this time around, trying to make sure that the other members of MEC cannot cross them. And it's going to be not going to be easy right now, because MEC have a 3-1 formation. TS getting completely overwhelmed, and when it comes to Keem, on how exactly he plays with the terrains and also his vehicles, he'll be the ones rushing up forward, becoming the distraction to allow his team to be able to safely take up space and completely obliterate.
Those were just the perfect timing coming in from MEC, and now even better as VPE gets massive catches up against the rest of New Era, trying to swerve their way down the hill, and they're barely surviving, only 1 HP left. There's still 2 members that they will really have to sift against, and Zully sends that perfect nade, puts him to his knees, and will be able to secure those points in return. Just like that, a huge haul for the Malaysian teams that rotates late. MEC with 3, and another 3 banked in by New Era.
And now the entirety of the circle, interesting enough, when you look at the feed right now, everyone parked in the middle of the circle, a lot of space to the western and even eastern side of the circle. So you have no clue where exactly the circle is going to ping pong to. A lot of fights going to be happening to west, and this is confirmed. It's just more because the circle had already hard shift to the right here. So New Era, SEM9, VPE potentially going to get into fights here. MVKE, because they have a bit more of a high terrain towards shooting range, they can go in and steal away kills in these long range pickoffs.
Yeah, SEM9 also going in for a very late approach, and once again, the side to side against New Era, where they're just about recovering from a little bit more of that explosive fight that they've been able to triumph up ahead. And maybe I spoke too soon, as New Era this time has gotten clipped by the edges, and they couldn't really do too much about that scenario. And back to what you were mentioning, there's plenty of all these teams by the center fold of the new zone, approaching towards the far eastern quarters, with VOIN Donkey now on top of the hill, getting a couple of great catches as the rest of MVKE, Storm Strike 2, will be able to just sweep under the rug, and it's D-Saber pulling all the stops out there. Superman will falter as D-Saber will take out their ex-teammates.
Oh, that's nice. Looking really good right now as well, but the Xavier, despite that short victory, they're now in trouble. Other teams coming to their area. VOIN Donkey looking mad aggressive right now, but they're also being overly cautious, because on the top side here, for me personally, FaZe Clan is in a great position to be able to overcome. Nope, not anymore, because Reza was ready for this, gonna catch out one member of FaZe in the midst of becoming that annoying player to go up aggressively, take away distract the team while his teammates put in the damage. Unfortunately for him, the timing was just a little bit off here, and VOIN Donkey, knowing that the team has been crippled, they want to try and collapse. More nades come through, a lot of aggression as well in coming toward the rest of FaZe Clan. Pressure coming through as well. I like what they're doing right now. They have two players in the midst of reset. The other two player rush forward, put in a lot of pressure to keep the team at bay so that his teammates are able to heal up safely.
Yeah, FaZe Clan choose to call for a little bit of a halt for the moment, because they gotta reset and regain another form of room in order to breach into the zone. Thankfully enough, they're within touching distance. Meanwhile, SEM9 being locked away by Schweppes, or should I say that they're just making a slight pit stop because they probably won't know where exactly that solo target is at the moment. VOIN Donkey doing their level best to really hold their fort up against the rest of FaZe Clan. So what's going to be the call here? Well, I was kind of curious as to how Talon could have probably heard all these noise, but choose not to be involved at all. Schweppes does have a hovercraft. If he chooses to rotate now, it will be his demise, because the rest of SEM9 by the hillside is going to be able to take him on. So SEM9, they're really thinking about it of going for a breach. They don't really have the intel at this current moment, so they're maybe taking a little bit more precaution than intended to.
VOIN Donkey looks good. Nice high ground in the control, able to keep FaZe Clan at bay. And for VPE and SEM9 here, they're stuck. They're stuck because of each other. You can't cross each other here because the terrain in front of the compound, in front of the high ground that SEM9 is holding, is a slope. You go down there, you're out there in the open, other teams are ready to crossfire as well, stealing you in the midst of getting in. So like it or not, you have to wait for the circle to shift and fight your way in eventually. You have to time this very, very right.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be the toughest call to make. When exactly is the right moment for SEM9, because the blue is already approaching, so they gotta just brute force it. So either if they were to run further south, there's also Boom Esports, so they gotta prepare for this fight. And speaking of that run in, just like that, Trexie is just side by side. Are they gonna go for that full duel, because they've already got themselves a little bit of that contact? They're hoping to get themselves into the zone and then call for the fight.
The problem is right now, even if you want to call for the fight or even get into that zone, you're not exactly out of the woods quite yet. You have Talon inside waiting for you to, for these fights. You have, D Xavier keeping quiet in the middle of the circle. And I think for SEM9 and Boom Esports, that's why they don't want to fully go in for these 4v4s. Because also at the same time, they're well aware that inside the compound, rotating in a bit late is still Vampire Esports, and they can individually put in a lot of damage into the team in the middle of these three-way fights.
Yeah, very respectful calls coming from both Boom as well as SEM9. They were saying that, hey, let's not fight over onto the blue zone. Let's get right in, and then we can fight for that space fairly in that sense. And just like that, Octa right now has got a cutting edge angle where no matter where SEM9 steps, any further forward, he will be able to get all that vision upon them. And this is how Boom really wants to put them on a chokehold. So in that essence, Schweppes was given enough space, so he's going to be slightly moving out of that compound that we last saw. And of course, we go back into the fight. Kenny with a sharp shot, hitting the hit of Octa, and they call for a breach, and it's a full set from Sem9 right at this moment, as they will see whether if Trexy can hold down the fort with Pompit now, putting all the stops possible, and Sem9 are slowly getting shredded apart. 2 members down for the side of Boom Esports, but Pompit with a final shot drops Kenny on the floor.
Can already see as well these long-range pickoffs come through. Claw and CD Alliance have been watching from so far away. I believe 2 members were stolen away by the members of CD Alliance here. And now despite everything, these 2 teams forced to fight is just so unlucky and just really crappy to know that, say, teams like Claw and even CD Alliance are completely able to overcome. With Sem9 fallen down, Boom Esports currently with 3 members still very much alive. I think they can be able to pick up a 4th. Yes, they should be able to as well, because there's not much noise made from the rest of CD Alliance and Claw, because both teams don't want to over-aggress. They don't want to lose that high ground terrain and advantage they have as well, because both these teams are not too far away from the circle.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tug of war between FaZe Clan as well as VOIN. It's been going more than 5 minutes right now, and it seems like they will definitely commit with a whole lot more utilities, trying to flush out Reza at this point in time. And it's going to be a securance as Schweppes runs in the midst of the crossfire, and that will be the end for Vampire Esports in round 3. But the fight continues on. FaZe Clan now kind of goes in for another reset, and going back to that call by Sem9, it was the right call because they barely have enough cover, but it was just overwhelming. While we will have another attempt coming in from the rest of the field, as Claw is currently being bombarded by the rest of the Savior.
It felt like a very desperate play from Claw, honestly. They had to rotate into the circle itself because Boom was slowly pushing up toward them. As they went into that circle, these Xavier showed their hand and completely overwhelmed. Claw was just not ready to deal with this aggression here. And CD Alliance rushed through. Zuxi and Adilu are just fighting in that smoke, and Adilu comes out victorious regardless of everything. Claw gets eliminated. No eliminations at all from them, but still a valiant attempt for them to survive all the way up to stage number 6 here. This is a very rough circle with every single member inside of the circle struggling. And for CD Alliance and even, you know, the Xavier being able to go into the circle fairly early, this is already an achievement in itself. But there's not a lot of cover to play with. There's barely any space. You have a vehicle to hide behind, great. But if that vehicle explodes, you're gonna be out in terms of mobility.
Yeah, it's just a barren land, open field fight, which is why everyone's trying to squeeze for whatever kind of terrain that could potentially hold them fine for the moment. Speaking of which, Yummy now spotted out. Great shot from Lambo, straight to the dome. And just like that, the rest of the Saber is holding down the line, and the rest of the field, VOIN, they just by the borderline margin of playing through those hillside, which they will have to eventually join the rest of the field. So FaZe Clan, they got a lot more room to play for over and nerf, having a little bit more of that safety net from those gunfires, while the rest of VOIN now gotta fight their way through. And speaking of which, here comes Axel getting some great nitpickings up against the rest of Boom Esports as they try to traverse, and they have not found that room to the zone just yet.
A lot of teams here just fighting for their lives. It honestly feels like a free-for-all at one point here because you don't really know who's fighting who. At one point, you see one team going all in, just going 4v4, and then suddenly you see, 2 members getting knocked out and kills being stolen as well from another side here. As Boom Esports spots out the final remaining member of CD Alliance there. Look, he's making some really ballsy plays right now, daring to poke out his head all alone, especially when there's so many teams all around him, and he's trying to make sure that if he goes down with at least a point in his hand here. As Talon completely overwhelms Boom, and the same could be said about VOIN being caught out by MEC.
Yeah, Boom were really forced to really run right deep into the zone, and with that 2-2 split, Talon is dominating 2 different sections of the map by weakening the rest of Boom Esports, and that kind of gives a little bit more space for Luke to kind of prey upon the rest of Boom Esports, currently stuck behind that rock at the moment. Luke has got troubles of his own because he's the only member standing for CD Alliance, but he's looking for more of these stocks. He managed to remove Zuxi from the equation much early on, but at this moment, I think that he could just call it for a retreat, and just fully let the rest of the pack slowly remove the rest of Boom Esports, while VOIN fighting up against the rest of Talon Esports. Now they regroup as 4. This is definitely going to be troublesome for Potato as he's blindly tossing those nades, trying to steer clear of these members of Talon, denying that form of spacing as I think Luke does actually connect that nade. I believe that's towards Boom Esports.
Okay, interesting enough right now, Adit Luke surprisingly has survived this initial scuffle. He is not too aggressive, taking out space, only hitting when other teams are fighting. And now because it's so quiet where he is, he's staying as quiet as a mouse. The only player that I think knows or is aware of his location right now is Yummy. And regardless of everything right now, FaZe Clan, as well as I believe that is MEC on the other side, are just forced to fight off each other right now. MEC, they want to cross into the circle, they can't because they have a lower ground only to their name. And for FaZe Clan, they have to cross down here.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they've been playing on the northern region for most part. MEC tries to really wrap around the edges and find themselves in a tough position as Potato have been sifted out. Beautiful toss coming from the side of Yoru, and now all that is left to do is find out where's Vexy's at. They know for a fact that he's stuck behind that corner tree, but he's stopped those grenades, and he's putting some damage into play, and here comes another one. Can he secure it? He's getting another knock, connecting, but that's not quite enough to remove the rest of Talon as they move into the top 4.
FaZe Clan is doing phenomenal right now in terms of zone control. They know what they can bring to the table when it comes to that high ground terrain they can play with as well. And because MEC has been displaced, it gives them a bit more room to play at the very, very edge of that blue zone. They can move and just prone their way slowly as time goes by right now as well. As Boom Esports, they're barely surviving. Yummy is just slowly losing his life right now. And he's gonna try and make a bit more space, maybe clip one player down just to give a bit of time for him to just go for that heal.
Yeah, it's just surprising how Boom Esports have been able to stay intact for so long because they were pit with so many teams up against them playing from that south end and now finding that top 4 sweet spot. Still gotta recover his health though. He's only got 10 bandages, so whatever crates that there's left, hopefully there's gonna be some first aid for him to play for a little while longer. And Talon Esports, they're looking ferocious this time around, but their stocks have been depleted. There's only 1 frag grenade, 2 smokes for them to play around with, so Boom, they managed to get a little bit of restock going on. So Talon, they're taking all the space by the center, and all these other straggling units, they're just going to be going for a little bit of a white wrap just by the edges, hoping to not falter to Talon Esports.
You can tell how confident they are just moving around the map, making so much noise and making their presence known here. They have at least 60% of the map completely in their control here. And MEC, you gotta give it to Kim. He is an opportunist. He managed to see the members of FaZe Clan there on the lower side of the train completely sprays, but it's gonna be Talon that steals away one of these kills. But FaZe will fall, 3 eliminations. They've done the job though because placement point wise, they're doing really good right now. MEC for that reposition with only 2 members left here, and also the amount of space that Talon has, he's gonna be surrounded from all ends. Kim to fall next, and Boom Esports also will be eliminated with 4. Talon looking aggressive right now, and just like that, a complete overwhelming win from Talon here, taking a full advantage of the circle, their first chicken dinner of this tournament.
The most dominating win that we've had for today. Talon oozing with confidence, just like what you said. And we started off with that control over the hill. They went 2-2 split, 2 members to deal with Boom. Another 2 was trying to haggle for that control up towards the high valleys on top of the hills. And that kind of forces VOIN to give away some position. And just like that, they have squeezed every single drop of sweat out of all the other players and just fully dominated. And what a recovery round that was from MEC to bank in plentiful of elimination points.
Honestly, when you look at MEC last season, it looked very, very dismal. I was a bit concerned about their positioning and their style of play, but it looks a little bit more organized this time around as well. I mean, it was a bit rough, especially toward the last few circles, but I have to say, they had good zone control as well toward all the fights. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to survive because honestly, Talon was very dominating. They had full control of northern side circle, and they were not shy to take away that space, especially knowing that the half of the circle is a high ground. Like it or not, they need to challenge that high ground area, deny it from the other players, force the other players into a 3-way, 4-way fight, and then finally in the day, just steal away kills and overwhelm.
Yeah, Yoru, he definitely took charge in many of all these battles, especially those towards Boom Esports. And then they just fall back, regroup, and take on the entirety of VOIN Donkey. Once they got all that out of the way, you saw them just oozing with a whole lot of confidence to just run rampant, take those vehicles. Atu take no damage throughout this whole match, which is rather impressive considering how chaotic it went for that past match, as we take a quick glimpse of what went on back in this round.
Honestly, it's looking really good if you think about it for Group B today, because most of the games that have been dominating, and most of the teams as well, we're seeing a lot of the presence of Group B today as well. We spoke a lot about how Talon's control is for terrain and also area as well, but a team that's really surprised me the most is MEC. Their presence this season honestly is surprising me. This roster shuffle looks really good. Having a more experienced player on the team has really helped them when it comes to calls, rotations as well, in terms of survivability. So for me, I have a lot of expectations for this team moving forward, and most importantly as well, I'm really hoping there's not gonna be a chance or a situation where MEC is only gonna thrive on one day and just go completely quiet in the next. But the other teams as well as VOIN Donkey, Boom Esports, still very much on a hot streak, is looking very phenomenal, especially from these Indonesian teams today, because if anything today, Indonesia is looking real strong.
Indeed, the top four consisting of three of it at the very least. So it just goes to show that they have what it takes to bring themselves into the Super Weekend. MEC's rise is definitely something to behold, but Yoru was the one that was on a show-stopping performance, because he has been denting the hopes of Boom Esports from having a smooth cruise from the south side. And then they also take out VOIN Donkey. Those were the biggest titans in that last couple of zones, and just like that, Talon kind of sees a majority of the field. And MEC, they had the longest rotation, and despite that, of course, they've been able to take on the FaZe Clan very successfully, and the rest of the teams that follow suit coming from the south side. So Yoru definitely have been able to really reap all the rewards back for Talon Esports, and by doing so, that's a total of 18 points, and falling so closely, it's MEC with the most elimination in this matchup. Just goes to show that this new team coming in with Voki has that firepower to offer.
Surprisingly, this time around as well, MEC with a 2-2 formation, one watching the northern side and one watching the southern side has been quite dominating. It's all about just keeping other teams at bay and watching their position, which has been phenomenal. And I think if anything, they haven't really been going into a full 4v4 until the last few circles as well. So for them, survivability is key, and knowing when to strike has been giving them dividends. Now, on the bottom side of the rankings right now, I'm surprised to see MVKE, AE, even Claw, just barely scraping by on this particular map. But then again, this is one of the situations where the circle is fairly off. It's one of those situations where the circle is just a little bit hard to deal with, a little bit hard to predict. So a lot of these teams have the advantage of being able to play individualistically and just going off of intuition. But now with Boom Esports leading the charge, over 20 points ahead, not over, but about there, ahead of Claw, I think Boom Esports can end the day, I think, feeling rather happy if you ask me, because there's still another 3 more maps to go.
Yeah, they definitely found a very comfortable formula to make it into a consistent top 4 run. Meanwhile, CD Alliance have been able to continuously claw that way now into a top 9 on their opening performance here in day 2. So it's rather impressive, while the rest of the field are also pushing onwards and upwards. MEC with Chicken Dinner right now sitting at 17. So all they really have to do, put in more rounds as such. I mean, if this may not be just a one-time thing for MEC, while the rest of the field has still got a lot catching up to do. Vampire Esports, 3 rounds of play, only 3 points. So that's only 1 point per round. Rather disappointing if you ask me. And same could be said about Alter Ego. So these guys has got to wake up. I mean, there's only 3 more maps to play out for today.
The late rotations coming in from VPE has not been paying them dividends. I think it might be a similar case of what we saw yesterday for Claw. So I'm really looking forward to what VPE has to offer after that break, because yesterday it was almost like a 180 on how Claw performed from the first half of the day to the second half of the day. And the same can be said about Alter Ego. Alter Ego here is not about late rotations. It's about trying to go aggressive here. And I think if anything, they're getting outclassed in terms of firepower, getting outclassed in terms of position, and most importantly, they're I think in terms of being aware of the positions of other teams have been their downfall, because they're getting clipped from so many different angles. It has not really been a 4v4 situation that they've been losing here. It's fights that they are getting clipped off one by one from so many different angles, and they're not able to play off each other. I need Alter Ego to go back to the drawing board, figure out how exactly to play off each other. We talked a little bit just now in the beginning of the pre-show, right, about what it means for Alva and Rosemary to play together, because they are the seniors of that team. But now we're seeing that disconnect happen. How can we fix that?
Yeah, I think there is definitely an instance where when they see successes, even from past seasons, it was situations where they were in control rather than playing reactionary. When you are taking such a slow run from the outskirts, you are leaving everything to fate that you're going to have a smooth cruise when you get to the zone. But I feel like these teams, they definitely would actually get more of a presence to be felt if they were to be maybe somewhere in the centerfold. So that is something that they might consider trying moving forward to that. So of course, after this, we will have another 3 rounds. And of course, you guys might be hungry. Other than for chicken dinners, you can actually go ahead and get yourselves some great hot plate of your own right now, because we're going to take a little bit of a break. And when we do come back, there is a whole lot more action here in the PMSL Summer 2025. So of course, till then, we'll catch you in a bit.
shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
welcome back. As we know, the break is over and the battle is about to heat up again. But before that, let's have a quick chat with these two amazing players from Cloud Slayers. Please welcome Zaxi and also Redface. Hi guys, how are you? Feeling great?
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Baik.
Okay, baik. Okay. And first, I think I'm gonna ask Zaxi. So, Zaxi, it looked like you guys were struggling a bit at the start yesterday, but now you are slowly becoming more consistent and even got a chicken dinner on game number 2. Do you feel comfortable playing in a new teams after being with BTR for so long, Zaxi?
Oke, Zaxi, pertanyaannya kemarin di hari pertama terlihat Claw ini agak sedikit struggle, tapi akhirnya udah bisa terus konsisten. Jadi gimana caranya kalian tetap stay konsisten setelah ya ini kan tim baru dan sebelumnya di BTR juga cukup lama?
Kita dimulai dari percaya satu sama lain aja. Terus juga tanpa meragukan satu sama lain juga. Dan gue yakin gue sama tim gue ini mampu untuk mendapatkan piala nanti di PMSL.
Yeah, of course. We start from the basic back, which is we trust each other, we never doubt each other, and I believe that we can lift the PMSL trophy.
Wow, and one thing, should we expect a rivalry between Cloud and BTR, Zaxi?
Apakah kita bisa expect lah yang bakal ada rivalitas di antara Cloud dan juga BTR?
Jujur aku nggak terlalu peduli sih dengan BIGETRON, fokus dengan tim aku sendiri aja.
Yeah, basically I don't really care about BIGETRON. I just gonna focus on my team.
And focus to get the trophy, right? And Zaxi, I'd love to know who was the first person to invite you to join Cloud and what made you say yes, Zaxi?
Jadi ya semua orang mau tahu gimana siapa yang ngajak kamu gabung ke Cloud dan ya apa yang membuatkan kamu bilang iya.
Awalnya itu aku yang menawarkan diri untuk bergabung di Cloud dan akhirnya ya saya di sini.
Yeah, I mean there's nobody invite me. I come like voluntarily to this team and yeah, here I am.
And I'm glad you made that decision because we can see you play again here in PMSL. I think that's it for Zaxi, and next moving on to Redface. So Redface, after the PMSL 2024 fall split, it seems like you took a break for a season. What were you doing during that time? Were you training or taking the time off?
Ya buat Redface kemarin di 2024 fall sempat kamu berhenti main. Bisa ceritain nggak di momen kamu berhenti main itu apa yang kamu lakukan? Apakah kamu lagi training, apa grinding atau cuma nyantai aja?
Selama nganggur kemarin sih naik gunung sama streaming aja.
No, it's just like when I took a break just now. I mean the other day, what did I do is basically I just go hiking and then like streaming. That's all.
So no training at all?
Jadi nggak ada latihan sama sekali?
Enggak.
Nope, I don't have.
Wow, okay. And previously, you used to play for Talon, right, Redface? And you made a bold move by going back through a PMNC team to qualify here. What gave you the confidence to do that?
Ya sebelumnya kamu disempat di Talon juga dan kamu melakukan satu ya perubahan drastis lah yang mana kamu mengikut kualifikasi PMNC. Apa yang bisa membuatkan kamu sebegitu yakin mau ikut kualif dari PMNC?
Yang pertama gue pengen ngebuktiin diri gue kalau gue layak ada di sini dan ngebuktiin ke orang-orang yang ngeraguin gue kalau gue pantas di sini.
First of all, yeah, I just want to prove to myself that I'm deserve to be here. And the second thing is basically I just want to tell everyone. I mean, I want to show to everyone that doubt me from the start that I'm really deserve to be in PMSL.
But what if you don't qualify to PMSL? What were you gonna do?
Jadi kalau kemarin ya kemarin apesnya kamu nggak lolos PMSL, apa yang bakal kamu lakuin kira-kira sekarang?
Nggak mungkin deh. Nggak mungkin gue nggak lolos.
Nah, I mean, I don't think I would not qualify. I believe that I'm gonna qualify.
Wow, I really love that confidence. So, Redface, you were with Zaxi in Persija Evos before, and now you are reunited here in Cloud Slayers. What do you think about the synergy between you and Zaxi?
Ya kemarin Redface dan juga Zuxi itu pernah bermain bareng di Persija Evos dan sekarang kalian bergabung lagi di Cloud. Bisa ceritain dikit nggak gimana? Ya menurut kamu sendiri sinergi kamu bareng Zuxi lah.
Kalau bareng Zuxi sih kayaknya dari dulu sama sekarang sama aja. Kayak ya udah main aja. Kita udah sahabatan lama lah.
Yeah, I mean, for Red Face part, basically, we've been together for so long. I mean, I don't think that there's the special synergy or whatnot. It's just like we used to it. And for Zaxi part, I mean, we are friends for such a long time already.
Great, and keep riding this positive energy for you too, and good luck for Cloud Slayer. So thank you so much for this amazing interview. Thank you, Red Face. Thank you, Zaxi, and also thank you, Junks, for the translation. And without keeping you waiting any longer, let's hand it back to our casters to start the game number 4. So casters, bring it on.
That was such an insightful interview with none other than the veterans coming into Claw Slayers out of retirement and straight into action, as we have Red FaZe, who have gone for 1 year and came up to dominate today, bagging himself a chicken dinner for the team.
Sorry. I think it's really exciting how exactly he's approached this game as well. That break, I think, is very much needed. Some players as well, they can burn themselves out, maybe going a bit too far gone. That 1 year break maybe is something he needs to really reset his mental and really come back into peak form. We've seen so many instances of this situation. I think Red FaZe also definitely one example of this as well. Regardless, coming into today as well, I think today has been a great day for Indonesian PUBG Mobile as well, since the majority of the games has been taken away from Indonesian teams, whether it's going to be Claw, whether it's going to be teams like Boom Esports, but also we're seeing a big, comeuppance from teams that didn't do so well last season, like say FaZe Clan, like say MEC as well. FaZe looking very consistent since MEC this is their first day. My question is whether or not this streak can continue, especially toward the second half of this day.
Yeah, I love on what you really touched on. It really seems like this is the season of comebacks. Like, on top of all these old players coming back into this mix, and those who wants to prove themselves worthy to be the new team on the throne. And looking at the top gunslingers at the moment, FaZe Clan have done plentiful damage, but despite all of those efforts, they have yet to score those maximum points. Whereas Boom Esports, with that consistent effort, they're trailing right behind FaZe Clan with that 9.8k damage. Follow suit, it is D-Saber with 9.3, and also Claw that's been hot on their streak.
Interesting enough, when you think about, say, FaZe Clan and how they've been playing here, it's all been toward the mid side of the game in terms of rotations. It's never really been late. They've been following closely the sides of that circle, prioritizing, positioning, and that 10k damage has been more damage in terms of pickoffs and chip damage as well, really crippling teams and just forcing them to get overwhelmed by other teams. And FaZe Clan just never really forced to take these fights head on. Rather, it's just about waiting that right opportune moment to strike.
Yeah, I certainly agree that this has kind of worked out for their state team. As much as on paper, right at this moment, the chicken dinners are looking very Indonesian dominant for the moment, with Boom Esports, Claw Slayers, as well as Talon winning out the first 3 matches. But in the mid pack as well as the top 4, we've definitely seen some interesting makes coming in from teams from Vietnam, from Malaysia, but I'm hoping to see more and more of the squads coming in from Thailand to once again show their prowess. And we talked about comebacks, and to me, that interview, it's still pretty much fresh in my head, because I still remember what he said, that he was taking his time hiking and streaming. It felt like he never left with that crazy performance that we've just witnessed. And then you also have Zaxi, who's just pretty much chilling, and he was the one volunteering to join this team because that's what they believe in, and that's what I really do love about this squad becoming one of my hot favorites this season.
Honestly, I think, it's a story of legends, story of comebacks as well, like you mentioned. And honestly, the performance speaks waves about what we can expect to see. And if anything, talent can always been honed. And I think of all these talent, what better way to showcase it other than over at EWC itself. So EWC is coming this year. It's going to be the tournament to watch out for, because PMWC will be happening at the same time as well, which is going to be in Riyadh. 3 slots for the teams as well, a huge chunk of prize money, and a place for you to etch your name in history.
That's right. Legends are forged right here in the PMSL as the journey begins. So these teams, they're fighting tooth and nail in order to make the top cut. And of course, bank in even more big prizes in the Esports World Cup with PMWC happening real soon. So you got to make sure you go ahead and follow them on their social media, because there's plenty of games that will be played out in the EWC as well. But you guys definitely don't want to miss any PUBG Mobile action. And on top of that, of course, thank you very much to Techno, as they've been our firm believers and supporters throughout all the seasons of PMSL. So make sure you guys check out their latest POVA 7 series, because this phone absolutely packs a punch, and it will allow you to play long hours with their battery life, as well as great display of 120 FPS, so you guys can game all day and dominate in the field of PUBG Mobile.
Truly very, very fun as well. Now coming back into this game, it's the second half of the day already here. We have one more Erangel and lastly 2 more maps of Miramar. This is where things get a little bit more interesting, because it's going to be a shift here into the bigger maps, long range or bigger terrains. And for some reason, our Erangels today, we've seen a lot of those crossfires coming in from all the way across the map, which means a lot of teams are already very mentally prepped for these long range fights as well. So it's going to bring a different look to what we can expect to see on Miramar compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely think that with the dynamic shifts, with different teams all together, there's going to be a little bit of a struggle for the spacing as well. So I can't wait for that to unfold, but we still got this one round of Erangel where I think we've already seen some firm ideas coming in from a lot of the teams. But man, those late movers, they got to do something about it, because if they're going to be late, they got to make sure that they're going to be the last team to join in. And I mean, how much to do? Are they willing to tank? ETN has done it. Halfway through, they kind of crumbled. VPE tried 2 times already, so it didn't work out. So it's time for a little bit of a shift of what they have on the playbook in order for them to claim a little bit more of those points, because right now, VPE struggling. AE struggling as well. These are the names that we least expect, while all these other squads, whether if they're young bloods or even old dogs like DX, they are currently trailblazing the path, and I'm afraid this is going to be too much of a surmountable gap for these guys to catch up.
Honestly, if you look at history, when you look at AE, when you look at teams like, say, VPE, for some reason on day one, they always struggle. And I've always questioned, why is this a trend? Why is this happening here? You are one of the most insane teams we've ever seen. Is it because you're getting a feel of what's going on during the games? Or is it because that you are the team that, have to find your momentum to be able to go forward as well? Since those weeks are getting a little bit shorter compared to back then, right? I think we've had this conversation. I think it was like, last season, where do teams that start late really do have the time to give away a day of the week to get into momentum and just really explode onto the last day? Is it a very safe strat? Honestly,
it is a very risky strat if you ask me, but I guess like so long as they have the composure, and if they're having, I don't know, a calculator or a mental picture of how they would still be able to catch up, then there are ways that you can still make a big comeuppance in that sense. So of course, moving forward, we're looking into what could potentially be a big success for certain teams out there. I think CD Alliance is definitely on the right track. MVKE, for a team that's coming from Group B from the past season, they are looking super hot, and the FaZe Clan numbers are absurd. It's just that they need to convert even more in order to find themselves in the top 3.
Yeah. And now coming toward the Xavier here, I think the Xavier is having too quiet of a day. I'm not used to this. Usually we see their names maybe gracing the top 4, top 5. I think in terms of eliminations, they will be up there somewhere. But today is a bit too quiet for me. It's very different in terms of how exactly they're going to be approaching the games as well. It feels almost out of place. But at the same time, I'm also understanding with the addition of Group B into the mix, it feels like they're struggling to really find that same momentum they started off with yesterday as well. So maybe second half of the day might be key here. We're seeing a lot of teams that had that yesterday as well. Claw is definitely one of those teams that did well toward the second half of the day, and the same can be said about Team Secret.
Yeah, and I guess going back on the note of the Xavier, they were having a conversation of, needing to push back in day one so that they relieve a lot more pressure and not leave it up to chance on the final day. I guess that right now, all they really have to do is just bank in a consistent record of 3 to 5 points per round so that they can maintain a ratio that Yeah, it's just a little bit of bragging rights if you're number one in the group stages. So you just want to make sure that you're the top 16, and maybe, just maybe they've already had enough. So they kind of are a little bit more lax in that sense. But I won't say the same about Team Secret because they had some struggles where they're not really gaining points out of these rounds. So I guess like that's where they have to go in for all this push in this last 3 map.
Very, very dangerous place to be here for Group C. Start off day 1 very, very early. You're on your final day. Some of them still hasn't been able to find their move quite yet. Talking about teams like, say, team like New Era, you know, teams like, say, I think New Era is currently, I think, the only team that's currently in the red right now who's still struggling. I think starting into today, they started off not only with low amount of points, but other teams from Group B has been able to overtake them by a mile. They haven't seemed to find an answer. They haven't seemed to find that cohesion as well. This is the last push here, especially when if I'm not too sure which map exactly is New Era more comfortable on, but if it is Erangel, this is your last chance.
Yeah, hopefully it's a better deep run for them in Miramar. I think like yesterday's Miramar, they did bang a decent amount. It wasn't to say the maximum points that they could have actually garnered, but it is decent. So this is definitely going to be all their hopes locked for this final 3 matches as we begin our last run in day 2 of the map of Erangel. So I can't wait to witness, is there going to be glory for those that have been lying in wait?
Hey, flight path now here already. Okay, things are getting a little bit more interesting here, coming from Stalber all the way to the left side of the map as well, which means that, I mean, it's not going to be too hard to get to SMB from here as well. Anyways, in terms of damage, Aditlo, since today is the first day he's in, he's already surprisingly doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he's topping the damage charge out there, and I guess that the overall CD Alliance is having him activated throughout the course of the run. And on top of that, what's also interesting is that Kim, out of the last match, he's having one of the highest frag ratios because of his deep run into the top 2. So we'll have to see if he can pull another heroic run, just like how he did. And who knows, a chicken dinner to reward at EC might just actually see them qualify to the Super Weekend, because we have so many dismal performances coming from certain top dogs what we expect to perform. So this is definitely looking super interesting what we have on the charts.
Okay, coming into here as well, I'm not seeing too much of a shift when it comes to drop spots either. And this is going to be interesting because SK dropping over to Kameshki. The rest, I think they're just trying to drop as usual as they can to wherever they came from, honestly. I don't think it's going to be a problem for Semnai to drop over at Ferry Pier. Circle gonna go toward Yasnaya Polyana. So I think that Talon having full control of Yasnaya Polyana could be incredible right now. Because for them, when it comes to zone control, it's good. They have a lot of loot coming into Yasnaya Polyana. And since it's almost centralized, if say the circle shifts, it's not gonna be too hard for them to rotate quickly either.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is definitely going to give them a huge confidence boost. And back towards Pachinki, as we do see these Sabres securing themselves a couple of all these early vehicle spawns inside the garage. I want to see early movements coming out of this Savior in order for them to really get themselves into the take of the action. Else, they will have to play it slow up against Claw Esports, because Claw has been occupying that space in between them as well as Boom Esports. So it's not a safe passage if they were to pass by the apartment compounds as well as the warehouse in order to get their way into Yasnaya, so to speak. So MEC, the big shot factor that they've offered last round, Kim, I believe he has been able to rack about 5 to 6 elimination points in the span of the final hours of the fight.
Rotations as well here. VOIN Donkey could be good if they want to play their usual strat of just following the size of the circle, since they are coming in for Zaverni, which means that they don't have to worry too much about their backs as the circle shifts. Fairly comfortable, and in front of them it's like fairly empty as well. So if say the circle does move toward the I think the more centralized area here, you're not sure whether it's going to go to the northern side or maybe toward the southern side of the area. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem here. It's just a matter of crossing that water. And if anything, it's such a small amount of water either. I don't think it's going to be a cause of too much concern here. But my cause of concern right now would be the western side because there's a lot of teams coming in from the southwestern side. I'm talking about SEM9, VPE, New Era as well. SEM9, New Era, I think, I don't know, I'm just predicting this, maybe going to potentially meet again since they've been doing so the last 2 maps, if I'm being honest, even since yesterday.
Yeah, that is definitely something that we have to keep our eyes on because New Era this time occupies Gatka, so it might just see a certain point where Vampire Esports, they will once again hang maybe about 5 minutes or maybe even 10 minutes outside of the blue zone if they will, just to get themselves just about enough space to avoid those kind of conflict. Meanwhile, I'm thinking perhaps this could be a very good opportunity for SEM9 to seize if they want to be a little bit more proactive, choke out that space, and not allow VPE to even have any form of room to breathe. If you want to play in the blue zone, by all means do so because you don't get to ever play the game.
It's rough, honestly, if you don't even get to play the game. You have to figure out how exactly to prolong the survivability to change that. A lot of teams are actually just kind of slowing down. It's a big shift from what we saw in terms of momentum and tempo from the first 2 Erangels for the day. Earlier, we saw a big beeline to the middle side of the map. Yeah, some teams are still doing that. Team Secret, Boom Esports, Claw already here, Xavier as well making their way in here. But most are just taking their time. And I'm understanding that maybe perhaps they don't want to go to the middle too early and be forced into a 3-way, 4-way fight. Or perhaps they want to do what, say, NEC has done, or even VOIN Donkey, where they're going to come in toward the mid side of that circle rotation. They don't want to kind of over-aggress, but at the same time, they want to be in a situation where they can control the flow of the fight because they have a lot more space to work with the edges of that circle.
True enough, and ETN is just going to be hugging by the edge, so to speak, as well. Well, I really do like that Claw is being more proactive on their movements as well because they went on that 2-2 split. They usually start around those kind of compounds right on the outskirts of Rozak, and they further claim that spot in between Yasnaya, so they will expect a lot of heavy traffic to be moving their way. So those are opportunities to farm some of all these big eliminations, so to speak. Hopefully, they will be able to defend well because right at this moment, Boom Esports are also making a move. Same goes to New Era, who has left the vicinity of Gatka and now getting shot at. And that's one tire being popped from the side of Wigs. Not sure if they will switch wheels and ditch this buggy because it may not actually affect him all too much, but maybe just decrease a little bit of that speed. And D-Saver, that's kind of what they were intending to do. Just setting up these choke points, not really allowing too much of that space to be taken by the rest of the squads.
A little bit more proactive from Xavier this time around. Like to see it rather than the more quiet start they had earlier. Now, I had a big mistake. I was talking that New Era will be meeting with SEM9. No, it's just going to be Claw here. And this time around, it's New Era with the advantage here. They already knocked down, I think, one member of Claw, nearly taking out the other. More needs to come through. They're going to try at least deny a bit of space away. But Zuxi stops them. He's given a lot of pressure to this team. They're rushing into the compound right now. And I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to go to that reset. And they do just that. I'm not too sure how it is when it comes to the team's, I would say, utilities right now. I think that for Redface, he's quite low. Gonna go for a reset. He has a big medkit in his hand, so he's gonna go back to full here. One more time, keeping very quiet. New Era, for me personally, they're not getting a bit more active. I would love to see them take a bit more space right now. And this is where the problem lies for this team. They're getting chunked out in terms of HP one by one. They're not aware of where the other members of Claw have positioned themselves. And they're getting chunked in terms of damage from across the road by Boboho. And they have no clue how to fight back. Yeah,
just great support fire coming from Boboho in order to buy more of that time so that Pepang can get revived. And thankfully, there was that medkit as well. So Redface back to 100% and now taking charge. Zuxi also swarms right through and he gets clipped in return. He actually naded the member on New Era while he's doing so, and just like that, they settle the scores, but it was costly. Only one member left standing, and it's gonna be Pepang to survive the ordeal.
And over on this side as well, CD Alliance Every time D Xavier manages to find a nice compound toward the middle side here, they're gonna get attacked, and this time around it's gonna be from CD Alliance. But Levi has other things in mind, taking away the members of CD Alliance, losing one already. Aditlu out in the open, playing first contact, shotgun in hand here, gonna keep the other members at bay. Jump shots abound here, but the strafes coming in from both these players are really good. The fights cannot be isolated, and Aditlu is about to play with his knife, but his teammates are there to even just change back and even trade. But Lamborghini has other things in mind. He goes aggressive, he's moving up, down, left, and center here, but CD Alliance, they're gonna match his dance. And D Xavier, this is one of their worst runs, getting knocked out early with barely any eliminations, but at the same time, CD Alliance taking a heavy hit from that fight.
Yeah, and right now, there's also members of MEC trailing right across, and there's barely enough room for reset. Jimmy really playing with fire out there, tangoing with Lamborghini, and he had the last laugh, and thankfully he survives. Now he does get just about enough time to get the revive done onto Aditlu. It's 2 against 3 at this moment. Where exactly is the 4th member of MEC? Nowhere to be seen as he's providing supportive fire, and all the smokes buying a little bit more time and space, but the nades are falling true.
Aditlu and his teammate waiting very quietly, gonna try and play this corners to perfection, but geometry is definitely his favorite subject here. Gets one knock, perfectly done. Bokeh jumps through, puts in a bit of damage, didn't manage to get the knock here. Aditlu down. Jimmy alone. We've seen Jimmy pull off miracles before. He's gonna try and set himself up for success here. He's gonna play a game of smokes and mirrors. Still, MEC gonna try and surround him from both sides. But for Jimmy, he's gonna try and move in and out of circle to just play off his advantage. But he's not gonna try even. He's gonna say, you know what, you're inside of the compound, and now I have a bit more space to reposition myself. But here comes Amazel to put in a bit of damage onto the rest of the members of the final member, in fact, of CD Alliance here. But somehow Jimmy has managed to run away with his life.
Wow, he's just so tough to be taken down, and just like that, he found that opportunity with that Murado packed right outside, so he definitely knows that this is going to be a difficult call if he were to commit to that 1 versus 3. So great job on MEC to be able to seize that opportunity, being vultures in that scuffle between those members where the rest of VX have faltered to the ground. Well, going back into the side of Alter Ego, it seems like they're having a little bit of tussle of their own, fighting through those railroads as well as the open grounds of Stauber. So Alter Ego, they got to take charge, and they're pretty much scattered right across the field. A little bit dangerous, as this is going to be an uphill climb for them in order for them to reap more rewards. But same could be said about their opponents that's currently scattered apart. So Daybot now on his debut run, he's got to pull some of these weight and put AE ahead.
The amount of teams over Northern Rozhok is honestly surprising. Just now, throughout all of those fights here, it was because every single team seems to be at the southern side area here. The amount of space over on Rozhok was completely full, and it was so hard for any of these teams to rotate forward because of that body of water here.
True enough, and right at this moment, these two teams are taking their sweet time, and SK, there's barely enough of that space, and the rest of the members of Alter Ego fully commits. He says we can tangle on the blue zone as well. But Shin, he's already being knocked down. I don't think there's a chance that he could fall back and pick up his teammates. So it's only really 2 players to play it out for the rest of SK. On the lower ground, it's going to be FaZe Clan also joining in the mix. This could be a different location that they're taking another pot shot. So Gui lining it up. Is he going to be able to find it up against Alter Ego? It doesn't seem quite nicely aligned, but there's definitely just about enough chip damage on that Desir, forcing him to ditch the vehicle, and that's where the opportunity is seized by Gui.
Gui is just taking his time here. FaZe Clan, gotta give it to them. Very patient, very, it's almost surgical how they approach these fights as well. Look at the position of where Gewi is, and look at how Mercurius immediately goes to the front line to take away space and just provide a bit more cover by becoming the distraction, that first contact, so that other teams cannot completely spray.
Yeah, quite a great setup coming from the rest of FaZe Clan, taking different angles from the top to the bottom of the hill. Gui definitely played a very vital role on that catch. Well, Yoki's still trying to find something in return because he knows he's got no vehicle to even salvage the situation. So perhaps a potential catch could still land him a certain point, but now it's going to be Rosemary peppering upon him. It is not going to be all too clear cut, but Rosemary knows that this is too much time being spent by the blue. He has to eventually join in with the rest of the groups who are already in zone. And speaking of the zone, it pulls all the way back to Rozak. So there's plenty of space to be played out if they were to make their way in. But right now, it's all about getting through from the blue zone.
I think there's a bit more of a divide in terms of opinion for these teams here. The only team toward the southern side here, and I think it's a very big gamble because, you know, most of the amount of land mass is toward the northern side of that circle. Teams like Boom and MEC deciding to remain over on Rozak. Meanwhile, most of the teams decided to go northern side. There are a little bit more of those late rotators like SK just now alongside AE and FaZe Clan. And this is where things are gonna get interesting because most teams deciding to rotate from northern side. I'm expecting a fight to break out from VOIN Donkey. I'm expecting a fight to happen from even Team Secret to potentially keep out other teams coming into that circle. But at the same time, with Talon already right there, smack dab at the side of the body of water in the terrain. Okay, spoke too soon here. It's going to be one member of Team Secret to spot out one member of Axel very, very quickly.
Yeah, what a great position held by GK as well. That was just an efficient catch. Talon now loses one. And now Talon will have their hits pretty much scratched because they don't exactly know how do you actually get by the bridge when you have these members of Team Secret on the Overwatch. So right now, they're also closing right in to choke out all that spacing. This is just going to be a rough ordeal while FaZe Clan kind of plow right through, catching out Frankie on the far end of the spectrum. So this is definitely going to be opening up a little bit more of that room. And like you said, there's a lot of all these teams that have gambled over onto the Nerve, and that paid out. Boom Esports, they went all the way from North back into South because that was their hometown. They still have the zone, but maybe not for too long.
They could potentially just become a third party, or they can just shoot from across the water if they want to. You know, potentially banking on, say, teams like MVKE, SEM9, or even Vampire Esports to be a little bit more aggressive with each other. And speaking of VPE, this is a more different rotation coming from them. In the first half of the day, it was all about the late rotations, hoping to catch people off guard very, very soon. But they were getting knocked out early. This time around, they are one of the first few teams in the right smack dab middle of the circle.
Yeah, and they will have to hold their ground for the most part because they will expect more and more teams to be crashing right through those areas. While Talon has been doing just about sufficient of a job to be able to put enough pressure onto those members of FaZe Clan, and now it's going to be Jinky getting that perfect crossfire onto members of FaZe Clan. And this gas station is not going to be safe at all. Just like that, FaZe Clan crumbles.
There was just too many teams, honestly. And with Team Secret setting up the perfect net for any team to cross by and just completely get obliterated with crossfires as well, is not the easiest to cross them. It's a whole different look from Team Secret today compared to a more passive style gameplay. They are getting very proactive here. They're putting themselves into the crossfires and these fights. You gotta give it to Zeros right now. He's taking out a lot of fights from two different teams. Anyone crosses him, he knocks them down. Doki knocked down already here, and now Team Secret is at a lead. They have 5 eliminations already. Alter Ego about to be the next victims here, but Alter Ego, they also have plans for contingency. Rosemary's just gonna wait out the util. He manages to sidestep it, and because he has smoke set up already, he's slowly gonna try and climb his way up the terrain, try to clear out those close corners with those nades as well.
Yeah, it's a 2-2 split for Team Secret. They are feeling rather confident to take on Rosemary, but you gotta respect this guy who's been MVPs of the previous seasons. So looking at the current circumstance, he will have to isolate some of these targets. That damage coming in from the frag grenade might just be a little bit more of an opening for him, and Zero's got blinded out, and that was that opportunity. Rosemary goes for the double drop. Just like that, he turns the tides around.
That nade from Team Secret is good. Cheeky, you can always rely on him. That's why I said Team Secret has a lot of layers on how exactly he approaches this fight. You have a double swing? Sure. But where exactly is this final member? And the thing is, Rosemary had no clue that there's one member still very much around here. The timing was just so good from the members of Team Secret to be able to clutch and bring the team back into this game. And now Team Secret has to reset. They have a bit more space between them and Talon, and them and VOIN Donkey as well. So they can take the time to see what exactly is their next plan of action. situation.
Yeah, both teams really impressing us by far, despite Rosemary's attempt out there. It's just that the lack of intel kind of led towards his demise. But that's all you really want to pull up, at least show some fight. And now, back into the top 10. 6 teams eliminated already, and we're looking at CD Alliance actually stashing quite an amount with 4 points already being gained. But of course, that was that scuffle that they had throughout the compounds, where Team Secret right now are looking like the biggest victors, but of course some damage to be dealt, and now dealing with the blue zone. They're running out of space, also ditching their vehicles behind, so this is going to be a little bit of a long struggle, and there is going to be D-Saber on top of the hill, and it looks like it's going to be the rest of these members of SEM9 as well as VPE to actually hold them from right across.
MVKE is fairly quiet right now. They don't really have to be noisy. I think for them, it's all about just survivability. I'm not too sure how many points they have this game. All right, 0. So for them, it's all about waiting for the right time to strike. And I believe they're playing it almost like a viper in the grass, to just really wait for teams to go in for the full fight, wait for them to get crippled and completely overwhelmed. Now as the blue zone hits here, Team Secret looking very dire, have to fight their way into the circle. But instead of being able to have a safe passage in, they have to climb up this terrain. And who's waiting at the end? It's Team SM9. Their vehicle already exploded as well, and that's their only vehicle and thing to bring them around in terms of mobility now gone.
Yeah, it's just a desperate attempt to at least salvage a very dire situation. They also left Trang right behind the zone so that he could maybe pull off a little bit of flank. And here comes the rest of VOIN Donkey, hoping to close right in to capitalize on their quite peculiar position. And that is going to be Consulate on his debut now, taking on the rest of Team Secret. Great catch onto Trang as he will open up a little bit more of that lead. Potato gets knocked out instead, so there is still a chance that Team Secret can survive the ordeal.
They can't. It's not going to be easy. Gonna be forced to reset as well, and immediately, as soon as he went out in the open to go for that reset to pick up his teammate, there was just no cover, no way for him to move as well. Perhaps he could have been a bit more patient, maybe ask for his teammate to move back, but I think in a more dire and more desperate situation with the blue coming through and also potentially VOIN Donkey coming to them, they had to make a choice.
Yeah, and SEM9 definitely have found the optimum timing for them to push up a hit, while VOIN Donkey was also preoccupied with that knock. So VOIN Donkey has resetted. Now it's going to be a full 4-on-4. It seems like the rest of SEM9, they might not want to fully commit just yet. They have those wheels on the ready, while Boom Esports getting caught up by a very, very cheeky angle with Jimmy camping out all alone. So that's going to be another point added to the tally. But now with the tension being drawn right in, Ponbit, he's hoping to revenge his fallen brethren. And Mastery, I don't think he will be safe at that tough position. So it's down to this grenade. Can he actually connect it and maybe drop it onto his teammate to deny the points from falling in the hands of Jimmy? Wow. Perfect.
Not the easiest to pick up. Eliminated already here. Streak stopping already here for CD Alliance, and I think a lot of teams are breathing a sigh of relief because they've been quite disruptive to the entirety of this lobby throughout the entirety of today as well. Most teams really parking themselves on northern side of the map here. Starting to see VOIN Donkey get a little bit more active in terms of rotation. I think they potentially might want to or choose to hit SEM9, but since VOIN Donkey has 2 players rushing up forward and they have kind of ran into VPE for the time being, it leaves a lot of question marks for VOIN Donkey. Are we going to fully commit to this 4v4, break into the compound and suffer heavy losses, which allows for an opening for VPE to get a bit more active? Or are we just going to ignore SEM9, go down to the lower side of the terrain and overwhelm VPE here? But at the same time, there's a risk, right? You have no clue where MEC and Talon are.
Yeah, I think that they might be forced to really go in for that fight up against SEM9, because looking up ahead as they scout around, there was that presence, like you said, up against Vampire Esports, who's currently holding the deeper area of the zone. So very risky. So they now know that they have to commit to at least something. So they are going back to the drawing board, holding just by the very tip of the circumference of the circle. Meanwhile, the rest of Boom Esports, they fought their way through the south side, and they also managed to recover Mastery on top of that, which they still have 3 members strong to push through. And here we go, VOIN Donkey commits, finding Fearin, and it's going to be a blow for blow. 2 members down from the side of VOIN Donkey. A great recovery attempt coming from the side of Deb, but where is Vexy gonna go from here on? Because that was a botch attempt after all.
That's unlucky. Sem9 gonna just wait this out right now, and because they're crippled, VPE noticing and sensing this opening decides to get a bit more aggressive here. The nade clips onto Trexy falls, and the rest of the team forced to figure out how exactly to pick up their teammates here, and time is just not on their side. They managed to pick up one, great, but how are you gonna deal with Trexy? One person runs through right now. Miola's already inside of the compound quietly. That smoke has given him so much dividends, but you really gotta give it to Sem9. They were waiting for him. The nade is good, but Schweppes, his nade, gonna clip onto the final member of Sem9, gonna get him in the end, but Sem9, they're not out of the woods yet, but they seem to be slowly getting themselves back into the game here. They're just trading out blows for blows, and VPE now in trouble, forced out of the smokes and the compounds, forced to retreat.
That was a crazy defense by Sem9. I thought they had them for sure. VPE was looking overconfident in that push, and look at them soaking nades after grenades and somehow still surviving. Barely enough health on the side of Schweppes, and it seems like they will really have to pull for a little bit more room and respect the territory of Sem9. And Sem9 has definitely drawn a lot of attention over on this side. ETN, they were on the spawn on the hill, and they got caught out of nowhere because Vikings, they want to take over, and yes, they successfully did.
Still Sony K around, and the rest of VPE is still fairly healthy if you ask me. Could potentially go for a re-hit if they want to, but since the circle is pulling the way, the blue zone is coming, I think they want to prioritize putting themselves in a more favorable position. They have a terrain to work with. They have Newsy already inside of the compound toward the southern side. They don't really have to fully commit to this fight. They've already put in a bit of damage onto Sem9, dwindling down their numbers to only a 3.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports, at least they do have some heavy firepower to offer. It's just that those positions that they were playing from wasn't exactly ideal because they ran in blindly, and that was way too risky. So no further commitments up against Sem9. They allowed them that corner of a space while they are taking a deeper centerfold in the mix. So that is definitely a better position for Vampire Esports to play towards, while Talon right now, just by the edge of it, dealing with the situation up against MAC over the south side. Mastery is the only one left alone, and it's an interesting split because Pombit and Octa are on the far west, so I'm looking at what exactly Boom Esports is currently cooking.
MVKE here, okay, getting into the circle is not easy, and I think they're understanding that they want to take at least one fight before going in. Boom Esports, noticing that MVKE is busy with Sem9, decides to just make a rush into that circle as well. But at the same moment here, they're leaving Octa out there in the open for Octa to potentially be that first contact play, and they can just work off him.
Yeah, so far, looking very favorably for the side of Boom Esports to seize a lot of that territory, and that paid off. I mean, we talked about them needing to find a way to squeeze right through from Rosa, and just like that, playing very late, and now getting so much vital info onto MVKE, and at the very same time having the rest of the field to be able to scour around, being able to open up that space. Tony K now re-hits onto Sem9, taking out depth, so it's only going to be one member left for the side of Sem9. Kenny barely has got enough room. Once that smoke subsides, it's going to be a goner, so he will have to trade, and it's going to be Newsy to find the final blow. But Sem9, that was a hefty 7-point run on their massive defense.
They had really good position as well. They were very much aware that a lot of teams were going to be fighting for that position. So they have so many protocols in place to really just deal with the aggression coming through from many, many ends. And aggression is definitely going around here inside of this mushroom house as Talon is looking to overtake it away from MEC. But MEC, they're turtle shelling out here. But Amazal, he's going to bet a little bit too aggressive. That jumps out. But you can always rely on his teammates to trade him out. But before they could recover, Boom Esports already here.
Yeah, perfect timing once again. They hit on a weakened side of MEC, and this is where they're all boxed in at the same time, and it's gonna be a refract upon Pombit. Octa also falling right through, and the last stand coming out of Kim, he has been phenomenal from the past game, and once again, proving to be one of the MVPs for MEC. Playing ring around the rosies between him as well as Mastery. Boom Esports slowly crumble, but they don't really get to see the perfect vision, and here comes another squad joining into the fray as well. Vampire Esports, they will seize them all the way around.
Niela is just sending blind shots through these smokes, but Kim somehow is managing to just strafe his way through all of this damage. And Vuzi is here on the other end, finding the last few members of MEC. Kim is still very much alive. He can go for a reset here. And for VPE, Shrebs, what he's trying to do right now is just slowly make his way into those smokes, provide him a bit more cover to be bringing back into the game. But his friends are calling on to Nuzi that there's someone around here in those smokes, and it's Kim. But Kim, he's so slippery right now. Somehow, some way, he's managed to take down 2 of the final remaining members from 2 different teams. And he's not done yet. He barely has a lot of utility to work with. So he's gonna make every single one count here of MVKE. 3 members to deal with right now. I'm not too sure how he's gonna approach this.
This guy looks so unstoppable, and here comes another 2 members coming from the side of Vikings. They gotta learn from the rest of the squad that faltered to the hands of MEC, but they made damn sure this time it belongs to Vietnam.
MVKE, this is a more quiet start for them, but I understand that it's mostly because they haven't had the most solid and safest endings to the game. They want to make sure they can survive as a 4. Positioning is key, especially since this is one of the more interesting circles that we've had today. So prioritizing positioning, staying safe, and just waiting for other teams to hit their compound is what they were banking on. But in this particular game, no one has really been challenging them for their compound, so they allows them to just lay in wait for the last possible circle. And because they had so much advantage in terms of firepower, in terms of utility, in terms of positioning as well, they can just wait till the last possible moment to strike.
Yeah, and that played perfectly according to the plan, but wow. What a miraculous run for MEC. They seize another top 2 finish in Erangel to close off this final map before they move into Miramar. And MVKE, I think the only pressure that they had to deal with was VOIN Donkey that was taking over that hill at a certain point in time, because VOIN Donkey was so occupied looking at Sem9, and they kind of took over that spot on the hill. And from that on, a lot of pressure has been relieved from MVKE, where you saw a lot of full-blown fights coming in from the south side, which kind of opened up all that area play so that MVKE can plot whatever they want to do. Superman so far has been really showing up alongside with Break throughout the course of the run for MVKE to be able to land themselves their first ever chicken dinner.
Looking great right now for MVKE. And I think consistent as well. If you think about it, they've been having some pretty deep runs throughout the entirety of this map. It is rare that they go out with no eliminations. So I think for them, being able to not only go this far, but still being able to bring points regardless of whether or not they get chicken dinners is already something to be excited about. Regardless, we're going to go to the highlights, and after this, more breakdowns.
That was quite the rowdy round that we've witnessed. MVKE somehow found composure throughout the mix of that chaos, and MEC having a big hero on their side, Keem, 2 rounds in a row to be able to withstand all the heat of the commotion and being the last member standing for 2 consistent top 2 finishes as they once again add plenty of points onto that. And this time we see big recovery coming from Vampire Esports and another great top 4 run for Boom Esports.
Honestly, really fun to see MEC. I questioned in the beginning of the game, right, what it meant for MEC to be able to play consistency. And throughout today, I think we've been served that a lot as well. Now, MEC, from what I know as well, you know, they just came in for this season as well. Chemistry is looking good. But enough about them. Let's talk a little bit more about MVKE, because Superman is the man of this particular game. It's looking good in terms of positioning, in terms of style of play as well. I think for MVKE, it's all about the decision making. It's all about those calls. And, you know, you don't have to be flashy to be able to make an impact. You always just want to make sure that you're able to survive with your team and play together. And that's always been a great strat for this team to pull off. And it's looking good.
Yeah, looking hella good, as a matter of fact. Superman, I think I know why he's the man of steel, because he's been a massive tank for the team. He took 180 damage and still fragged out with all those damage to be done. So this guy has been a rock for Vikings Esports. So looking at all the points tally up together in this match itself, it's a massive 19 for MVKE. Well, look at the whole points for MEC, another 15 points. While Vampire Esports, this has been their best run so far. They back a total 11. Boom Esports now adding another 8 points. I think it's safe to say that Boom should be able to qualify for the Super Weekend already. Sam9 also having a better run together alongside with 6 for Team Secret and 5 for VOIN Donkey.
I think there's a bit of a shift in mindset for many of these teams, starting off a bit slow, but second half of the day, perhaps the pep talk from the coach, perhaps a change in, in strats has really benefited them as well. So a lot of these teams, especially from Group C that are ending the day very soon, they want to look at trying to go a little bit more further to just make it into that Super Weekend. Will first or second place be damned to just make it to the top 16. Now, a few teams that are still very much in trouble right now, SK, ETN, and New Era. These are the teams that have been consistently toward the bottom side of matches throughout the entirety of the day. ETN, for me personally, having trouble rotating, the same thing as SK and NWE. Unfortunately for them, they're trying to rotate in. They get into the circle. It's just those firefights that are not able to really get away with, just really clinch and clean up those fights properly.
True enough. Look at Boom Esports currently topping the charts after 10 matches of play. That's 90 points, a very significant gap to the runner-ups, VOIN Donkey. As much as VOIN Donkey has been able to push only 1 point ahead of Claw Slayers at the moment. So still very Indonesian top heavy right now on the top 3 run. While D-Savior, we see a slight slump, but that's not too concerning because that 60 over point margin have already been achieved. So it's kind of safe for D-Savior, even if they flop another 2 games, but we don't know what Group B could still offer on the final run, so we'll definitely have to see. TODAK, they didn't play the game, but somehow they are still managing to stay afloat on the first page, so the rest of the pack, they gotta step up, but it's been an impeccable run for Vikings so far, now moving all the way to the 9th place.
Interesting enough, when you look at his top 16 right now, I think Roy all the way still at the bottom, Glue RQ as well. Interestingly, I feel like tomorrow might be the day they come back here. So it's teams that are currently not playing. I mean, today's the last day, right? Teams like New Era have to be careful. Teams like, say, who else on the bottom? I'm not too sure right now. There we go. You know, teams like, say, XSP, VPE, even HOMEBOIS. They have to figure out how exactly they want to approach these games. VPE at least and HOMEBOIS at least also have a day to play with tomorrow. Teams like, say, New Era right now. What are you gonna do to come back? Because you are currently on 10 matches with only 21 points. There's a whole load of points you need to catch up with. There's 2 more maps only. You have to go nuclear in the next 2 maps to confirm your way to that Super Weekend.
Yeah, and judging for the fact that BTR, they were the gatekeepers on that 17th place, but they still have a full day's run. New Era, is it too late right now? Nuclear is what they need in this map of Miramar, but I'm not too certain. what would be the max potential that they could actually reach, but we'll have to see if there's going to be any form of gas left in the tank for a new era, or else this could be the end of the run for them. Well, as much as we have a sleeper run for Alter Ego, I guess that there's still at least an amount that they could still play through, but they also have to show up huge on day 3. So right now, it is Vikings to be able to break the streak of that Indonesian dominance from the past 3 matches. And now, moving on to Miramar, maybe this is where some of the veterans will get to shine a little bit more in Miramar.
Okay, regardless, now we're going to be looking at a collaboration that's happening now. If you want a more fun twist to your game, one of my favorite animes of our time, Attack on Titan, has a collaboration with PUBG Mobile. And we can check out the transformations, you can check the ODM gear, and even more. You can join the fight right now in the game. All you have to do is just download the game and just purchase it from the store. Make sure if you're making fun content, be sure to tag us. PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG MX Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, and hashtag AOT.
That's right. There's just so much cool stuff that you guys are missing out if you guys are not on the game. So make sure you log in today and check it out if you love Attack on Titans. And if you so happen to be a fan of cars as well as some of the classics, look no further than banking on some opportunities where you could just seize the opportunity to score some of these skins coming with this collaboration with Shelby American Collab. So you get command the legendary Shelby GT500 or even the 427 Cobra with exclusive attachments, stunning colorways, and a whole lot more. Man, I just love myself the American muscle cars just like the ones being displayed on the screen. So make sure you grab it while it lasts, because you only have a month left. It's available until July 6th. So make sure you check it out.
Regardless, we still have another thing to go. If you guys are looking for a breather after your ranked games, you can check out the WoW Elimination or World of Wonder Elimination Skill Fast gameplay. It's currently live in the game, so you can get ready for an upgraded battleground. You have a lot of stuff going on in that particular map. A lot of adventures too. So if you want to check out the map, you can check it out at 128-86867. That will be the code for you to put in to enter this particular map. You can check out, you can show off your skills, push your limits, and even become the brightest star on the battlefield itself.
That's right, and there's just so much that you can actually explore with, and this is definitely a mode where you can actually sharpen some of your aim, and on top of that, you can just go on a rampage if you guys are already lobby demons in that sense. So, of course, you don't always have to drop into that Sanhok boot camp, so now you have a better alternative from time to time. Now, of course, as we have maybe a couple of minutes before we go into Miramar, what do you think are the prospects for, Group B? Because some of them are looking really hot. Moving into Miramar, do you think this will affect them when it comes down to, the kind of tempo shift where it's always going to be slow in the first 2 phases and then suddenly ultra explosive?
Now it's still gonna keep going. I think that is going to be the tempo that we're gonna be seeing, especially since for Group B, this is their first time going into this particular map. So some teams are really gonna take that time, gonna try and suss each other up. If there is going to be early aggression, it's going to be the hot drop situation. We saw that earlier on Erangel. We saw that yesterday as well, when many teams are still trying to figure things out. If anything as well on this particular map, the long range fights that we saw on Erangel, especially on map number 2, will be repeating itself on this particular map as well. So it's going to be fun to watch. Regardless, predictions are here. Both Contra and I are going to be going for it. And for me personally, I want to see Vampire Esports wake up here. They did manage to get the wake up call they needed on that final map of Erangel. And it feels like for VPE, they're a team that heavily relies on momentum. So it might carry on. Yeah,
I feel like both of us are on the same track of mind this time, because I think Vampire, this is one of their strong suit when it comes down to Miramar. And class layers, they have shown this from yesterday. They can actually play ultra aggressive, especially if they have a deep run. And the only difference here is that I picked Talon, because I've definitely seen some of the way that they actually work around with some of all these outer terrains, whether if it's Erangel. It's kind of impressive, so that's why I do favor them a little bit more in that sense. So look at the field, Alter Ego, you can see the morale is not even existent on their side.
I don't know what to say, man. I mean, when you're just these demoralized? The question mark is, what's your mindset going to be here? Are you going to be just giving up entirely, or are you still at least going to give it a shot? Because there are still 2 more chances to go here. Not going to be the easiest feat to go nuclear, but we have seen pop-off moments. It's definitely not impossible. I don't know. Maybe I am coping right now. Perhaps maybe I'm expecting like, maybe, oh my god, they're going to go nuclear. They're going to do something like what we've seen SEM9 do a few years ago. Just really go super aggressive, walk around the map, and somehow managing to collect 32 points in a single game. You know, it's nothing that we haven't seen before in previous seasons.
Yeah, it could very well be the case, like you said, because all it takes for Alter Ego and teams like Vampire Esports is one big round. Because you remember how explosive some of these chicken dinner rounds could be for them. It's like 26 points or even higher. So, of course, that is if they can find the right rhythm to be back to their glorious way. I mean, the only reprieve that we're seeing here coming from Alter Ego is the stats coming from Rosemary, where he did a lot of damage. He also did the most healing. And I think that was pretty much a recovery round for Alter Ego to be landing themselves close to the top 4 in that sense, having some frags going in their favor, but still very far from the usual form if we really take a look. Because right now, I think they're still having some chances. New era, they only have 2 shots left on the table.
Coming back to your point about Rosemary here, I think for him, a lot of his plays have been very individualistic. It's relying a lot on hero plays. I'm not too sure if this was the idea on what Alter Ego wanted to build, but honestly, it feels like without Rosemary, the team feels like they're very, very shaky, and I would love to see a change in that as well. Maybe your plan A is to have Rosemary get activated, go online, go completely aggressive, and really take the charge to a lot of these things. But perhaps if say that Rosemary does fall, or if say you can't reach Rosemary, who is willing to step up into the plate to fill in those shoes? The question might be answered here over on Miramar. So the first Miramar of the day, now live.
This will be the penultimate round for Group C that's been on their 2nd day of play, and this is a warm welcome for the ones coming in from Group B. This could be a neutral flight path, so to speak, as it comes in from the north point. If anything at all, it's slightly skewed over onto the east, but it will still provide a lot of ground for all the teams to be able to take their picking on which city to locate themselves in. So I guess Group B now has to once again navigate. Are they gonna, I don't know, hot drop somebody, or are they gonna take certain empty spaces being left vacant by the ones who are not playing for Group A?
There is a very, very big map, and more than enough space for everyone to drop as well. Granted that this flight path is very, I would say more centralized than ever since the map is so huge. Now, in this situation here, you have no clue where exactly you want to put yourself here because it's a big map. You are going to try and see how far do you have in terms of rotations. Okay, early fights did happen. Here is MEC going up with Gids ETN. And in this situation for ETN, they had quite a dismal day here. Being able to overcome MEC would not only push them up in terms of points, but maybe push them up in terms of confidence as well coming into these last 2 maps of the day.
Yeah, MEC is definitely on the roll. Can't really say the same about ETN, but knowing Thai teams, they absolutely do love their runs inside the Miramar. So ETN, they're definitely familiar with all these early altercations. We've seen it back in Georgia Pool. We've seen it a couple times before on those late rotations where they're always signing up for a little bit more of that action. I think that MEC is not fully subscribing to that, so they just want to ensure that they secure themselves a couple of vehicles. But take a look at the first circle. It's going to be circling around Creative Fields as well as Monte Nevo. So there's going to be a lot of all these traversing to do for a majority of all these teams because of the flight path that kind of resulted in majority of them either playing on the south side or the far east. So they got a lot to cover from here.
DX took a later jump from that plane, so because the circle came through just now, they opted for a slower drop down as well, which resulted in the middle of this circle drop as well. I think they're gonna just slowly make their way toward El Pozo right now. Bit of a recap from that last game as well, early game, to see how exactly MEC was able to overcome so many teams, and MVKE taking that chicken dinner if you guys just tuned in. Now coming back to my point here just now, we saw that MEC and ETN was going for these fights early, right? And I think that MEC caught wind of FaZe Clan being very close, so instead of fully locking horns early into that fight and just overcoming the team, they decided to leave instead.
Yeah, I think it's for the better of both of these squads, right? ETN, they definitely need to find some room for them to recover from some of all these lost causes back in Erangel. Meanwhile, you don't want your streak to be broken if you're from the side of MEC, because we see they were getting tagged from all across, 3 members getting damaged. That wasn't from Blue Zones or so. And we're looking at some changes onto the roster of Claw as they bring Chipeng in. Zux is going to be still on the field, so that is going to be Pepeng being subbed out. Just like yesterday, it's always between Chipeng as well as Pepeng. It almost sound like they are brothers in that sense, but look at how actively he gets involved. He wastes no time. He's now opening a lot of that space, climbing up towards the hillside of Power Grid, and who better to do it to lead the field? It's Zuxi because he used to play in BTR.
A lot of teams going in for rotations. Because the X was quite fast, they have full control of El Pozo. VOIN Donkey here, interesting enough, they decided to go from La Cabrera and then park themselves over on Crater Field. In fact, the southern side of La Cabrera is still very much in their control here. This could be massive if the circle shifts toward them because they have so much space in their control. They could potentially try and clip anyone rotating from northern side here. MEC could be in trouble, FaZe Clan, even ETN. But that southern side fight is the most interesting since many teams are coming from there. We're looking at teams like, say, Talon, outside the circle of CD Alliance over on Los Leones, MVKE, and surprisingly enough, SK deciding to rotate all the way from Valdemar here.
Yeah, it's rather interesting on how swiftly some of all these teams have been able to make these kinds of advancements. Now, we do have some stats coming in from VOIN Donkey. Vexy so far have been the main hitman. Funny enough, if you look into their designated roles, they call Vexy as their support. But this has been a high fragging support, if you ask me. I mean, he's really good at mid to long range, which is why they do excel in some of these maps of Miramar as well as Erangel. Zuxi now getting themselves his first dib, and that's gonna be new era. They don't want any part of this, but they are fighting for that high ground up against Boboho, who's currently on the opposite end. They got that monster truck, tanky enough to soak some damage, but they got all eyes from Claw Slayers.
Gotta keep a close eye on them as well. Okay, not the worst thing in the world to have this terrain new era. This is good. It gives you so much space, information as well. You could potentially just, safely protect your area here because you're just so, separated from the rest of your team, and with so much pressure coming in from Claw, you're forced to take a more passive approach. Maybe hope for Claw to push toward you, and as they're pushing up, you can take advantage of that low ground terrain disadvantage that they have, excuse me.
True enough, and right now they're just playing for a little bit more cover. Once they do get the reset, they will try to look for more opportunities up against Claw Slayers. And Sandline's going to be rotating right across the other side of the field that they're currently playing through. Vikings, they are finally finding themselves a little bit more of that opening to just cut right across. So a lot of all that spacing over on the south side, there could be any chances that they might even bump into SK because they have been leaving that area of Valdemar over on the south side. Meanwhile, the rest of the Savior, they're kind of poking and prodding, just doing some scouting. Paragon have already feed back all the info necessary that they can actually challenge them if they want to.
SK taking their time, so that means that for MVKE, they can just fully go through Chumacera. They can stop there if they want to for a little while, loot a little bit. And now finally already into the circle is also CD Alliance. Now CD Alliance just now, that previous map was a bit more of a bummer for them. Didn't get to go as far as they wanted to. Getting knocked out very, very early. Surprisingly as well, getting 2 members knocked out early by none other than New Era must have been like a different shift in tempo for them as well, because usually they're the ones that are dominating the server. So they're changing up their pace. I'm not seeing them getting a little bit too early, fighting a little bit too early right now. This time around, they're just making sure they're not too close to the rest of the pack in the middle here. While it will be a bit annoying to rotate over as they move around the map later, once the circle shifts, it does keep them alive a bit longer and allows them to set up a trap if anyone were to cross that road between them as well.
Yeah, that definitely is a very good notion from the squad. While Team Secret, they're kind of playing around the midfield area across the Martin. around the wrap of it, it is going to be Alter Ego being very close by, and to join alongside with them a little later on potentially could also be Boom Esports. But at least there's a certain safe haven. I believe they are able to slowly gate away some of all these angles from the side of Alter Ego. Krypton just making safe measures from right across in order to have some space open up. And if they were to travel deeper into St. Martin, they gotta keep in mind that some areas are preoccupied already, especially MEC's position that is somewhere in between craters as well as that corner of Hacienda del Patron.
Honestly, I think that the winner right now is definitely VOIN Donkey, at least for this circle. They have so much control of the high ground terrain, the highest points, in fact, for this particular map. And they have one player, Potato, which is just hovering at the bottom side here. Now, hard shift southern side as well. There is still a bit of a spine that VOIN Donkey can exploit as well as they're kind of moving, rotating down as well. But they have to be super mindful that Claw is still holding that other area toward the bottom side as well. So this hard shift means that a lot of players like MEC and Team Secret, even Claw could potentially go into these very hardcore fights as well. Even though it's a big area, these terrains can be quite unforgiving for those passing through them.
Yeah, it is going to be a rough course, especially for those who are coming in from the northeastern side. FaZe Clan, one of the furthest away alongside with ETN. And now it is going to be SEM9 finding that form of advantage because they were holding inside of Montenegro for a very long time. And other than that, there's also Talon who have journeyed from the south side in order to kind of reap the rewards of this current hard shift. Like you said, VOIN Donkey, as much as they kind of had that favor, there is still a lot of control that they could actually acquire through that spinal heal, like you said. So right now, they will just focus on leaving that vicinity. They have noticed that there's no point on committing onto a late rotation, while CD Alliance are also trying to find any form of gap through the heels of Chumacera. A little bit of a daunting task, but at the very least, the coast is absolutely clear by the edge of Chumacera.
Would love if the producer could move. Yep, there we go. This is what I wanted to see right now. We saw these two teams just sort of like dance by each other. Chip damage all around just now, and Levi out in the open punished. It's so quick. The reaction time coming in from VOIN Donkey, but Parajin's location has not been sussed out quite yet. Finds a nice off angle to play with, gets one knock, and immediately the rest of VOIN Donkey rotates over here. Puts in the damage, steals away a kill. First blood finally drawn out, and it's Parajin here with this off angle that comes king.
Yeah, his eyes are so sharp. He just saw that tiny little gap in between those wheels, and he went for it. Just like that secures that number, and now VOIN Donkey plays with Tree. As much as this was a smooth rotation, it was up to the point where these members of the Saber has been able to cop those high ground terrains, making it so much harder to do. Despite getting that knock, they have not seized that opportunity just yet. Consulate, the latest addition to this roster of VOIN Donkey, will have to try to create that opening up against Nate T, and this is not going to be easy. I mean, Nate T, he's a god when it comes down to these utils, and he's got them locked right on the lower ground.
Reza took a lot of damage just for that initial spray. And Nate T, as soon as he pops out his head, immediate response from the rest of VOIN Donkey was to immediately shoot back, forced him back into his terrain, which means that he's not able to take up space and potentially even pick up his fallen teammate here. D Xavier looking from bad to worse right now. His teammate had already been knocked out, I believe. Yep, Levi's hasn't been picked up as well. Parajin managing to run away with one. Okay, 1-for-1 trade, good enough here. But as the circle dwindles very, very soon and teams are rotating inside, this fight could potentially be lethal as teams like SEM9, like ETN will come through and try to third party.
Yeah, and quickly they realize D-Saver, they cannot afford to waste too much time because they are having themselves gated from that new shift into the corners of Montenegro. So we might even see an urban ending at this very point in time. A lot of all these teams are finding it tough to actually wriggle out of the south end because right at this moment, Alter Ego, they got a long wrap to do, and that is going to be another Indonesian Titan lying in wait, and that's Boom Esports. And I believe there is going to be a little bit of scuffle with FaZe Clan also getting involved, taking one member out from New Era.
New Era is also in trouble here. FaZe has so much control. This high ground is doing them so much favors. They've managed to knock down 2 members of New Era. They can even potentially go in third party if they want to eventually as well. New Era, because the 2 of the members have been knocked down there, 666 gonna decide, okay, I'm gonna have to cut my losses here. I'm gonna have to survive alone. He's already inside of the circle, and the rest of the team for FaZe Clan, they can finally get off this high ground, take away, bag those points, secure them, and then slowly rotate into the circle itself. So if anything right now, FaZe Clan, because they've overcome New Era here, they could potentially be running into ETN.
Yeah, they could potentially do so. And I was looking at setups, and Red Bull was using the M249, a machine gun like a sniper. And it's kind of smart when you equip the 4x scope, because the first shot is always going to be super accurate. So very interesting, as he's really gaining a lot of advantage, and he can always use it on those close proximity fights. While we commit further into those urban settings of Montenegro, class layers have been able to at least book themselves some really prime locations within the city itself. But if it's going to be another hard shift out of the city, a lot of all these players who have committed inside the city will be landlocked right through. So VOIN has been taking the high ground. Same goes to TALON Esports. So this is going to be a very tricky situation where you'll see a lot of shots back and forth. There might just be even some couple of knocks in between, but there's not going to be an easy way to secure it. But unless if you're playing on the outskirts, you can fully commit to battles.
Alter Ego, Boom Esports here. I think they've been meeting each other quite a number of times today in terms of rotations as well. And now with Boom Esports, I don't think they don't want to concede that hold they have onto that area of northern side La Drillera. If anything, they want to hold on to it. It's a nice high ground, it's a compound as well. Alter Ego want to get into the circle, they have to fight them for it. And on top of that as well, if they do win that fight here, getting off that terrain into the circle itself is going to be a problem, because teams like SK, like Talon also have a high ground to be able to play long range fights and pickoffs as well, where teams are rotating into that circle. If you don't have a tanky in a vehicle, if you're on a buggy, well, it's a situation where you might potentially highly be knocked down.
Yeah. It's great that Alter Ego found opportunities to disperse while Boom Esports further commit, driving very close to the city. And this is a very bold call by Boom Esports. Thankfully, there was no other teams that is going to be able to blockade them. And speaking of which, they're the ones crashing into MVKE down to this 1v1 duel, and we'll be joined by Octa for a 2v1. Superman holding on to those grenades. Let's see if he can actually outplay this, as he is still having slight wiggle room. And here comes Pobbit swinging right in, finding the perfect opportunity.
Nah, Ponbit literally said, you know what, let's just press forward and don't let go, swing out. And because it was such a large, wide swing, MVKE wasn't ready to deal with that, because all he was doing was holding. And I think this is a good read coming in from Ponbit, and that's also the reason why Ponbit is one of the highest hitters for Boom Esports, because of his very bold and aggressive plays here. Now looking over at the northern side of the map here, it's very interesting, because you have the late rotators coming in here, like say FaZe Clan. Sem9 still holding on to their compounds very well, but it doesn't seem that they want to respond to FaZe Clan's baits to ask them to go for these full-on fights either. And I think because of that, Sem9 is very aware that you have teams like VOIN, like Team Seeker, like ETN around, which means that if they do get crashed into, it could potentially be a bloodbath, and it might not even work out in their favor.
Yeah, this is where it is definitely a tough call for so many teams who are currently playing very, very cautiously. Whether if you're in the city or on the outskirts, the Savior opt to take the high ground. They're somewhere in the midfield of the terrain. It's not exactly the highest point, so they don't really have the biggest of advantage just yet. And oh, Jiki was hoping to actually get some vision off of that tower. Well, I call it tower. It's just going to be a lookout point. But Kara's spots him out. Now they were forced to expend plenty full smokes. So Secret, they're burning some resources just to keep themselves alive, and that's going to be a two-pronged angle. FaZe Clan got them locked over on the corner, and that's a great pot shot from Yui. And I guess that's just going to be a really burning through their mets at the very same time. So FaZe Clan, at least they are putting the rest of these Team Secret members into a defensive location so they can actually flush into their position.
Okay, cross by as well allows a lot of team to rotate for the time being. VPE was currently watching that fight for quite some time, and since it wasn't a full-on commit, I think they're just gonna retreat back into their compound and play a little bit more safe. Nice, I think formation they have right now is a 2-2 form. I think it's a 3-1 formation with Shrubs being the only player on that high ground terrain on the southern side of Monte Nuevo. It gives him a lot of space to really mark the locations of where each team might be. But Claw this time around, they have what I think a long area from the side of the road in their control here. They can play off each other. They have situations where they can just crossfire. And if say a circle were to shift, since they have a lot of I think cover as well, they can have so much access to different parts of the map if it were to come to that.
Yeah, I definitely do think that is a very strong location for their Claw for the moment. That can last for 2 zones at the very least, and they might even see opportunities if there were to be a scramble within the city for teams to either run into the city or run out of the city. They can actually gain advantages through that. While SEM9, they are guarding the north point, so ETN, just by the edge of it, they're still going to have some space to work with, but maybe not for too long. FaZe Clan also holding over onto these corners up north, while SK kind of lost a little bit more that advantage through the high ground, so they will have to squeeze past Talon as well as DX from the south.
No space, and I'm really worried about ETN right now because in front of them, there's no cover. It's just open terrains. It's a downward slope as well. It's very, very open. I'm pretty sure that SEM9 is just waiting to capitalize off them trying to rotate into the circle itself. Now, in terms of rotations, MEC this time, this is a very, very late rotation if you ask me. They've been really hovering toward the edges of that blue zone, coming into the circle here. You have CD Alliance waiting for them. You have Alter Ego waiting to just completely call them as well. And on top of that, with Talon having a high ground terrain into their name, it's not going to be the easiest break they can do either. But for MEC, it's all about taking this fight by fight. It's about trying to cripple down that first team. It's going to be CD Alliance. They barely take out Olio just there. He was already rendered so low. He's forced to move back, which means that one of the terrains or one of the compounds is completely empty. They could potentially be using that compound for the time being just for cover, but I don't think they want to do that. They want to take full control of this area, flush out CD Alliance, perhaps even put a few more points in their pocket.
Yeah, the pressure absolutely surmounting onto the members of CD Alliance, and look at those nades flying through, clips onto Voki without any form of vision. Great read coming out CD Alliance to suppress the onslaught of attacks, and just like that, regain a little bit more tempo on their side. Jimmy also catching another member out, and that is going to be pretty huge coming out of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, dealing with Vampire Esports and MEC at the very same time.
Gotta give it to them. I think that for CD Alliance, that's the reason why they were holding on to 2 compounds here. 2 members marking the members of VPE. I'm pretty sure that Jimmy was holding on or marking him for quite some time. As soon as he popped his hit, get a bit too curious about, trying to join in the fight, he gets immediately punished. And MEC just now, they are paying dearly with their lives. Dare to try and take CD Alliance's compound. They have other things in mind in terms of layers of aggression as well. They are going to be giving away 1 compound, and from there, move as a unit of the 4 and just completely overwhelmed. And now MEC is looking even more worse. Amazel has already been knocked down. Manzi left all alone now here to fend for his life, because right now in this southern side, there's just so many teams that are keeping an eye out on these fights. Manzi, I'm pretty sure that at least 2 teams have marked his location, and the only thing he can do right now is just lie in wait. And he doesn't have a lot of utility. No throwables to work with, only heals, and at the very least as well, his helmet has already been completely shredded.
Yeah, at least that position that he's holding to is pretty defensive, where he could just hide away from the wrath of CD Alliance if they were ever to look their way. So at this moment, I think that was a massive win, right? We look at the Alliance, they managed to take 2 members out of Vampire Esports, forcing them to flush into the city, and Claw's been winning this for the entire time. And just like that, shredded 2 more members out of Vampire Esports, and right now only down to 1. Zuxi, he's got to go in for the reload, and he will crush the rest of Vampire like it was just another day in the office.
A lot of fights forced here as well because of how many teams are rotating in from the eastern side of that map here, and now Team Secret is looking to wrestle away control from this terrain here. Jiki, oh god,
wow.
He just barely gets out of that radius of that nade. But for Claw, they're playing this very, very close angles here. Anyone crosses, they're gonna get peppered with not only just bullets, but also grenades, and every single one of them have been hitting hard right now. Zuxi waiting for the last few members of Team Secret to actually reach his compound. He's just gonna play left and center, playing ring around the Rosie, and managing trying to conceal his location from the other members. It's hard for them to be keeping an eye out for their teammates, for Team Secret to bring them back into the game either, because every time they move around the area, they want to try and play for the bait. It doesn't really matter because Claw is so decisive, but this recovery coming in from Team Secret is everything. Yes, Claw has done the damage, 5 eliminations, but Team Secret, this is a great recovery round for them to go even further.
Yeah, they got him pretty much bunched up without any form of space for Zuxi to play around with, so that grenade was just perfect. Alpha and the rest of Alter Ego, they finally made their way across to join into the urban terrains, and just like that, they have to go in for a reset because there was a prior knock from up above the hillside, so they know they cannot play around the war tanks. They also did not have any form of access to even challenge Talon at the moment, so they just gotta be like right underneath their noses. If they want to go further, then they will have to push towards CELCOMDIGI Alliance that is currently right across, and they got a shelter of their own with a solid compound. So this is definitely gonna be a little tough, but it might just see that there's not much options but for Alter Ego to slowly climb up to face up against the rest of Talon.
Nice sprays coming through here from Alter Ego. Very patient, taking it team by team right now, and Talon, despite the amount of control and hold they have on this compound, Alva has set himself up for success. That smoke kept his back fairly safe as he dwindled down one members of Talon and bought a lot of time for the rest of Alter Ego to rotate over. They're gonna slowly try and make their way up here onto this area, take away some space, but before Rosemary could even go on the aggressive, the other talents of Talon had already found them one by one. But both teams suffering heavy losses, but right now on the back foot is going to be Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, they are still playing this very practically, landing a lot of hits onto Talon. So Achil has to really form his own kind of offense to really further suppress them. And the rest of Alter Ego forced to back away. CD Alliance are approaching this very corner, so to speak. So Alpha and the rest of Alter Ego, they don't have enough time, not enough space, because CD Alliance is here. They try to form a trade, but Daybot, he's already so low, and that grenade settles the ordeal.
Cannot do much. That terrain was just definitely not in their favor. It's not a lot of space either when CD Alliance also wants to third party into that fight as well. And CD Alliance, they've done the damage and immediately they just scurry away back into their compound to just wait out the rest of the damage of the teams fighting as well. And the circle pulls away from them. So like you're not, CD Alliance have to either take this fight against Team Secret or Talon to be able to gain entry into that circle.
Wow. We talked about ETN having a very unfavorable position, but they've been able to hold out for so long, so they are still having some space, but they will eventually need to challenge SEM9 for the North. A lot has happened over South, which we get to witness a flurry of engagement onto Alter Ego, and now that battle would probably erupt again because Talon, they have a few choices whether they climb back up onto the war tanks and then get that high ground access against the rest of the teams, and will also run the risk with other teams to be flanking their position. Team Secret have been elusive. They are playing across that stadium bowl, and they could actually run their course through to gain that entry inside of the city. Well, ETN, this is where they need to make that call, and they're sending in one member to try to open that space up in order to fend off against M9.
They're not looking to leave either. They're instead gonna wait for an ETN to push into their compound and just react off of them. They do have that first contact play already, but if anything, yeah, the util is coming through, the sprays are coming out as well, but they don't really have to go super aggressive and force this fight either, because like you're not, ETN is on the back foot. They don't have a lot of space to work with. They are outside there in the open. The blue zone is pushing toward them. Planois, okay, cool. You are already inside the compound here. Could potentially become, a surprise for the rest of them. 9 here, but for the rest of the team, they're in trouble here. As the blue zone comes through, Trexie marking them for a long time. VOIN Donkey as well joining on the fight. Everyone's getting very greedy, trying to pocket away as many points as they can. The knocks are happening as well. The points taken away, at least one more for Trexie. Firen as well to find one to his name. And on the outer side of the gas station, ETN cannot hold on at all. They were just basically sitting ducks, becoming food for the two teams here.
Yeah, it was just so unfortunate. There's just no angle where they could just cut right across with two teams teams watching while bombardment's happening where the rest of Team Secret gates the rest of the Alliance as they try to cut through the bowl, not really finding any form of room. While there is also pressure coming from MVKE, it's gonna be one being struck down. Great response from Zeros, just like how he did back in Erangel. And now down to its Axel. He's getting a little bit more reprieve, climbing up the fences, and it is going to be bombardment taking place. And the rest of the Saber wants to choke them all out. This is going to be WONT. It's going to be a tough area of play as the nade falls right through. Does it clip? Does not perfectly land onto Nate T. They are concealed with a heavy smoke being prepared, and that's where the exchanges fall through. 3 members of Talon still find it pretty hard to pull through.
And despite everything, the western side of the circle is completely empty. All of these fights are happening toward the eastern side. We have FaZe Clan, we have MVKE, Team Secret, CD Alliance, Talon, D Xavier even from the southern side. Every one of these teams and angles of fights has been happening because everyone is stuck inside of a compound. You go outside of the compound, it's open areas, high grounds as well, not in their favor, which means that if you are going to cross, you are going to be in very, very much trouble. VOIN Donkey to me is the winner so far in terms of positioning, but SEM9 as well could turn this into something that they can work off as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, all these stuff all happening on the high grounds. Talon barely surviving, and somehow they managed to form the exchange. Perfectly executed with those grenades, but now all the guns are pointed from downtown. It is Team Secret to take their big brothers out instead. Talon already off the list, but they definitely have secured plentiful of elimination. That's a total of 7, and Team Secret has also gained 7 of their own. Now it is Adik trying to squeeze through that space. Those nades are falling right through, chipping some health bars, but not quite enough to take him down just yet. He gets to run right through. Does that mean that he will be able to form that 1 versus 2? That space is being choked out by the blue zone, and this is brought upon his own. The big wraparound that sees Jinky crumbling right in front of his eyes. And my goodness, Adik Luke surviving for so long is bringing hope to CD Alliance, but he's got to still fight the blue zone.
Out here in the open here, Adik Luke making a very, very bold and dangerous style play. And for now, they are not able to hold. But position-wise is looking good. They made it to the top 4. Team Secret as well. Gonna be knocked down as well with 7 eliminations. A whole different look for this Vietnamese team. But still, top 3 is here. And most of their teams are fairly safe. FaZe Clan and SEM9 locked horns right now. Both in the blue zone. Both in very, very desperate situations. Red Bull goes aggressive here. Takes up a bit more space. This double swing will be able to eliminate one of the members of SEM9 for the time being.
They're all choked out. There's not enough space as they took too much time inside the compel, but they're still gooey, and somehow there is going to be a chance for Canary to rush right through. He does get the catch. 1-for-1 trade between SEM9, all down to Candy right at this moment. He can go in for the revive, but Gooey, he's got the angles because the rest of SEM9, they have to step out, but there is the rest of VOIN Donkey looking to cash out with a big bang as they waited in this compel for the longest of time.
SEM9 very dire right now. In a 1v3? No, 2v3. Nah, not gonna happen. A bit too hard. It's too overwhelming right now for the team to be able to take this away. And for this team, they're gonna be very, very happy with this chicken dinner. Positioning is key, and VOIN Donkey yesterday hasn't been able to fully clench, a chicken dinner. Today is the day that they are able to rise to the top.
They've been so consistent every step of the way and always looking for the top. For this time, they bank on homes at that compound that they were holding somewhere far off from the city is where it will end up, and they managed to cash out. SEM9 tried to do the same as well because SEM9 has been starting things off in Montevideo, hoping to see where exactly will be the best spot, and they were banking on hopes that it's going to be somewhere towards the outskirts at the very same time. So they waited for all the action to unfold, and this is where VOIN Donkey was the one getting the better end of the zone, where you saw so many scrambles happening within the urban setting.
It was a very rough one. If you ask me, that was a very rough circle there. It's really hard to work with the trains, move out into the open as well from compounds. Majority of the teams got stuck because they were already banking on that compound area to be the end game. It was VOIN Donkey that were a little bit late to the rotations to be able to, come up on top here. They were late. They said, okay, let's forget it. Let's bank on this one compound outside of the area to be able to become our saving grace. And they do just that, waited for all the fights to end, and it's all about Sanhok just picking off kills one by one at the end.
Yeah, remember they were starting off from La Corberia, so that makes it even more impressive in that sense that they managed to cop that spot over onto the outskirts when there's plenty of all these opportunities within the city. Team Secret did exactly just that. CD Alliance had to wrap from the far east, so they were really subscribed into so many of all these battles because Talon was really piling on the pressure from the top end of the water tank. So that's it. It was not the cleanest cut of fights that favors either side of them. VOIN Donkey, I think the majority of these points were actually coming into the late game ordeals where all these teams were choked out because there's only a couple of angles that they could actually run right through. So Razak have gotten just about enough catches. So we'll have to look back into the highlights to elaborate further.
While watching the highlights just now, I just realized how sick that shot was from Fearon as he dropped down from the building. That was disgusting. Anyways, top 4 teams right now already up here on the board with VOIN Donkey, Sem9 FaZe, and Team Secret spearheading the charge. Team Secret here showing a nice comeback from the very, very dismal start of the day. Perhaps this could be a trend that we're going to be seeing from this team. Yesterday as well, the beginning of the day, not so great. And the day looking real good. Same thing today as well, including VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan, and Sem9. Now, in terms of positioning, I think VOIN Donkey and Sem9 were incredibly sharp in terms of, picking where they wanted to hold, a little bit more unorthodox compared to the rest of the teams, but they made it work to their advantage.
Yeah, it really paid off, especially they don't attract that much of a pressure from that early game where everyone else was hoping to crash into the city, so they can actually look to scour around for those third-party picks, and that has worked out in favor of Razak because VOIN Donkey honestly never had to even assign themselves into a close quarter combat throughout the entire field of the run. So, of course, great work coming in from the entire squad to be able to keep themselves afloat, steering clear away from all the danger which was posed to everybody from the high grounds to the city. So this was just another great read coming out of VOIN Donkey members. And to also join alongside with them, Sem9, like you said, they have always started in Montenegro, so they kind of have a rough figure of how to actually plot out if this is going to be an urban setting or otherwise, because that edge that they were holding could still see them further committing back in the city if it does turn right into it. So that being said, I mean, all in all, that's big points coming in from VOIN Donkey, Sem9, as well as FaZe Clan. This is just going to be a big round for these guys who were going to play their final couple of games over onto Group C. Meanwhile, I guess the rest of the field, they didn't really get too much of the favors because of how difficult this game was inside of Miramar.
Running out of chances here for a lot of these teams, especially New Era right now, who ended the game again very, they're charged forward here, 91 already. If they were to go a bit more aggressive, a bit more nuclear, maybe end with like 9 points, they could be the first team to break the triple digit here in this first week of PMSL SEA. VOIN Donkey running up as well alongside Claw. Indonesia is looking strong.
They definitely do look to be super dominant, especially VOIN Donkey. They had that top 2 run even without a chicken dinner, and right as we look towards the mid-pack, there's still a lot of all these teams hailing from Indonesia that needs to claw their way through. We have RRQ, Glue, and of course, if you look to the bottom of the page, Alter Ego, surprisingly. So looking at what seems to be the security benchmark, we're still looking at 60 points once you conclude that final run for tomorrow. So it is going to be a little bit sketchy on how things are currently going for these guys who are currently sitting from 17th all the way down to 24. SK, at least they're playing their first run today alongside with ETN. So they still have another chance left. I would say that it definitely would be no hope whatsoever for a New Era if they sit around these grounds, because BTR still have to play tomorrow. They will surely have opportunities to overtake.
4 maps completely in Indonesia's hands today. The only map that's been taken away by another country was Vietnam and VKE. How dominant they are today, and I think it's a shift of mindset as well, especially for Boom Esports and Claw, who are, knowing it's your final day up here, knowing that you need to have a solid lead to really stay in the game, to be, keeping in that top 1 slot. A different mindset for them is looking phenomenal. The same could be said about VOIN Donkey as well, if you ask me. Now, coming into the final map of the day, I would love to see a change in pace right now. Maybe New Era, again, when you have nothing to lose, you could become the team that can really disrupt games for other teams. You could slow down another team if you want to. I mean, we've seen it happen many, many times before. But coming back to your point about Alter Ego, right? About what they were able to do. I mean, them being at the bottom of the scoreboard. There was a situation, I believe it was last season, where the first time ever we didn't see Alter Ego make it to a super weekend. And a lot of people questioned what the heck is going on. But somehow, some way, they made it next week. They made it to the grand final in just 1 weekend as well. So for me personally, well, maybe it is still a very slow day from Alter Ego, but they have one potential in them, which is their mindset when it comes to being put under pressure is a whole different beast. It's scary.
Yeah, I think like certain players, they kind of need that pressure to understand what's the stakes involved. So, that's where the wording up brand comes in, right? Where there are those kind of teams that, kind of want to leave it to the last hurdle where other teams are pressurized, but they perform under the pressure instead. So this is going to be a big situation for, of course, the rest of Alter Ego, because tomorrow is not going to be an easy day. It's going to be the final day for majority of these teams to be playing it out. So this is the first time that I'm voting for Alter Ego in this season, and that tells you a whole lot, right? So I guess ETN also needs a little bit of boost before they play tomorrow's hustle. So Boom Esports are definitely already qualified in that sense, but look at their strong run, they will definitely perform once again.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Boom Esports, they really ride off momentum. They do really well when they had the hot start, and it seems like their streak hasn't stopped at all ever since their chicken dinner today. Regardless, as we go into this final map, now lies the question here for the final day for one of these groups, Group C. Okay, now when you come into this one, we already know New Era is struggling. But what about the rest here?
The rest of the pack, I guess that they're running in a stable manner. Certain teams have been at least cashing out with average 3-4 pointers out there per round, which isn't the best, isn't the worst either ways, but it's so top heavy. Like those names that we've seen winning those chicken dinners, it's 4 different Indonesian squads. MVKE on their debut run today, absolutely phenomenal. Even on that last hustle around Montevideo, they were still involved fighting off teams by the water tanks, and that just goes to show that this team is here for the long run, going for consistency rather than banking on those hopes that, hey, we just want that burst of speed and just hope to really strike gold in order to make their cut into the super weekend. And now looking at the players, they're all laser focused for this final match.
At least we know that some teams are still feeling very, very well right now. I'm not gonna lie. I tried out that jacket MBC has. I mean, it's a very, very bulky jacket, but it hella looks good though. It's reminiscent to what we expect to see from Alter Ego's merch, huh?
That's right, and I think like they're definitely matching up to the current trends that they're bringing on board. It's just Glue Squad that's going to be a little bit more different from the rest of the
But
field.
it's fun.
Yeah, which I absolutely love as well because they really think out of the box. And in the game, they personally do shine just like how their brilliant minds do.
Okay, now let's have a look here. For me personally, okay, let's have a gamble here, Contra. If you could see one team, or if you could guess one team is going to get chicken dinner this map, who would you put it to?
One team. Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, there's just so many of all these big names out there. I'm thinking it could very well be Team Secret as well. Like today's run, they were not the flashiest, but they have definitely made it deep into the run. I'm looking between either MVK or Team Secret because, yeah, I've seen just about enough what the Indonesians have to offer. I know they're strong. I think Vietnam is the closest shot onto getting a chicken dinner out of the back here in Miramar.
Part of me, my heart says CD Alliance, but my brain is saying, what was that team again? I was thinking about FaZe.
Oh,
Honestly,
yeah.
FaZe.
They're-
Because positioning-wise, they've been really good. They just don't manage to tie up those loose ends, but they're looking great in terms of eliminations, in terms of how they move around the map as well. Just a little bit more to be able to clinch it. Perhaps this could be their last stand to be getting a chicken dinner for today over Miramar.
Last map to play out in day 2 here in the group stages. Week 1 of play in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. And so far, things are looking very good with this brand new format. I think like teams are really pacing themselves. I can't really say the same for the ones that are at the bottom of the barrel because of course there's going to be a lot of things for them to figure out at this time. The course is not getting any easier because this is going to be scoring from Puerto Paraiso headed into the quarters of VOIN, so some large portion of the north will be cut off. So claw slayers that love to drop into Campo Militar will now take the first spot, which is Puerto Paraiso.
Okay, since this map is skewed this way, my question is whether or not it's going to be opposite day where the circle goes toward Cruz Duval because it's going to be a haywire of a rotation. And honestly, for me, it makes players a bit more active. It's a lot more fun to see when players are forced to take these early fights and early rotations, especially if it's a hard shift here. Vehicles already secured for many of these teams already, and I think that a lot of teams are probably suspecting that it might be an off-site circle.
Yeah, it could potentially be the case. By banking on hopes that certain teams will love to get some central locations. Vampire Esports does get that free access to the Picado. And speaking of getting a central area, this is going to be a neutral party way to start kick things off with stage 1. So it could still end up either or around the vicinities of Los Angeles or all the way up to water treatment, which we've seen before. If it's going to be in Picado itself, we're bound for a little bit of treat because we've seen a lot of all these grand hustles of fights taking place around those facilities. So a lot of areas to be claimed while New Era starts things off inside of St. Martin. And this is one of the first few times that we're looking at this location to be less populated because of how this flight has skewered. So perhaps this could be very good hopes for New Era on their last stand. It's make it or break it. They need a chicken dinner.
Since the northern side of that circle is completely empty, I think that for many of these teams, New Era, good positioning, MEC as well. I don't think that anyone's going to be forcing some fights. I think FaZe Clan might be interested, honestly, granted how close one of these players are playing right now. But it's the southern side that piques me right now. I'm looking at Alter Ego, MVKE, CD Alliance, just so close, right side by side with each other over on Los Leones here. I think leaving Los Leones is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough fight for space for those who are coming from the central grounds, the southern grounds, like you said. And we're also looking at substitution being made. Yummy is taking his break early tonight, and now Zero's going to be in his position to lead the fray of attack. So looking at the rest of the field, I guess not much has happened. No first bloods whatsoever. New Era, they have themselves that center zone, but they also chose to kind of spread out a little bit further so that they don't really further commit into the city areas of San Martin. That's going to put them very close by towards FaZe Clan, who starts things off inside of the corners of Hacienda del Patron. So I guess this is the focal point. CD Alliance, they're the ones to be guarding the city of Los Angeles on the south side.
VOIN Donkey doing what they do best here, playing on the sides of the circle. They can get a bit more active, go a bit more further out, spread themselves a bit more thin, get themselves a little bit more supplies to survive a bit later as well, especially when they know what their priorities are when it comes to these fights at the sides of the circle. D Xavier, you know what? I'm surprised that I didn't say that D Xavier will be getting chicken dinners today when it comes to my question before we flew into the map. I'm quite surprised. They've been fairly quiet for today. Rotation-wise, they've been getting stopped. We saw a few different iterations of their style of play in terms of execution today, and none of them have been working out in their favor. They've been prioritizing compounds, which is fair, but their defense for compounds have been kind of dismal.
Yeah, and I guess like a lot of the pressure was relieved because they've just garnered enough points to qualify into the Super Weekend already confidently, even if they were to take a break for tomorrow. So I guess like this is where they can afford to test waters on what exactly is the limit for the rest of this Savior. So I guess I won't be too concerned if they were to even drop out with this match, score 0. They will still be able to make it through with a total of 67. And I have that pure confidence because I've benchmarked 65 points, just like where Seb9 is currently sitting at. So no matter how far you drop off that list, you probably won't drop all the way to 16 for sure in that sense. Now, look at the rest of the pack as well. I kind of happen to also notice the infographics that did pop out earlier. As much as it was an Indonesian dominating performance for those chicken dinners, but today's eliminations altogether was dominated by Malaysians only. All the top 5 names were coming out of CD Alliance, coming out of MEC, and even from yesterday's run, TODAK. So that's kind of giving us a little bit more of an insight of how certain regions actually play. So the Malaysians so far have been really striking hot on those aims. So I'm definitely looking forward to see if they have that kind of firepower in the Super Weekend.
Claw coming in from southern side. SK as well in a late rotation. Surprised to see SK still playing the same strat. I mean, I questioned it before for Claw, but as we head toward the end of the day here, I'm not seeing improvement in this style of play from SK as well. I think in the beginning of the day, we did see at least signs of life in terms of getting some points somewhat in terms of pickoffs. But in a majority of maps here, they go out with no points. They aren't able to hold on to their spots. Their rotations being late means that they get clipped very early because they're not able to fight back properly as well. And in this situation here, they're late coming in from Minas del Val. They're going to be meeting with Alter Ego, a team potentially that has some pretty insane firepower. And yeah, while it is a pretty open area now, since the map is still very, very big, I'm wondering how far more can you be able to hold on if you're playing on the sides of the map here? Because if anything, you have these side quests. Number 1, take the side of the, like VOIN Donkey, right? Number 1, take the side of the map. Number 2, prepare yourself for people, stragglers, for rotators, just put in the damage. Number 3, if fights happen, what's our our protocols when it comes to these 4v4s or teams, trying to catch us off guard in these third-party acts? It feels like for SK, it's always been, okay, let's rotate in late. And then what? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, I think like that's kind of like the struggle for this current team that makes their debut hailing from Vietnam's very own PMSL. So SK definitely got to work on their decision making in that sense, right? Because they have the right idea of avoiding danger or whatever threats coming in from rotation, but after that, when the couple of shifts happened and when they were forced to pick a fight, seems like firepower isn't exactly being displayed from the side of SK just yet. Maybe there was an instance where they managed to get maybe a couple of frags or so. So far, their total points have been 4 points. They have not been able to score too much in terms of placement either ways. And here we do have some stats coming in from the side of FaZe Clan. Red Bull definitely has been one of the guys making a lot of all these great marks. And CV Alliance finally secures themselves some first blood by the corners of Los Leones. So right now, so to speak, I think around that central field across Graveyard as well as Minas Generalis is just absolutely congested. I won't be too surprised if more fights will take place in the span of the next minute.
It's not an easy circle. Have to guess whether you want to go on top of the train or play on the bottom side here over at Minas Generalis. And since many of the teams are going through Los Leones as well, a lot of these force fights are going to be happening as well. I'm more worried about Vampire Esports because they're spread out so thin right now, granted on vehicles, but in these scuffles, it's so easy to get picked off by, a random player that's just holding down the line, just spraying as you're crossing through.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be very, very important for them to hug towards these corners of terrain. As you can see, Lamborghini just swerves all the way across, hoping not to land directly inside of Graveyard because you don't know who exactly is there. Now we get a little glimpse of that replay where CV Alliance have been able to manage a catch from quite a distance. So that's a great one coming in. I believe that was Jimmy OP. I could be very well wrong. So of course, moving back into what we were discussing on, that central area, whether if you're trying to be in the middle of the crater of La Bonita, whether if you want to take that high ground in Minas Generalis, you gotta quickly put yourself in the poised position because right now, any form of vantage point from those high ground is going to be key into at least lock out other teams from moving by.
I thought that was VOIN Donkey, but it turns out it's Alter Ego here, still very much inside of Los Leones. They could park themselves over on the terrain side area if they want to, but as we look over onto New Era and FaZe here, New Era coming into the circle a bit more early, meeting up against FaZe, I would say my favorites for this particular round. I would love to see a change in pace in terms of these fights here. Be able to have a team over on the bottom side really cripple down a team that's currently doing very well. That's actually exactly what's happening right now with Snipe opening up the fight with that nade. The rest of the team looking to collapse, but FaZe Clan, they're also getting a bit more active. Canary rushing up forward, a bit more aggressive, taking up space, and just hiding Mercurius over there in the back as Gewi denies them a bit of space to be able to rush up forward here. New Era taking a lot of damage, and the same could be said about FaZe right now. 2 members knocked down already, both forced into that reset as well. As 1 member already down for FaZe Clan, the rest of New Era here, I would love to see a bit more aggression and a little bit more decisiveness when it comes to taking this fight. They were taking too long. Already 1 member of FaZe already back online. Mercurius falls, and now Gewi just spraying the heck out of the members of New Era.
And there's still Ripple on the outskirts, but they have caused plentiful damage. Still 3 members surviving first side of New Era. They want to cook something up. This is going to be the last stand, and they have just demolished 3 members of FaZe Clan. This is what they require in order to move up the ranks. Now adding 3 more to the tally, fighting for their chance for the Super Weekend. FaZe Clan now being dented. They've already got 71 points, but man, that was a great call coming from New Era. Despite having a little sloppiness, it could have been all 4 members if you ask me.
Dangerous game, but still New Era prevails here. Whatever points they have are just so precious right now to just really bring them a bit more closer. And the circle is definitely a little bit more annoying to deal with here. Moving to the left and now moving all the way to south side, which means that players like Alter Ego here, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They can hold on to this terrain for the time being. They can catch anyone rotating into the circle as they're trying to find some last few open compounds or terrains as well.
Yeah, it's just great angles for them to work with. SK now joins the party over onto the southern terrains. They do have a great grip over onto that tiny little compound, or should I say the motel, so to speak. SEM9, they are just by the edge of Picado, needing to make an exit out, so might be met by Talon over onto the other side of the valley, while Talon tries to hold back the rest of SEM9. Looking to pop the tires, as this is just going to be a slow approach. They're booking the longhouses, and that spray did not fully connect, while Reza has been able to pin down 1 member out of Boom Esports, and Mastery to IGL is going to be out for the count. So that's a tough loss for the side of Boom Esports as we look at the Indonesia's Lockhorns. SEM9 versus the rest of Talon is going to be a long, drawn-out fight.
SEM9's positioning has been great today, but because they put themselves in a situation that's a bit more dire. You know, when you are playing at the side of the zone, you put yourself at risk. When I say at risk here, it means that if say that you cannot push into the circle, the blue zone comes through, situation gets dire, it's a high gamble. And I think Sem9, they want to hope that the odds are a little bit better. And this situation with Trexie getting knocked down as he's in the middle of a rotation, just scouting out the area here, you're going to have to move forward with just a 3. It's not going to be the easiest thing to do, especially this early into the game as well. But Sem9, they're not going to sit idly. They managed to put quite a bit of damage onto Planois for the time being. Planois marking him as well, but he's not able to poke his head up again because every single member of Sem9 is putting in pressure, not allowing him to rush up forward or even gain any info. And now the rotations happen here. They're looking very vulnerable. The shots are hitting right now. It's rendered one of the members of Sem9 pretty low, but Sem9 doesn't really want to answer back. They're just looking to prioritize rotating over.
Yeah, they also need to put a defensive hold. Meanwhile, New Era being rushed upon by the rest of VOIN Donkey. This is going to be a rough call for him to actually put any form of damage. The rest of the pack is trying to fight through the other side of the hill, but the life of Wix has been claimed by VOIN Donkey with a massive rush with all 4 members. Now, what is going to be the next kind of approach? Because New Era, after some of all these tough run-ins, they're only left with 1 member on this last stand. Only 3 points. I think that's barely enough. So perhaps it's still pretty much the same case where they won't be able to make a certain cut into the Super Weekend while the journey continues for the rest of the pack. Red Bull, similar approach. They're the ones being dented by the rest of New Era early on. So Red Bull, he is trying to squeeze past members of Claw and Boom Esports by the corners of La Badita.
See the Alliance right smack dab in the middle of the area. I believe there's a compound they have in hand here, which is massive because they have a terrain in front of them to work with. Potentially could have the likes of, say, SK or even the Xavier try and challenge them for the area. But for now, I think for CD Alliance, knowing how they play historically, you know, early game, they don't really want to force these fights. If anything, it's just, you know, stray catches that they get in terms of points. They don't really want to full on 4v4. So I'm gonna not really think about them too much. My curiosity mostly comes on the northern side here. VOIN, Donkey, FaZe, and Claw. They're gonna fight for their lives over the Praetor side of La Bandita.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge battle to be erupting eventually, where it's kind of inevitable in a sense. And there's also Team Secret that are joining alongside as they are making a wide rotation directly from the north portion. Red Bull just trying to squeeze past. He does manage to just swerve right through the hillside, and he kind of make a stop for it, and now continues on this journey as it's going to be a wide wrap, but the further he goes, he's going to journey towards the direction of the entirety of SK. They're on that 2-2 split at this moment, so perhaps that dip could still give him a little bit of a room, but the nades are being sent right in already. SK wastes no time, so this is going to be a hard fight to be won by Red Bull.
A lot of pressure coming in for Red Bull as well here. Forced to reposition, can't. You're crunched from 2 different angles. You have no clue where everyone is. But Red Bull, you gotta give it to him. Despite being, you know, in the middle of 2-2 formation from SK, he's still marking the players of Alter Ego. You gotta give it to this guy. This is insane, you know, insanely ballsy is number 1. Number 2, very, very incredibly insane game sense coming through.
Yeah, and somehow, because of those shots being put right across, SKF also marked the location of the Alter Ego. It's like, thank you very much, buddy, because you are just giving us extra added info, and just like that, Red Bull will call it a night. It's been a great run so far for FaZe Clan, securing themselves a top 4, a respectable 71-point finish after 2 days of action. While Sem9, they were from the border of the map, and now they will have to cut right through. Talon still peppering them across. Kenny tries to slip past all of them, but it is just too tough. They try to trade back with a couple of Sem9 members over on the back, try to expose Axel, but they are now landing themselves on that high ground in order to fend off the rest of Talon Esports.
So so many teams are just so passive right now. Even if we look at the amount of teams still alive, the amount of players still alive, no team has been fully eliminated except for New Era here. Sem9 Dyer with only 1 member left, Boom Esports with 2, VOIN Donkey, the other 2 members barely even breathing right now.
Yeah, it's just kind of rough out there. Even rougher for New Era because right now they're sitting at number 17. Not enough to make it to the Super Weekend, unfortunately. But of course, that actually shows you the benchmark of what it does take for you to make it into the top 16 for tomorrow onwards. So at least the rest of the pack will be competing. Will need to make sure that they will pass those 24 points at the very least. Big Nate's now popping right through as Alba is looking to cook up the rest of the members of VOIN Donkey, hiding inside of that dip, and it seems like that bowl just provides just about enough cover for the rest of VOIN Donkey to quickly try to wrap it around the sides, but it is a quick catch. Krypton with the spray through the smoke finds one, so that kind of halts the rest of the members of the VOIN Donkey for the moment. Krypton's still going for the chase though. He wants to track onto Vexy, the main hitman of VOIN Donkey, but he's definitely going to look for a wider area of play. So Alpha's not going to be fully catching onto it for the moment. So that is going to be a little bit of a quick reset for the rest of the field between VOIN Donkey as well as Alter Ego.
A lot of sounds already. It's really hard to pinpoint where exactly you want to look. With Rosemary already knocked down, that's a big impact maker for the team already out of the picture. They're going to try and fight this out here, and I think they're just trying and hoping that other team would join in on that fight. VOIN Donkey in trouble as well. Reza vehicle is already on fire, and somehow, some way, the members of Alter Ego are going to be catching the members of VOIN Donkey one by one. VOIN Donkey eliminated despite the high, they had earlier in the previous map of Miramar here. And Alter Ego, despite everything, I believe that Rosemary can still very much be picked up. Here we go. It's going to bring him back into the game as well. The blue zone is still quite early as well, so it's not going to hurt as much. It's giving them a lot of space and time as well to rotate in. It's open areas as well for the front side of Alter Ego. They have a few parts of the terrain on the eastern side in their control as well, so they could just fairly go into those crater side area, hold on for the time being, and then go and strike later toward Claw or even Boom Esports.
Yeah, I really love these smart measurements coming in from Alter Ego, where those defensive stands can actually lead them into better opportunities in the future. While Talon now trying to squeeze past between members of the Saber as well. ETN also trying to lock away some of all these ground, while Kenny, he's only straggling by himself, so he's not going to be a cause for concern just yet, while the rest of Talon having a little bit of a dip of the valley for them to really cover themselves. So not much of these opportunities for any full commitments, but EarthQQ, he's in a tough predicament because he's in between some of all these players, and this is where the battle erupts. ETN chooses to crash up against SK, and they're all split apart. Great catch over onto Noino, and now Thomas have to fend him off all by himself. Well, he's being joined by the Planoi right behind him. So that split from SK kind of been a little bit more costly, and now it's gonna be a turn of tides because Doki have found that opening run, and just like that, the rest of ETN slowly crumbles one after another.
This is great for SK. This could really just, push their momentum forward as well in terms of confidence, but they're not out of the woods here because a lot more pressure coming in from CD Alliance. They've been fairly quiet the entirety of this game, holding on to that compound, not willing to go fully into these fights as well. And SK, they overcome. They managed to reset their way back into the game as well, as ETN now out of the picture means that SK could slowly work on this terrain, take their time with their rotations, but I also have to beware. Since CD Alliance have a full compound in front of them, they also have to worry about Talon on the eastern side, and Sem9 still hasn't been discovered as well in terms of his positioning.
Yeah, and falling back into that previous scuffle, that was a big win from SK. Now they back a total of 7 points, finally breaking the double-digit mark, and that might just be some signs of life for them for tomorrow, and they can still make a deep run into this matchup. Now, looking into the Daybot's angle, he is locking out RedFaZe altogether. There's just no exit plan for RedFaZe at all if he does have any form of smokes. Even if he runs the other direction, there is going to be Manzi from MEC right around that corner. Look at them go. He even popped the flare. He's like, okay, I'm gonna set up a little bit of a bait. Well, that's not exactly a flare. I forgot there's those smoke guns that has been utilized from a couple patches ago. So that being said, provides a little bit more safety net for the rest of MEC. But I want to see how does FaZe deal with this situation, because he needs to just fight through all these areas of La Perdida.
And meanwhile, over on the other end here, Vampire Esports just been doing a number of the members of D-Xavier. Would love to see a replay on that later. As Kenny from Sem9 still managing to steal 1 point away, the only point they've gotten this entire game as well, as Kenny is trying to just prolong the survivability of the team, excuse me. MEC here, I mean, you gotta pick your battles. How do you want to come back into the game here? You want to go and pick up your teammates, but at the same time, you have to worry that Claw is close by. At the same time, there's also Alter Ego on the other side of the map as well. Now, maybe you can bank on the rest of Claw to keep the rest of Alter Ego busy, perhaps, especially since FaZe did put a bit of noise into the team as well. Daybot took a lot of damage somehow, I believe it's from Boom Esports here. And for FaZe, this is a play of desperation.
It definitely is. He did match the Nate, one member down from MEC, and now tries to turn the tides against Amal, and it will be the end of the run for Claw, as that is a top 3 on the podium, adding another 5 points to the tally here by the end of this Miramar battle. So FaZe really fought tooth and nail for that one, while OSJA have also been bombed out of the match. This time, Boom Esports did not manage to score a single drop of points. So 91 points. This is just about enough to secure themselves that super weekend while the battle continues on. Talon does match and fight another catch. That's the final member of SK out. But look at SK. That's a staggering 8-point finish.
Great, I'd say utility usage as well as Gold from the southern side, using a desperation play against the rest of the teams here, and Kenny is in trouble. Wow. It's the whole full damage of that nade, gonna be eliminated as well. 7th place, 1 elimination. I would say it's a very respectable finish for this particular team. Now we're down to our last few as we go toward the end of the map here. Talon has suffered heavy losses. Perhaps they were just so spread out and they were taking too many fights at the same time. They were not in prime position in terms of, chemistry and team play as well, to be able to play off each other. Now they're gonna have to survive as a 2. And even now, looking at Yoru, looking at Axel in terms of positioning, is still very, very scary to me. Axel so close to VPE, could potentially be clipped. Yeah, Yoru can come up and save him, but at the same time, that open area as well does not allow them to safely go for a reset as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest winners around the final zones is definitely MVKE as well as CD Alliance. GB was bored sitting around at house, so he extends over to the south side, hoping to catch more units coming from Talon Esports to add more points to the tally, because right at this moment, CD Alliance are pretty much guaranteed the upcoming zone, and just like that, they can afford to extend their wings. Now they get a little bit more division up against Alter Ego, and they're just playing around from the distance because they understand that there's a couple of dips that they can still defend for cover. Well, further commitments coming from the side of Talon, perhaps this can get their hands pretty much tied up with 2 angles to watch out for, as the Indonesians are hoping to breach into their area.
It's a very, very long fight if you ask me now. And here for CD Alliance, it's all about that weight. Every single fight is just range fights, just stolen away. Alva barely surviving. Gonna throw out that nade here, cooking it to perfection. But at the very least here, this rush out forward for MVKE will not allow him any respite. So he will go down as well here. Alter Ego only down to 1 last player. Not too sure if he's able to hold, as CD Alliance from inside of the compound here. They're just fighting everyone they can see. They hear the sounds of gunfire. Okay, sure, we're just gonna shoot out into that general vicinity. Throw out some throwables, steal away some kills here. Krypton barely alive right now. He's so low, rushes through that smoke, repositions himself, gonna fall quickly into the arms of MVKE, but he runs over 1 player. Superman falls, he rushes out, and somehow Krypton, how are you getting away with this?
Krypton absolutely demolishes them. That was insane. MVKE, they should have actually had that sorted out, but because they were blindsided, there was also shots coming in from the other angle, and they were kind of dispersed into such a scramble, and that was the Kryptonite being offered by Alter Ego, making their way into the top 4. And we talk about late game activation. This is it for Vampire Esports. This is it for Alter Ego Ares. And my, Group B, they're starting to show their strength right now. CD Alliance still has 4 members intact. They are still looking for these opportunities to seize, but this is where Vampire also wants to bank on hopes that they could just crash out the rest of their competition from the other corner of the map, but there's not much of that space. They will have to look for a deeper alternative in the fast plane, and you can see it's just barren land, wheat fields, and just small little creases for them to play with.
Could be anyone's game if you ask me. Even Talon, with the 2 members left alive. There's a bit of space they can work with. Perhaps they can just wait, for anyone to start off first here. If anything, Krypton is going to be the most interesting one for me in this game. Since he has a lot of space from the other 3 teams, he can just lie in wait and see, steal away eliminations as soon as someone gets knocked down, put away some points in the pocket to be able to boost the team a little bit more further here. But VPE, I don't think they want to allow that to happen. I think for Nuzi, his only job right now is to keep Krypton in check.
Yeah, he knows for the fact that there is 1 player left who won that scuffle against MVKE, which is why he's so wary of that position and hoping to not overextend. While Talon, desperate calls, barely covers as those nades coming in from Leon's was just massive, and there's just barely enough room to squeeze, and that nade connects! Oh, a tag team hustle, and that was coming in from Schwebs. Now, pretty much down to the wire between these 3 teams. We'll see if Krypton can get more involvement, but the rest of Vampire wants to choke him out.
Vampire taking a very aggressive advantage here, poking their heads up as a 3 means that there's no space for error as well. That the nade comes through, and CD Alliance waits in very, very patiently as well for that chicken dinner. I said before, earlier in this game, what exactly is going on, CD Alliance? You start off strong, you're a bit more quiet, you have to come back into the game, and that's exactly what they did. Recovery is good, positioning is great, and most importantly for them, to stick to the game plan, to be able to find the best possible location in the map to be able to hold, and most of their pickoffs as well as eliminations have been solely from lying in wait and stealing away kills.
Girl, you're absolutely on the roll. You were just saying that in your heart, there's always CELCOMDIGI Alliance that may actually walk away with that chicken dinner, and you've got it. And wow, they were in that poised position for the whole time, to the point that Jimmy, he was just extending outside just to claim more of that real estate of the grounds, and just like that, CD Alliance just have to seize the perfect moments where all the other teams were just hugging by the edges, and you saw the moment that Vampire Esports committed, that was go time. And this was a convincing finish coming from the Malaysian squad, and it wasn't a full Indonesian kind of dominance for today, where you got 1 more in the back coming in from CD Alliance.
Looking good right now. Jimmy, with the amount of damage he's put in, I gotta say, he was very, very active in terms of movement, taking up space, making his presence known, and providing so much needed intel for his team. That was the reason why CD Alliance was able to really pinpoint where the members of Talon were, and at the same time, because Talon were probably shooting at Jimmy, it gave away the positioning of where they were holding in terms of terrain to the members of VPE as well. I think Nuzi has done phenomenal to be able to make sure where the members of Alter Ego was, the last member, which is Krypton, and also the last 2 members of Talon on the terrain they were holding as well. So if anything, Jimmy, phenomenal work to keep your team up there in the up there in terms of eliminations, in terms of information as well. Regardless, talk more about this after the highlights.
What a way to end the night here, where we saw plenty of heroic moments out of individuals and of course massive team plays, as we saw CELCOMDIGI Alliance getting themselves a very clean finish to end the night here in day 2 as they secure themselves the chicken dinner. Vampire Esports on their resurgence alongside with Alter Ego's very own hero Krypton to demolish the entirety of MVKE. I was just saying MVKE could have actually be a big part of the fight to actually challenge CD Alliance, but scratch that because they all crumble in defeat to the hands of one player, and that's Krypton.
Honestly, Krypton, that movement with the vehicle going straight to MVKE's face, running one person over, jumping out, shotgunning in the face, that was disgusting. That was honestly slick. I would love to see that again if we got the chance again tomorrow. Now, toward the rest of the day here, I think for VP and Alter Ego is just like I suspected. These two teams are very, very much late bloomers when it comes to this game. It takes a while for them to figure things out. Looking very great on Miramar, most importantly. But here we are looking at Leon's as the MVP. And in this situation, I have to say, in terms of his utility usage is where he fully shines. He has crippled so many members and teams from far away, giving away so much space for his team to be able to just fully collapse onto a team because of that nades. At one point, he managed to get a 2-for-1 nade situation, which manages to get a steal in terms of a kill as well as a knockdown as well, because it crippled down so many teams in terms of HP as well. This allows for CD Alliance to have a big opening to go into this fight safely.
Yeah, for a majority of part, because of his role, the entirety of the squad has got a safe haven to play out the entire run of Miramar. Because at first we think it was Jimmy getting a lot of all those fracks, but the majority of the damage was coming from Leon's. And when we take a look at the rest of the field as well, Vampire Esports, this was their best finish ever with a total of 15 points. So I think that's sufficient for them to still be able to challenge for a spot in the Super Weekend, together alongside with Alter Ego pretty much in the same equation. So the rest of the field, if you were to be late into the centerfold, it has been the treacherous terrains for a majority of them to play with. So even VOIN Donkey, they crash out early, SEM9 absolutely gated even on the corner of Picado because they were dealing with the pressure added from the side of Talon Esports. So that said, Boom Esports, they are the big victors here as they end their run here at #1. But eventually tomorrow, we might even see some of the names to be pushing Boom Esports off the list.
Interesting enough for Boom Esports, because they know that they have solidified their lead here into the Super Weekend, they brought in a substitute into the game. And understandably so, you want to keep your team fresh, you want to keep your team active, and in situations where you have nothing to lose, you can potentially just give in your team a few reps, give him the experience as well. And this is good for Boom Esports, honestly, to just really boost their their 5th man. Now, coming into the rest of the team as well here, we already see VPE making it to the top 16 as well. And on top of that as well, they still have another 6 maps to play tomorrow. So for them, this is still a very, very safe predicament. I'm more interested to see the rest of the teams as well on the next page here. MVKE is done for they just started playing today as well. TODAK pushed down to 10. They stopped the day at almost 60 points. Tomorrow will be catch-up day for them. And with their performance on day 1, I'm super stoked to see what they have in store for tomorrow when it comes to all these maps, because they look stellar on Miramar yesterday.
Indeed they do, and Vampire Esports is the one holding the line right at this moment at 16. Roy Esports will return tomorrow together alongside with Alter Ego as well as BTR. So two teams of Indonesia are hoping to at least bring glory to the home crowd, while XSP, ETN, they are still trying to prove themselves worthy as they've qualified into the PMSL throughout this season. HOMEBOIS, SK, they still got a whole lot more to do because they have witnessed New Era on a rough run, and that was the end of the line. There's no more chances whatsoever for New Era as they will not be playing on the weekend. But today, I think the biggest play possible was from Red FaZe. If there's a second place, then I would say it's coming from MEC's Kim. But look at the amount of damage, look at the clutches, and what this guy has to offer. Once he steps out of retirement, the entire lobby should be worried for Claw Esports because they are here making big statements.
Yeah, Red FaZe was very, I would say, what's the right word for it? I think the right word for it will be his presence in these fights as well. He can move alone or as a unit. He's very aggressive as well. When push comes to shove, if he needs to take the fights on his own because his teammates are too far away from him, let it be. Let's do that just yet. The amount of damages he's been getting has been a lot. And so that the amount of damage as well.
Wow, what a thrilling game that we've witnessed today. And it's time for our final interview of the day. And standing beside me, we have two amazing players from two different teams. Please welcome Keluk from CELCOMDIGI Alliance and also Misery from Boom Esports. So hi guys.
Hi.
Hi. All right, so for the first question, I think it's gonna be for a Misery or a Misery. What do you want me to call you? Misery? Mastery. All right. So, Mastery, you step up as the new IGL of a Boom. And now, on a day 2, Boom are still at the top of the ranking. And how comfortable do you feel on Boom right now compared to your time with Talon?
Oke, sebagai IGL baru di pasukan Boom dan sekarang Boom mendominasi di 2 hari. Gimana cara rasanya? Apakah kamu sudah nyaman di Boom dibandingin sama tim lama kamu, Talon?
Gua sih nyaman di dua-duanya ya. Cuman ya mungkin emang di Boom ini karena masih fresh aja sih suasananya.
Yeah, for me, I'm really comfortable for both. But then compared to Boom, I think because of all of us like very very fresh, so I think that's why one of the reason how we can perform and dominate in both day.
Alright, and if I'm not mistaken, you are following the Boom's drop zone, right? And was it difficult to adjust?
Kan kalian kamu mengikuti drop zone-nya Boom kan? Apakah ada sedikit susah buat kamu sebagai IGL?
Ya, at first it's so difficult, but makin jalannya waktu ya gue adapt dan ya gue coba ngertiin satu sama lain aja gimana best play-nya buat tim kita.
Ya, buat pertama kalinya, for the first time, yeah, it's very very difficult. But then, when the times pass by, I try to adjust and adapt, and then like I wanna make out the best out of my player.
Yes, as we expected from Misery, guys. Mastery. And for the next question, as we know, Boom didn't perform well last season, finished at the 14th place. And as the current IGL, what do you think was amazing previously and what adjustment have you made to aim for better results this time?
Oke, kalau kita lihat Boom season lalu nggak begitu baik di hashtag 14. Dan menurut kamu sendiri apa yang kurang di Boom yang season lalu dan apa yang kamu ngelakuin sekarang yang bisa membuatkan Boom itu ya bertambah lebih baik?
Kalau gue mungkin ngejawab dua pertanyaan itu ya, gue paling bisa bilangnya butuh suasana baru aja sih. Nggak ada yang masalah dari playernya ataupun dari gameplaynya, cuman emang mungkin dari per playernya butuh suasana baru aja.
Yeah, I think for the previous Boom, I don't think it's a player fault or gameplay fault. It's just like they need a fresh start. So yeah, I think that's all.
And I also think everything goes smoothly for Boom Esports right now. And now let's move on to Keluk. So Keluk, your teams have 13 elimination on a game 1 and high elimination on the following game. Looking so much more aggressive on elimination rather than placement. Can you tell me what changes in the playstyle have you made?
Oke, untuk pasukan CELCOMDIGI Alliance kita boleh nampak yang performance korang berdasarkan kill daripada placement point. Apa yang berubah daripada segi gameplay?
Saya rasa dari segi gameplay tak ada yang berubah pun. Kita orang just remind before start hari ni. Kita orang remind untuk disiplin dan jangan buat banyak mistake . And kita orang tadi last map 2 Miramar tu kita orang try untuk dapatkan placement yang lebih .
Yeah, to be honest, we don't have really any much change in our gameplay. We just remind each other, just be disciplined, less mistake, etc. But then on the Miramar last 2 map, we just like trying to aim for a better placement instead of kill points.
Wow, and as always, like we always believe in CELCOMDIGI Alliance for PMSL. And next for the last question, last season you guys almost become the champion, however failed to do so. What do you feel after that? Does that motivate you even further?
Kalau kita tengok season sebelumnya hampir-hampir mendapatkan kejuaraan tetapi tidak berhasil. Adakah dengan keadaan itu membuatkan pasukan CELCOMDIGI lain lebih bermotivasi ataupun ya boleh ceritakan sedikit perasaan ketika gagal juara?
perasaan kita orang ketika gagal juara tu macam sedih lah. Still sedih tapi dah biasa gak lah sebab kita orang pun season-season lepas ada dapat top 3 gak, gagal champion gak. And untuk season ni kita orang akan buat yang lebih baik lah untuk grand final dengan konsisten 3 hari.
Of course, we feel sad. I mean, but then we used to it already because it's been a while since we achieved top 3 and then like we failed to get a champion. But then we just keep motivate ourselves and then for this season we just gonna do our best in the grand final for the 3 days.
So remember to stay motivated and keep chasing your dreams. So thank you so much for this incredible interview. Thank you so much, Keluk. Thank you so much, Mastery. Thank you so much, Jungs, for the translation. And I think that's it. And before we go, I think our caster have a few words to tell you. So casters, take it away.
Honestly, this is such a bombastic start for Group B today, looking very phenomenal. Indonesian teams as well looking very, very strong right now. The ending also looked really good, especially from CD Alliance here. I think CD Alliance have been always one of those teams that tend to come close to the ending, never really clinching it. I think this might be the start for them to really change that trajectory. They looked a little bit more solid in terms of positioning and gameplay as well. Very decisive, and I would love to see more on what they bring to the table. I'm not sure whether it was still going to be the same strats or not, because every time I didn't know answers a question when it comes to strats, we're just doing the same thing over and over. We're just changing up the way we're going up the stats. I mean, where we'll place on placements. I mean, to be fair, it's a strats. I don't blame them for it, but my God.
Yeah, like they're giving you the standard PR answer, which is like a little bit of a tinge of what we can expect. But is the biggest takeaway is that they actually revealed that they want to make a switch. They want to get a little bit more of that placement point, and look where it takes them. Immediately to a chicken dinner by the tail end of that run. And right now, CELCOMDIGI Alliance are leading the chart from Group B, stacking the most points from this respective group. So tomorrow, who knows if they can continue on this trail, they might even surpass the likes of Boom Esports, who are currently on that #1 spot. So definitely a lot of interesting notes where we also look at Boom Esports with a new IGL in the form of Mastery, who played back in Talon. And we start off this run, I had this big question because, yeah, you still have Yummy, but this guy, he adapts so quickly, and this rapid success is no fluke at all coming from Boom Esports.
Yeah, super excited to see how they're going to be going here. 91 points is the bar. So let's see whether or not other teams could catch up here. High hopes for TODAK as well as CD Alliance tomorrow to catch up or not. So regardless, that'll be the end of tonight. Same time, same place tomorrow for the PMSL SEA Summer 2025. I'm Tash Mandelos at Contra, your casters, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.